Hey everybody, how you doing? In roughly less than 10 minutes, the hearing for the Nevada legislature will start from Carson City, a segmented one that's focused specifically on something called SB 509. SB 509 is the Southern Nevada Tourism and Innovation Act. And if you're saying, hey, don't you mean Southern Nevada Tourism and Infrastructure Act? I would say no. Actually, that was 2016 for the Raiders. This involved the Oakland Athletics and is far less sweeping in its scope and more focused on the establishment of a ballpark in Las Vegas. I made this sheet to help you understand the basics of it because if you're not familiar with either bond financing language or common language found in the bill or how to sift through the language to find out what's important from the perspective of the bond itself, I made this quick sheet for you that's right here. I'm going to go through it. SNTIA, which is again Southern Nevada Tourism and Innovation Act, SB 509 in brief. And it goes like this. And it's actually also part of the text for this. But it goes special zone formed to create a sports and entertainment and improvement district ran by ultimately the Las Vegas Stadium Authority. The Oakland A's are expected to pay or cause to be paid monies from taxes from what is called, quote, tangible personal property sold at retail or stored, used, or otherwise consumed in the sports and entertainment improvement district during a fiscal year, and monies from business taxes, event charges, and other fees. But the A's don't pay a property tax or a possessory interest tax in the way the bill is written. Now, the other part of what I just said, I need to check because technically, tangible personal property sold at retail or stored, used, or otherwise consumed in the sports and entertainment improvement district during a fiscal year could be said to include the ballpark. And if it does, then that is indeed a possessory interest tax. So that needs to be sorted out. And I'm going to do that with my contact on Tuesday. This is the holiday. But for now, VAs don't pay property tax at all. That much is in the bill, but there's no language that they do not, or do pay a possessory interest tax, and in point of fact, tangible a tax on tangible personal property sold at retail or stored or used or otherwise consumed can be said to apply to or be a possessory interest tax. All right. So that's there. 3, bond issue, and that's a big deal too. I'll get to why in a second. The bond issue is really of $120 million, and it results in an annual debt service of $6,524,560 over 30 years, or a total bond cost of $202.6 million, assuming a 3.5% interest rate for the bond. The Oakland A's could, if they wanted to pay this just, from the ticket, right? They could levy a $7 ticket surcharge and raise $17,010,000 annually from 30,000 seats. That's 2.6 times the annual debt service of $6,524,560, assuming, of course, a 3.5% interest rate for the bond. And that's beyond considerably the 2-to-1 debt coverage ratio that's called for in the law. Now, the tax credit of $180 million is a risk to the A's and not the county. Why? Because the Athletics have to apply for the tax credit, and the way the bill is written, the Athletics cannot get the tax credit until after the bond itself is let and after specific monies with respect to that bond and debt service are paid. So there's actually a delay. All right. So what if maybe the A's got sick or somebody forgot or something, really unlikely? Well, That's not likely, first of all. But my point is that the tax credit by its nature is such that the athletics apply for it. And it really is a tax credit on expected taxes to be levied, all right, on activity within the zone, within the ballpark, and within the sports and entertainment district zone. Now, if you're saying, hey, wait a minute, wouldn't that money normally go to pay help pay the bond issue? My answer would be, yeah, you're absolutely right. And so this prevents the A's from, in a sense, double paying, right? So there's another reason that's there. Okay, so those are the particulars. All right, the bond cost, the amount that the county has to worry about is only $120 million, and it's dramatically less than the $750 million that was approved by the legislature, although not the same one by political makeup, in 2016. Let me read your comments. Hey, Eric. Eric, great to see you. Chase Carter says, hey, Zen, hope all is well. Excited. Hope we get Major League Baseball. Eric says, Zenny, I know last time you didn't want to be here, to hear anything about Oakland not taking care of business. Just want to stick my team to stay. No, I don't mind that. And I understand that. I'm just simply saying that people need to get on the government. You want the team to stay, but if you want the team to stay, make the government fix itself. There's one specific thing the government can do right now it's not doing. Finish the tax increment zone it was supposed to start. The difference between this situation that we're watching unfold and the Oakland situation is very simple. In the Oakland situation, when Gavin signed SB293 Skinner into law on October 11th of 2019, Oakland didn't use it. All right? If you read SB293 Skinner top to bottom, let your eyes glaze over on how bored you get. Come back and reread something. Read the whole thing, because a lot of people didn't. And then read this bill, and you'll say, hey, look, there are a lot of similarities. That's right. There are. But there's one big difference. Nevada implements their bills. Okay, once they're passed, they get implemented. That's what happened with the legislation called Southern Nevada Tourism and Infrastructure Act. It got implemented, not just for Allegiant Stadium, but for those bollards that are along the strip for security reasons, okay? It got implemented. All I'm asking you all to do is stop giving the government a pass. Oakland's government has been given a pass. You guys have given them a pass. And you want the A's to return to a situation where it won't be for another 10 years until they see a stadium. I don't care what anybody says, because Oakland does not understand anymore what it means to fast track a project of this magnitude. All right. And it doesn't want to. You have people there who don't want to. And they're going to say the usual. Why are we spending all this energy and money for X? As opposed to the reality, which is, hey, look, if we actually do SB 293 Skinner as it's written and access $1.6 billion for a bond issue, that would be $800 million, then we can finance a number of these programs, Head Start and everything else, and still get the infrastructure money for the athletics, still realize their construction and everything else. That was what was supposed to happen. That did not occur. Should be, an act of war. A's fans should want to go to war against the Oakland government for not doing that. You're letting them punk you. You're letting them fool you. You're letting them get away with it. Just saying. All right. Good evening. How you doing? He says, Zine, I've been very outspoken about Oakland government. But Eric, it's not just you. Being outspoken is one thing. People can get on social media and think they're solving a problem. You ain't solving jack. You're not solving a problem until you go to city council and put something on the agenda, have your council member do it, and go from there. When you're criticizing city council and the mayor openly, again and again and again, then you're doing something. But I see a lot of criticizing of John Fisher and Dave Cobble. I'm not saying that it's not warranted. About 50% of it is, 50% of it is not. I got to go and shift here. But, look, the reality, pure and simple, is that, hey, it takes two to tango. It really does. All right, so we're waiting on, it's not started yet. It's 7 o'clock. Let me refresh this. and it's still not started yet. One thing I am going to do, however, so I don't get caught off guard, is I'm going to shift my panels here, stop that screen, and put up the other one, and it's share screen. Here, hold on a second. Let me get to the Nevada legislature. There, the committee has not yet convened. Here we go. Okay, so there. Now, Alberto, with a cool name, says, I think the cheapskate owner, Fisher, is the main problem, trading away good players for mediocre ones. But, Alberto, even if the Athletics had good players on the field, how does that make the Oakland government respond any differently? And it shouldn't take that. You shouldn't say, well, gee, it's okay for the Oakland government to not respond because the A's aren't winning on the field. Seriously? All right, seriously? And then on the other hand, say, well, I know they'll play better in a stadium that allows them to gain more revenue. That's contradictory. All right? That's what I'm talking about here. Okay? You guys pick on them because you perceive them as rich. They own the team. All right? They own the team. Why not turn around and be advocates for them since they own the team? I'm just saying. What's wrong with that? Why are you advocates for the government? The government, all right? Hey, Shang Tao has people she pays to do social media. She pays Brandon Haramy to do it. That's fact. Okay? So my point is, why are you giving the Oakland government a pass? I have never gotten a good answer from that. All I get is comments about Dave and John. All right? That means nothing to me. They own the team. If you're fans of the team as a whole, you could say to the city, hey, look, you're not doing your job, because they haven't done their job since the doggone thing was signed, since the doggone thing being SB293 Skinner. They have not done their job. That's a fact. All right? And he says, that's what most people said. Their current record is 10. But the whole point is, you don't make that. Well, look, the mob is not exactly the most intelligent source for answer, okay, at all. All right. And Scott says there's a big problem in the Nevada government regarding the budget impasse. If the governor vetoes the budget, the bill might die in committee. Could happen. All right. It could happen. But my point is, if the bill doesn't go through, that's not going to stop the A's and make them come back. There's no guarantee of that. Because again, what are they coming back to? I want somebody to answer that question. What are they coming back to? I have not got an answer. Eric says, I also think, Zennie, we had a local media telling the truth about the situation with Oakland government. Maybe things would be different. Yeah, but you don't. You have, I'm going to say this very bluntly, a San Francisco-based, mostly white-owned media. Not mostly, it is, okay? That presents the same problems that we've dealt with for a generation. They put down Oakland and they lift up San Francisco, and they make Oakland look like this really bad city because it's mostly black. All right? That's gone on for a song, and you actually expect the same from that at a time when media is losing money. I mean, I'm looking over to Dubai for investors, all right? So are other people. You have people getting laid off and chomped off left and right, and you expect them to do that at a time when you can make your own media. Or, hey, get a vlog and join me and say what you want. I have no problem with that. We have a lot of great vloggers. Richard Hake is, like you guys, a staunch Oakland A's fan, doesn't get all this stuff, pissed off about the team, doesn't know quite what to do. He's got his own opinion, but he vlogs, and Richard's popular. You could be Richard too. So my point is, I'm not stopping anybody from talking, because we need to understand each other by talking, right? When we stop talking is when we don't, all right? I wish we had, well, we don't. The thing about it is that what we wish for is and get is the sum total we want. We don't have an Oakland Tribune because we don't want an Oakland Tribune. We have an Oakland Post, but Oakland Post is black owned. It's Oakland. Why not that? Why does it have to be the Tribune? Okay. Why not Oakland? Oakland, okay, you're here for me. I appreciate that beyond measure. Still got my place in Adams Point, here for my mom in Georgia. Love Oakland. This is a fight for Oakland soul. And right now, the people who want Oakland soul to be maintained are losing, because a lot of us who weren't trained as I was don't know what to do. And all they see is hey, these guys are taking our team away. And the guys are saying, hey, look, the government is not responding to us. They are going and doing everything wrong, not telling us the truth, giving us incompetent performance by staff. So what do you want, right? What do you want? So let me see here what's going on with the Nevada legislature. Let me push this button here. Nope. The committee, it says in progress, but the committee has not yet convened. All right. So I push the button. It says live. Let me refresh this. Nope. And wait, what about that button? Nope. So it says live, but it just hasn't convened yet. Hurry up, hurry up. That's me whining. Now I'm whining. All right. Okay. Scott says, if the bill doesn't pass, will the A's simply not rely on tax credits and TIF and just pay for the development themselves? Well, look, the tax credits, they can leave in place. The tax credits are simply, the A's risk. But the 120 million, they can really afford. They can really afford that. They've got Bally's giving them what 100? No, they've got GSL, Gaming and Leisure Sport, giving them 120. They could easily get another partner to fill that gap. They've got the land. They've got the baseball organization. They've got Major League Baseball may decide, hey, look, you know what? We'll fork over something to help you out. So that's not going to kill that. And I'm of the belief that the reason why this thing got whittled down had to be with how they were playing the politics. Okay, I really believe that. I believe somewhere along the way they didn't take the right advice, and I know that they didn't. And the A's essentially been punished for it. So, for example, having Jeremy Aguilo go out there and chortle, oh, the A's aren't going to pay a property tax, was just politically stupid. And I go back to Jeremy being under Mark Davis' payroll of the Raiders. You don't know what Mark Davis was saying to him. You don't know if Mark Davis was goosing him a little bit and saying, hey, maybe I'll pay you a little extra scratch to kind of derail what the A's are trying to do. What better way to do that than to get on local television news and say, well, the A's don't want to pay a property tax. Ooh, okay. Okay. I would not negate that possibility at all. Okay. He says, hey, Zennie, is anyone going to talk about SB Skinner now? It's not a talk, it's passed. You mean, is there anybody actually, advancing legislation to be done with the county? No. And the time to do it was back in 2019. Call the county and say, hey, look, we need to meet. I'm the person that started the whole doggone thing. I told Dave Cobble on the 4th of April of 2017 on our phone meeting, I said, look, you're going to need tax increment finance. You're going to need to use it because you're going to need to build affordable housing. That's the only way you're going to get Howard Terminal passed. He said, you can't use public money. I showed him SB 628 bill, the parent of all enhanced infrastructure financing district legislation, signed a law by Jerry Brown in 2015, September 9th. Instead of using that, he teamed up with Nancy Skinner and Assemblyman Rob Bonta, and they created their own designer bill, which was genius, I thought. And because it allowed them to, have it in legislation taking care of some complications they feared they were going to have to deal with. It was a very smart thing to do. He says, you're the only person in Oakland, Las Vegas who understands what's going on. The Bay and News media let the government off the hook. That did not need to happen. No, it didn't. And see, they let that off the hook for a very selfish reason. 2 reasons. A, they know that if they criticize them, they may, not necessarily won't, but they may not get access. B, they know that a lot of you out there so dislike the owners, and that's like a popular thing to do, that they'd rather hit at them than the elected officials. So they have a two-pronged reason for doing that has to do with their own interests as media. All right. Scott says, okay, thanks, Zane. Do you agree with the school of thought that publicly funded sports stadiums don't really give a good return on investment for the city that gives it? No. I think that's absolutely stupid, and I'll tell you why. Because there is, I would put it up here, but every time, and we're proving it, what's going on that you all don't want to see? You don't want to see the Oakland A's become the Las Vegas Athletics, right? A's, right? What happens if that does? It means, from a standpoint of search intensity, Oakland stops existing once more. Oakland has lost 50% of its search intensity. If you go to Google Trends and type Oakland and look over the lifetime and look at how it's declined and look at where it's declined and see where it's declined roughly matches when sports organizations have left. Most notably, when the Raiders not so much left, but when they got going in Las Vegas and became Las Vegas Raiders. All right, why is that important? It's the same. It's important for the same reason that cities have convention and visitors bureaus and marketing efforts, because they want you to know about them. So what this means is that people have no reason to search about Oakland, to even want to think about visiting Oakland, because Oakland doesn't have a team or organization there that has gotten their attention for them to want to be in Oakland to see anything. All right? That happened because the city didn't want to spend the money, all right, or do the work, which is spending the money, to maintain them, and didn't see that. But today, in the internet age, sports is more important to a city's economic development and economic health than it's ever been. And you never, but yet, because the people who say this are not trained in understanding the impact of the internet on urban development, they completely miss it. Many of the people who are economists are not urban economists. Let me say to you, okay? They don't understand how to look at cities. Roger Noel doesn't. I know Roger. I like Roger a lot. But look, this is not Roger's area. I beat Roger in a debate, okay? And I'll beat Neil too. If he ever has the cojones enough to challenge me, I will wipe the floor in a debate with Neil DeMoss. Period. End of story. Because they don't get how much the internet has changed things at all. At all. All right? At all. So no, I completely disagree with that. But I will say this: I'm not saying that every single instance of public fund money you going to a sports facility was a good one. There have been bad ones, all right, but and then there have been good ones, okay. But the simple fact of the matter is that in this day and age, where you're trying to maintain sports activity as a business, the internet makes it more important than it's ever been in our history. Eric says, Zinni, I don't understand for life me why no one has reached out to you. I don't care. You guys are watching. All right. You tell them to reach out to me. You tell them. All right. You badger them. But my point is, hey, look, I got you guys. I got my universe. I got my mom here. And, there ain't nothing wrong with me. So I know I'm saying the right thing, and I'm not going to stop talking about it because certain people don't want to listen. They know I'm out there. And they know that. And I'll tell you this: if Libby had put me in charge, look at my face. I'll say this again. I know you don't like it, but I don't care. If Libby had put me in charge, the A's would be in Oakland. They would not be doing this. I would move heaven and earth. I would even fork over $20 million to go around putting options on land around Las Vegas to stop the A's from buying land. You hear me? Because I'm ruthless. Oakland does not have ruthless people doing that. I'm ruthless in the right way, not the negative way, the right way. I've helped a lot of people in my time through government. Why do you think Phil Tagami got the rotunda? Because of me and L.U. Harris and Kofi Bonner. We went to bat for him, and we're proud we did it because the results stand today. He did a fantastic job in rebuilding Oakland, that part of it. We did that, among other things. I brought Forest City to Oakland. Jerry Brown took him away from me. Look at what Jerry did to Robert Braub. He wanted to keep the A's, have a downtown stadium for him, took that away, all right? So I'm just saying, all right, I went to school to do this kind of work. So you give me a chance, I always hit it out of the park. I never miss. Did it with the Super Bowl. Almost brought it to Oakland, but Oakland got in the way. Another story. All right, back to the most important thing, which is this. All right. So what's a good example of stadium doing? Yeah, Oracle Park is one. The Cowboy Stadium is another. The I think what St. Louis was going to do was another. St. Louis has really suffered. Hey, Anthony, how you doing? Uh, there are a number of great examples. The Cowboy Stadium actually set the tone for the revenue stream focused ownership of today, where the city owns the sports facility, but the sports organization itself is the owner of the revenue stream for it. That's what the Athletics are trying to engineer in Las Vegas, all right? But that was a true public private partnership. You have to remember these organizations that run sports, these sports teams, there's scarcity. There's not a lot of them. And yet they have gigantic fan bases. And so what you have to remember is that in order to keep that fan base focused on your town, it takes an expense to keep that going. You want that. Again, my point is if you don't want that, then why would you spend money on a convention and a convention center? Or even if you don't have a big convention center, Oakland has Visit Oakland. What is that? That is a convention and visitors bureau. All right. So okay. So he says, do you think I think it'll pass narrowly, but I think it'll pass. I think what's as going for it is it's cheap. It's 120 million. The tax credits are on the risk of the A's. The county risks nothing. Hear me. The county risks nothing with these tax credits. This is all for the A's. All right. So he says, any chance the A's get sold to a buyer who keeps why would the A's sell? All right, here we are at a hearing that's supposed to start where if this bill passes, okay, and all right, if this passes, all right, then guess what? Guess what? They get the green light to start building this new facility in the middle of a town that draws. I mean, this cannot be underscored. 40 million people versus 3 million people for Oakland and what? Roughly 25 million for the Bay Area. All right. This is huge. All right. Absolutely huge. And there would be at the Las Vegas Strip or the festival grounds. I think the festival grounds are better. I'll explain why. Um, with this, okay. So he says if the A's decide that Vegas is not a viable pathway for a new ballpark, could they shift their focus to the Coliseum and build somewhere there is a viable site? It's well, they don't want it there. Could they shift their focus? Here's the problem. You have to fix the sea level rise issue. Remember, Howard Terminal came with the same infrastructure price tag, 350 million. Why? Because throughout the San Francisco Bay, but most notably along the Oakland shore, is the constant rising of seawater as sea level there, and it's projected to go up 72 inches. Hear me, 72 inches in the next 15 years. 72 inches. It's already rising now, and we've had rains down there, and the Malibu lot has had water in it. It has two tributaries that pass by it. Why the Oakland Roots want to go there is completely nuts to me. They should insist on being in the Coliseum. Just saying. All right. Uh, he says, what would happen if this was to fall? The A's would go back to the drawing board and try again. I don't see them trying to stay in Oakland, save for this. And regard on Foss, look at my face. If the city on its own right now started to the infrastructure district and showed that it was willing to float a bond issue by getting that started and then establish a pay-as-you-go program to pay for administrative costs to staff up. All right. Oakland has got to make real moves, not just talk it or wish for something else to go wrong. Oakland's got to make real legislative moves itself to get started. The work's already been done. Someone says, why didn't Gavin do anything? Gavin could argue he did it, but Oakland fumbled the ball, and he would be right. Okay. So he would be absolutely right. Let's see what's going on with the legislature here. Come on, you are now, you're 20 minutes behind. The committee, this is it, right? Location 4000 ASAR. Joint meeting. It's a joint meeting. Let's see here. Oh, here it is.
We will
now it's starting.
Ask the secretary to
now we've got it.
Call the roll.
Assemblywoman Anderson, Assemblywoman Backus, Assemblywoman Brown May, Assemblywoman Dickman,
We haven't missed a thing.
Assemblywoman Gorlow, Assemblyman Hapen, Assemblywoman Howdigi, Assemblywoman Kasama, Assemblyman Miller, Assemblyman O'Neill, Assemblywoman Peters, Assemblyman Watts, Assemblyman Yeager, Senator Canizaro, Senator Goicoechea, Senator Harris, Senator Neal, Senator Nguyen, Senator Severs-Gansert, Senator Titus, Assemblywoman Monroe Moreno, Chair Don Darrellou.
Here, thank you very much. And I think we are all here, but if for any reason somebody's not, please. We have Senator Lang as a member in place of Senator Canizaro. So please mark everyone present. Thank you very much. With that, we will start the hearing. And I believe first up is Chief of Staff, Mr. Kiekefer. We're happy to always have you here. And welcome. And please go ahead when you're ready.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and members of the Senate Finance and Assembly Ways and Means Committees. Appreciate you having me here today. For the record, my name is Ben Kiekefer, and I have the distinct honor to serve as Chief of Staff to Governor Joe Lombardo. As you will note from the cover of Senate Bill 509, this legislation is being brought at the request of the Office of the Governor, and as such, I am here to make some brief opening comments before I quickly turn it over to the subject matter experts who will walk you through the legislation and answer every question you may have. And I would be remiss not to take this opportunity, though, to provide a little context to explain how we've gotten to where we are today. As I sit here to open this hearing, it strikes me that the first time I sat in one of those chairs was in 2011, and Las Vegas did not have a major league professional sports team. At that time, people pretty much scoffed at the idea, and it goes without saying now that all of that has changed. Las Vegas is now the home to the NHL, the WNBA, the NFL, the Las Vegas Grand Prix, and they have joined NASCAR and UFC. And that's quite some growth in just over a decade. I believe it's important to know that that didn't happen by accident. Those are changes that occurred because people made the decision to do something, to take action that has driven change. And I believe that that is the opportunity that you have with Senate Bill 509 today. Las Vegas has proven itself as a professional sports town. And we believe that adding Major League Baseball to Las Vegas Boulevard is the next logical step in that evolution. A new ballpark for the Athletics will be a publicly owned community asset that will continue to support the state's primary economic engine. And it will house a Major League Baseball team that the residents of Clark County can rally behind. We also believe that this is a fiscally responsible financing package. Critically, it contains no new taxes imposed against the residents of Nevada or our guests. Stadium construction costs would also include the owners the owners of the Athletics investing more private capital than anyone has ever put into a baseball stadium in this country. Additionally, the public share of financing for this project would be the third lowest of any baseball stadium built in America this century. Perhaps most importantly, though, the direct return on investment for Nevada taxpayers through the construction and operations of this ballpark is significant. Plainly, the state general fund will make money on this deal. I think that's particularly important to note because this process has been in the works for some time and with no specific legislative champion. The governor didn't run for office on a platform of bringing the A's to Las Vegas. I don't necessarily believe any of you did either. And in the pre-session and early session discussions with legislative leadership and other members of this body, we all sort of agreed to wait and see what was possible. No promises were made except to keep an open mind. And with that, a lot of people have been working to find a way to put together a package that would attract Major League Baseball and specifically the A's to Las Vegas. After all of that work, Governor Lombardo believes that this is a good project for the state. And it's now incumbent on everyone who's worked on it to convince all of you that this is a good project for the state. And if we all can mostly agree on that, then we can move forward and do something that will be good for the Southern Nevada economy, creating thousands of jobs, building out a community asset, and supporting the state's biggest industry. We believe that would be a good outcome. So in closing, I'd like to thank the Majority Leader and Speaker Yeager for agreeing to the joint hearing, as well as Chair Dondero Loop and Chair Monroe Moreno for carving out valuable committee time at this point in the legislative session. Additionally, we would like to thank the athletics organization, including John Fisher and the Fisher family, Sandy Dean and Dave Cavell, for always working hard to reach consensus and for the flexibility and willingness to pivot when it was necessary. I'd also like to thank Clark County and its staff for putting in the time to structure something that works for them and we believe works for the state. And finally, I'd like to thank the three individuals who will be coming up next to walk you through the formal presentation of the bill. That's from the LVCVA, Steve Hill, Jeremy Aguero of Applied Analysis, and all of our state treasurers, Zach Conine. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And gentlemen, go ahead and when get yourself organized, go ahead when you're ready. Thank you very much. And gentlemen, go ahead when get yourself organized. Go ahead.
Madam Chair, for the record, my name is Jeremy Aguero, and I'm going to, with your permission, I'm going to take the lead in sort of opening up the beginning elements of a presentation that has been provided to each one of you. I want to extend my thanks for the opportunity to be here today. I realize that this is a long legislative session, and as the Chief of Staff said, your time is remarkably valuable. So I've intended, I think we have intended to try and be direct and straightforward relative to the elements of our testimony here today. There's been a lot of work that has been done, and more than happy to answer any questions, Madam Chair, that you or the joint committees may have. With your permission, I'll just go ahead and jump into it.
Please go ahead, Mr. Guerrero, and welcome.
Thank you, ma'am. The presentation that's in front of you today has 6 component parts. I'm going to walk through each of those 6. I'll take some of them, Mr. Hill take some of them, and Treasurer Conine will take some of them as well. As you know, Senate Bill 509 provides a number of key elements relative to facilitating the potential construction of a Major League Baseball stadium in Southern Nevada. Would allow a team, the Oakland A's, to relocate to Las Vegas. In terms of that, there's been a lot of conversation and frankly, a lot of change relative to the programming. We can go through some of that history, but where we are today is probably germane to the conversation we're here to have. The project that is being be constructed on 9 acres located at the site of the Tropicana Resort in Southern Nevada. That's the corner of Tropicana Avenue and Las Vegas Boulevard. The facility would have roughly 30,000 seats, 30,000 capacity, if you will, and have a partially retractable roof as it's designed. The total project cost is presently estimated at about $1.5 billion. We'll talk more about the structure of the financing underlying this particular project. But as I put in the parentheses below, not less than $1.1 billion being contributed by the athletics organization. I included in your packets a handful of charts and exhibits. I realize that, and maps, I guess, and renderings. I realize some of these have been in the public already, and so you've seen them, but it always feels helpful to me to be able to get a sense of what we're talking about and where. This first map provides a regional map. I'm sure everyone in here is generally familiar with our resort corridor and where the corner of Tropicana Avenue and Las Vegas Boulevard is. The facility is generally situated on the southeast corner of Tropicana Avenue and Las Vegas Boulevard. I'll talk more about its specific configuration as we continue to go through, but I've highlighted exactly where that is. On our map, you see some other elements that are there. I'll maybe highlight just a few of them. You see the T-Mobile Arena that is immediately across both Las Vegas Boulevard and Tropicana Avenue. You see Allegiant Stadium there. We'll talk as we go through about any number of things, but one of the elements that's important here is sort of a round out of venues in the Southern Nevada market. Obviously, the Allegiant Stadium, the largest of those venues we have in Southern Nevada, 62,500 seats, and house more than that under various configurations. T-Mobile Arena, 19,500. Again, different seating with different configurations. And this facility with a proposed capacity of roughly 30,000 overall. Some of the renderings that have been provided, I included in the presentation deck. I won't spend a whole lot of time here other than to mention what has come up a number of times, and that is the importance of maintaining the quality of our resort corridor. We hear it, we talk about it a lot. We talk about 150,000 hotel rooms. We talk about 250,000 leisure and hospitality employees. We talk about the importance of assets like Harry Reid International Airport. What the bill specifically requires is that the A's must build a first-class facility that rivals anything in Major League Baseball. They are also required to maintain that throughout the 30-year life of the facility. You get a sense of how it's expected to look. And again, I think it's important to note that these are renderings based on general expectations. The design process will go through that, and ultimately it will be designed around that. But the facility in and of itself has a capacity of roughly 30,000. And is designed to be a key asset along our Las Vegas Strip. And another rendering from looking across Las Vegas Boulevard back toward with the facility actually closed, and then what the expected view is looking from essentially behind home plate directly out toward MGM Grand, the New York, and other hotel properties that are to the north and northwest of the property itself. The project timeline has also been a question that's come up throughout this process. The project timeline, and obviously without saying that this is all aspirational. We are here with you today in 2023 in the hopes that this body can come together and find a pathway forward to have legislation enable what we're talking about here today. Major League Baseball has signaled on multiple occasions, including very recently that's been made national news about its expectation to take up this issue as early as next month relative to providing the league's approval for the A's to relocate from Oakland to Las Vegas. The next element on my chart is when site construction begins. And obviously, there's a lot of work that happens between late 2024 or early 2025 when site construction begins. Right? This facility is the current location of where the Tropicana Hotel exists today. It has to be demolished in order for this and other development activity to take place. We're going to talk a lot as we go through the bill about the various agreements that are required in order to facilitate a project like this. Development agreement, lease agreement, non-relocation agreements, many things have to take place. The Stadium Authority Board has to do its job in making a number of findings. It ultimately has to request to Clark County for the issuance of bonds. The treasurer has to be involved in terms of creating a credit enhancement. This is a simple timeline for purposes of making it clear how those things take place, but there are many, many things that will take place between these blocks. The expectation is that site construction will begin in late 2024 and early 2025. Construction is expected to be completed in 2028, and the first game expected to be in spring of 2028. The facility that's being constructed is different. in many ways. Certainly the expectation or the hope is that the level that is required by Senate Bill 509 is that it will become an asset, something that we can all be very proud of. But it also takes the Oakland A's from playing in among the largest venues in Major League Baseball to playing in its smallest venue in Major League Baseball. This is an important point overall because the expectation here is that the A's are going to generate about 20,000 people that are going to attend those games. Different levels. We talk about concerts and other special events, and we'll talk more about that as we continue to go through. But what the A's are talking about doing is building a facility that is configured and designed to the size of demand. They in doing so, creating an opportunity to drive demand and in some ways perhaps drive scarcity overall. That facility is designed very intentionally along those lines. The expense and the difficulty and some of the challenges that are inherent in building any type of facility is exactly where the seat in it can be. The way that they do this is by eliminating some of the seats that are traditionally down the right field line and the left field line, which are some of the most expensive to fill and some of the lowest in terms of the ability to generate revenue from them. In this particular case, the A's are expecting to be right in the middle of all Major League Baseball teams in terms of the attendance that they provide, but being at or near the highest in Major League Baseball in terms of occupancy rate by essentially building a smaller footprint relative to the facility that for baseball games overall. The second element of presentation today deals specifically with the funding structure. And I know there have been a lot of questions relative to the funding structure, so perhaps starting at its most basic is what is critically important. The overall project is expected to cost roughly $1.5 billion overall. The A's are willing to put in not less than $1.1 billion. Nevada, in terms of the economic development incentives and the package that we're going to talk about today, can be no more than $380 million overall. Critical to all of this is that as part of the agreement, including provisions that are specifically called out in Senate Bill 509, if there is any cost overrun, it is solely the responsibility of the A's in the construction or development of the facility. Additionally, if there are any losses that result from the operation of the facility, that is solely the responsibility of the A's. Obviously, building a project of this magnitude does not come without risk. Costs can ebb and flow. If those costs are above what is expected, again, solely the responsibility of the A's. The project structure is shown here in this sort of overly simplified flow chart here. The top element is the one that we just talked about. $1.5 billion stadium, 30,000 capacity, a retractable dome, some type of enclosed climate-controlled structure. The A's contribute not less than $1.1 billion. Nevada contributes up to $380 million. The new pieces are the three that are shown in the lighter blue color that's on your slides today. The first of those is the creation of a sports and entertainment improvement district. The second are transferable tax credits. And the third are credits toward a development agreement that will be required to be entered into between the A's and the host jurisdiction, obviously that being the county in this particular case. Each one of these is an important component in terms of how the financing, the public-private partnership is structured. In terms of the sports and entertainment district, it includes a broad cross-section of taxes that are generated solely by the project. As the Chief of Staff indicated, no increase in revenues, no new revenues are created in this financing plan. I've listed a few of them here: sales tax, live entertainment tax, the payroll tax, and many other taxes and fees will flow into a sports and entertainment improvement district. Those dollars will be used to offset bonds that will be issued and secured by those. The second element are transferable tax credits. These are essentially tax credits that are permitted by the legislature and will be utilized by the Stadium Authority Board to essentially give the A's a piece of paper that they can go to another company with, and that company can use that to offset their tax liability for gaming tax or modified business tax or payroll tax or insurance premium taxes overall. The final element is a development agreement. There's going to be off-site infrastructure costs for things like transportation and public safety and other elements that are out there. What the Clark County has agreed to is to provide a $25 million credit toward these infrastructure costs that must be outlined as part of the development agreement as the developer identifies the infrastructure that will be necessary to ensure that whether it's NDOT or whether it's the county is satisfied that the infrastructure requirements are necessary to support the project. With that, there are many other elements that are important here, right? The structure of the financing, the security that underlies the financing. And while I'm more than happy to do it, I think turning it over to Treasurer Conine now is probably the most appropriate thing to do.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Dondero-Loop, Chair Monroe-Moreno, and the members of the Joint Money Committee. For the record, I'm Zach Conine, and I have the privilege of being your Nevada State Treasurer. As you all know, the Treasurer serves as the state's Chief Investment Officer, and at the core, investing is taking a little bit of opportunity off the table now to create a little bit more opportunity later. Now, as anyone who saw my performance at the legislative basketball game halftime show knows, sports aren't really my thing. The most personally stressful thing I've done since being your treasurer was to throw the first pitch out at an Aviators game. The last time I played baseball was in 1992, when I earned and still hold the Little League local record for being hit by the most pitches. But luckily for all of us, I'm not here to talk about baseball. I'm here to talk about investments, the creation of thousands of jobs. We are here before you today to present one of the biggest investment opportunities for our state. It will help us create thousands of good-paying jobs, create new revenues into our state's general fund, and help to build upon Las Vegas as the sports and entertainment capital of the world. As your treasurer, I felt I had a responsibility to ensure that any stadium proposal that was brought forth to the legislature was crafted in the most fiscally responsible way possible. And the proposal that you have in front of you is the result of negotiations and some tough conversations we've had with all the parties to ensure that the state of Nevada's finances are protected. The proposal does not raise taxes at all. The project would be sustained by revenues generated within the Sports and Entertainment Improvement District. The state has the opportunity to recoup at least $90 million of its $180 million investment in transferable tax credits, and the state has limited its exposure throughout this project, making this a much more favorable bill to Nevada than we've seen in some other economic development projects. On the investment side, the state component
Not my fault. Looks like Nevada's fault. I think they are overloaded with people watching this thing. So, but to answer your question, no, I don't, because the bond issue is it's 120 million, which equals.
They are intended to be paid over 5 years, $36 million a year, starting from the approval of Clark County's bonds, which would happen around the end of 2024. The county portion of the investment is $120 million in bonds supported by the revenue of the stadium district. All tax revenues generated within the geographic footprint of the stadium would be used to pay debt service, the principal and interest, for those bonds. That includes sales tax, liquor tax, $8 million during the construction period as we get sales tax from the materials used in construction, and then are expected to start at around $10 million when the stadium opens, growing to about $22 million a year over the term of the bonds. Now, this does not include property tax because, of course, the stadium would be owned by the public, as most other stadiums are, or any other taxes specifically designated for a purpose within the county. The bonds are intended to be 30-year bonds, but this agreement, the revenue coming in from the stadium district, will run until the later of 30 years, the bonds being paid back, or the state's refundable tax credits being paid back. So that $90 million will come to us at some point in the process. We are also providing a credit enhancement for the county bonding. The county wishes to remain, and we respect, at 2 times coverage for the bonding. In other words, an expectation that the revenue generated by the stadium district will be 200% of the average annual debt service for that specific year. And so because of that, that would allow them to generate about $95 million in bonding. Using the state infrastructure bank or another modality that we control here in the government, our goal is to provide a credit enhancement, which will allow the bond proceeds to increase from $95 million to $120 million for a total of $120 million worth of bonding. The credit enhancement functionally works a lot like a parent signing on to a kid's first car. Right. And so by doing that, we provide additional security to the bondholders, and we're able perhaps to afford a little bit more than Clark County would be comfortable doing without that backstop. The intention is to fund that backstop with a general appropriation of $25 million into the state infrastructure bank, where that money will sit earning interest until such time that it needs to be used, if it ever needs to be used. And if not, we can, of course, use those funds for other purposes of the bank. The state's exposure would be limited to the first 50% of each year of debt service. So to scale this, we're looking at about $3.5 million a year in the first year, up to about $7 million a year in the 30th year. And that assumes that revenues for the stadium have fallen 2/3 of what they're expected to be going into the process. There's also $25 million in development assistance from Clark County, which Mr. Aguero mentioned. Now, if we can go on to the next slide. The waterfall of where those dollars that come in through the stadium tax district is very important, and we've had a lot of conversations here. And on the right there, you can see what happens if revenues come in at or over expectations. Again, remembering this is over the 30-year period, and longer than that if the refundable tax credits haven't been paid off within 30 years. The first use of funds coming in would be the principal and interest payments of that year. The second is the operations of the Stadium Authority. So the Stadium Authority, of course, split costs between the new A's baseball stadium that we're contemplating here today and Allegiant Stadium. And we'd pay direct costs for each stadium would be allocated to them. And then joint costs, like, say, board meetings, would be split 50-50. Followed by that, the supplemental costs of maintenance and operations if failure to perform. So in the highly unlikely scenario where, let's say, the stadium started to be built and then wasn't finished being built, those revenues would be pulled out of the stadium tax district to finish that public asset. Unlikely, but it is in there. Number 4, allocation to the second year of reserves. So the first year of reserves will be filled by bond proceeds. When we issue the bonds, when Clark County issues the bonds, we'll fill up that first year of reserve. The second year will be filled during construction from the sales taxes generated by the construction proceeds. But in the waterfall for every year thereon, we will continue to fill up that second year of reserves. Because the bond payments, just like the taxable revenue, goes up over time, we will need to top off that second year of reserve each time because it'll be slightly bigger. Substantially similar to how the rainy day fund is currently tapped at 20%, but that 20% is not 20% of the next year because, at least in the current situation, we have more revenue coming into the state. Then any repayment of draws from the state line of credit, so the state's backstop would be repaid first if used. Then repayment from any draws from the bond reserves fund, so the county's backstop would be paid after the state's backstop. Then $5 million to capital reserve, which helps to make sure the stadium remains world-class. And the expectation is, much like the Raiders deal, that the athletics organization would make a matching contribution there. Then number 8, repayment of transferable tax credits in excess of $90 million. So like I mentioned, we haven't done this before as a state. Generally, the state makes an investment into an asset like this and then participates indirectly through gaming taxes, room tax, etc. This is an opportunity, and we thought it was important for the state to directly participate if the stadium does better than expected, as Allegiant has, right? We want to make sure that we have an opportunity to find some upside there. Then $5 million to homeless prevention and assistance fund, which is held in Clark County, and then additional investment in the stadium or early repayment of bonds. Now on the next slide, we contemplate what happens if revenue is under expectations. So first, the cash coverage would be used first. Again, we're issuing, Clark County would be issuing bonds at 1.5 times. So in every year, the first third of money can decrease without any actual impact to the bonds. After that, the state's credit enhancement would kick in up to half of the cost of the bond payments in any given year. Then we would dip into the county reserves, and only then would the county general fund be tapped into, just like any other general obligation bond issued by the county. Functionally, that means that we would need to be under revenue pretty significantly for more than 4 years in a row before the county would be tapped into.
Madam Chair, with your permission, I'm going to continue with a few slides before I hand it off to Steve Hill. The next slide that I've shown you is the one that was alluded to by Chief of Staff Kiekeffer in his presentation or his opening remarks. And what it shows is the various ballparks that have been constructed over the past 20 years, plus or minus, and ultimately what the distribution has been between the public contribution and the private contribution. What you can see here is that this particular project is frankly more expensive than almost everything that's on here, as well as having more from the private sector than any other project that's been constructed. The amount of the private contribution is 75%. The contribution is 25%. And again, as the Chief of Staff indicated, that is favorable by historical comparison. The second chart that I wanted to put up is one that looks at the public funding share versus the metropolitan population, right? Major League Baseball. This predicates a need for assistance, as you might imagine, in terms of offsetting revenue generating capabilities. But you sort of get a sense that there's a distribution here. As the public funding has a tendency to go up, public funding has a tendency to be a smaller amount for where we're looking at here today for the Las Vegas A's. If we look at other small market teams that are shown up in the top left-hand quadrant of this, you see that many of them have much higher public funding shares than what's being talked about here. Again, suggesting that it's favorable by improvement district is important overall. The blue area represents the 35-acre site that the Tropicana is currently located on. The Sports and Entertainment Improvement District is expected to be roughly 9 acres relative to this to that site. There is expected to be some degree of flexibility in that while there's demolition going on or construction overall. But what Senate Bill 509 specifically says is that the Sports and Entertainment District can only be the area in which the stadium is there and property immediately required for the operation of that facility. So this is what we're imagining it'll be structured like overall. In terms of the public considerations, there are many of them. Again, I'll turn it over to Treasurer Conine to talk through these a bit.
Thank you, Treasurer Conine, for the record. First, we wanted to make sure that the state was protected from a cash flow perspective. The public will own the stadium. The A's will transfer ownership of the land underlying the stadium to the Stadium Authority and contribute the first $100 million in development costs before any public money is invested in the project. Additionally, the public holds the last $50 million in project cost until all final work items have been completed. We will enter into a non-relocation agreement, similar to the Raiders, where the A's will not be able to leave for less than 30 years without paying back every public dollar that has gone into this project. And if that did happen, however unlikely it is, then we would own a stadium free and clear, as well as getting paid back for the public contribution. And I think the bonding requirements, we've had a lot of conversations about Clark County and their involvement here. And the goal was to make them as comfortable as possible with the process. And we really want to thank Clark County for all the time that they spent here. But we looked at projected revenue streams generated by the stadium project and reviewed them for reasonableness by Mr. Guerrero at Applied Analysis, by Goldman Sachs, Hobsong and Associates, CSL, and PFM on behalf of Clark County. The Sports and Entertainment Improvement District will have, again, a combined coverage ratio of 2x. higher than the Raiders, which have a coverage ratio of 1.5x. And stadium bonds will require a full year's worth of reserves be deposited in a bank account the day the bonds are initially issued, and accelerated allocation of waterfall structures to create a second year of reserve fund. This is about as conservative as we could make the bonds, which is, I think, what Clark County has asked us to do.
Madam Chair, for the record, Jeremy Aguero. At this point, I'd like to turn it over to Steve Hill to talk about governance and oversight.
Madam Chair, members of the committee, I'm Steve Hill. I am the CEO of the Las Vegas Convention and Visitors Authority. I am also chair of the Stadium Authority Board. Thank you for having us today. I'm going to echo the thanks that others have expressed, and everyone who has worked so hard to get to this point. I want to thank Major League Baseball and the A's for their interest in Las Vegas and their commitment to making this happen. This matters to Las Vegas. We are expanding our tourism base in Las Vegas, largely based on the growth of sports. We have claimed the title of the sports and entertainment capital of the world. In order to maintain that claim, we need to continue to take steps forward, and this is a big one. The eyes of the sports world are on us right now. They are going to continue to be on us. We've got some fantastic events coming our way, and those events have helped illuminate Las Vegas. It has helped illustrate that Las Vegas elevates the teams that come, the success they have, their ability to invest in future success, and we look forward to doing that with the A's. On a little more practical basis, there are some real aspects to baseball coming to Las Vegas that matter to the community. Typically, when we market to potential customers across the country and around the globe, about 70% of them are Las Vegas fans. They're very interested in coming to Las Vegas. They listen to our message. They experience what our city has to offer and keep coming back. There are typically 25 or 30% of the folks out there who are not necessarily fans of Las Vegas. But a number of those fans are sports fans. And the breadth of sports that we have brought to Las Vegas has allowed our message for our city to expand to more people. It's really the reason that we've seen the overperformance at Allegiant Stadium. It's why we are optimistic about this project moving forward. It expands the number of people who are interested in coming to Las Vegas. When baseball is played, typically, particularly through the summer, these are our toughest months. This is a counter-cyclical sport in comparison to the rest of the events and sports, professional sports teams that we have in Las Vegas. That's really beneficial from bringing visitors to Las Vegas. It's also important and beneficial to our workforce. For example, at the convention center, we have many concession workers, members of the culinary union, who work in different locations at different events when those events are being held, but then have to go someplace else for events to work when the events are not in the convention center. It's tougher to find that work. It's tougher to find those jobs in the summer. So it makes employment in these areas at stadiums, at arenas, at convention centers much more year-round and helps make those jobs better. The A's, I think many of you have talked with the A's. They are committed to coming to Las Vegas. You've probably seen that in the press as well. Major League Baseball is committed to making this happen, and that's great. But this bill is written in a way that is performance-based. We are relying on that commitment to move forward with the legislation, but the actual investment into this project will only happen after the A's have actually performed, after Major League Baseball has committed formally to allow them to come. So I'd like to talk just briefly about the governance and oversight that the Stadium Authority provides. There are three major agreements that have to be entered into in order to move forward. The first is a development agreement with the development partners. And in that, there are several requirements that are outlined in the law. One that I will point out is that in order to move forward, the development partners, which is the A's and whoever their partners are in this, have to not only show that they have the ability to financially perform their side of this deal, but that financial commitment has to be set aside and is irrevocable. So they can put cash aside, they can put a letter of credit from a bank or similar institution aside, or they can set aside a commitment for financing from a bank. But those are irrevocable. Once they are set aside, then we can move forward. So we know that that funding will be in place and as the public invests their money. There is a lease agreement that we will enter into with the Stadium Events Company, the A's and their partners that will actually run the stadium. And then there is a non-relocation agreement, which the treasurer just referenced, that requires the A's to stay in Las Vegas for the duration of the bonds. If they try and leave, it first says that we have injunctive relief. We can go to court to make them stay. And if for any reason that fails, they have to pay off the bonds. They have to pay back the transferable tax credits in order to leave. The Las Vegas Stadium Authority is currently made up of 9 members. There are 3 members that are appointed by the governor, including the chair. The Clark County Commission appoints 3 members, and UNLV has a position on the Stadium Authority. Those members are appointed, and then those 7 members choose 2 additional members to the board. Taking into consideration currently the recommendation of the Raiders, that is altered in SB 509 so that one of those positions would take into the consideration of recommendations from the Raiders. The other member of the board there would take into consideration recommendations from the A's. Right now, the Clark County Treasurer is an ex officio member of the board. SB 509 recommends that the state treasurer, because of the state's involvement now, also be an ex officio member of the board. Stadium Authority has a number of responsibilities, very similar to what was outlined in 2016 in SB 1 as it relates to Allegiant Stadium. We are a public body. We are subject to the open meeting law. We are subject to public records requests. So we function very similarly to the Las Vegas Convention Visitors Authority or local governments along those lines. We own and oversee the stadium and the land that the stadium sits on. We enter into the agreements with the team, the development agreement, the lease, the non-relocation agreement, and a number of other agreements that really support those 3 agreements. We now oversee in SB 509. This is different. We want to thank Yolanda King, who has talked with many of you about the community benefit plan, and what we are now recommending in this bill is a community benefit agreement where the Stadium Authority would have the responsibility to actually approve the plan that the team brings forward. That is not the case in the Allegiant Stadium legislation. So it's a plan that the way forward, this would be an agreement between the team and the Stadium Authority. And entering into that agreement would be a process that does take place in public because the Stadium Authority is subject to the open meeting law. We manage the waterfall that Treasurer Conine walked through. We manage and approve really the maintenance plan for the stadium itself. And currently, in the Allegiant Stadium deal, we manage any issues between UNLV and the Raiders. Section 4 is just some of the other project elements, and I'll turn it over to Mr. Guerra quickly.
Madam Chair, for the record, Jeremy Aguero. I'm just going to touch on the very first of these, and then I'll hand it back to Mr. Hill to provide more context relative to the community benefits agreement and some of the other elements that we wanted to highlight here. There's been a lot of conversations about the Aviators, our minor league baseball team that exists in Southern Nevada. They will not be required to relocate. Matter of fact, the A's have said publicly, and I'm sure in conversations with some of you, that they believe that there's great value in having both teams there, being able to develop talent, being able to have that kind of connection with fans and some of the players that are up and coming. There's also been a great model for that between the Golden Knights and the Silver Knights, both of which coexist in Southern Nevada and both of which are thriving in that community. So wanted to make sure that we pointed that out. Steve, it's okay. I'll hand it back to you for community benefits.
Thank you, Jeremy. Steve Hill, Madam Chair. With respect to community benefits, the legislation requires that 15% in construction and operations both be subcontracted to small local businesses. It's a very high threshold that contractors, both the Convention Center and Allegiant Stadium, worked hard to achieve. That remains a requirement in this stadium part of SB509. The language in the bill for the community benefit agreement, as I pointed out, is now an agreement, not just a plan. It is a requirement in this bill that agreement be reached in order to move this project forward. It's a similar requirement to the A's having to set aside the funding in order to move forward. It's the same level of responsibility on their part in order to move this project to the next step. There has been conversation around how much specificity regarding a community benefit agreement should be in law. It's our recommendation that the law be very direct, that this agreement must be in place and written the way it is. It is also an addition, after listening to your input, that this be reviewed every 5 years. And for that reason, we don't think specificity in law regarding what the community benefit agreement will be is the right policy. We think having the ability to adjust as the community adjusts, to review every 5 years, make changes to that plan to the benefit of the community is the right course. We've got some information and happy to get you more on the A's commitment to the community, but we obviously see this as an opportunity for all of the community to participate in the construction, the design, and the operation of the stadium. Given the location, there are a number of transportation considerations. It is an iconic spot. It is going to be a fantastic location to take in a baseball game. No place better in the world. But it is on Las Vegas Boulevard, and that brings its own set of issues that have been considered and will continue to be considered. This will be considered a high impact project by Clark County. That's an entire process that the county goes through with any developer, and that development agreement must be in place for this plan to move forward. No responsibility that the stadium authority has usurps any of the responsibility or authority that the county has to make sure all of those the necessary infrastructure investments are in place. Because of where the stadium is located, it will be one of the, if not the most walkable stadium for attendees of games and concerts and other events that will be there of any in the world. We anticipate that a third or so of the attendees at these games will walk from where they are staying in Las Vegas. There's a lot of work going on Tropicana already. The new intersection at Tropicana and I-15 is being built as we speak and will obviously be open by the time the stadium is open. There are plans at Paradise and Tropicana in the airport entrance there, as well as the entrance to UNLV. That project will be moving forward prior to the stadium being open as well. Reno Road runs to the east and the south of the Tropicana site. It's a very opportunistic way to get to the Tropicana currently and to the stadium once it is built. It will allow access to this stadium from the south and the east and the north down Koval, which then turns into Reno, without having to hit the intersection of Las Vegas Boulevard and Tropicana. As we do now with the Knights, and since we're here talking about sports and mentioning the Knights, go Knights, let's get it done tonight. How's that? The RTC will certainly have parking and rides and bus service for locals attending these games as well. And this stadium will be the first stadium built in the Loop era. And you can look at the next slide. This is a depiction of how we are currently envisioning the site itself. The work on running the Loop, the Boring Company project, underground tunnels, from Thomas and Mack, where you may have seen the Boring Company got approval from the Board of Regents to buy some land to build a stadium, to build a station there next to Thomas and Mack that ultimately will connect through this Tropicana site, down Las Vegas Boulevard to Russell, and over to Allegiant Stadium, partially to allow UNLV students easy access to Allegiant Stadium for football games, but it also will be very useful for the baseball stadium here as well. That will connect up to the convention center, both up Las Vegas Boulevard, up Paradise, and up University. There's currently 65 miles of tunnels that have been approved from a land use standpoint from Clark County. So the Boring Company is just going through the building permit process to build this system. And then as we turn to other events that can be in the stadium, and Mr. Aguero kind of highlighted the venue and the venues in the area. This is a unique venue. It is unique in terms of its use and in terms of the number of seats that it has. It fits in between the arenas that are in Las Vegas and obviously Allegiant Stadium. The LVCVA serves as the sports authority in Las Vegas. We keep a list of events that want to be in Las Vegas for which we do not have either available during the time frame that is needed or a venue that actually fits. The A's and others have projected 95 ticketed events at the stadium, 82 of which are baseball games. Our view at the LVCVA is that this projection is very conservative. What we've outlined here on this page, just showing you some logos, is just a partial list of events that have approached us that have interest in being Las Vegas. That don't necessarily either have the ability to have it in a venue that we have, such as the Major League Baseball All-Star Game or the World Baseball Classic. But when we modeled Allegiant Stadium and UNLV agreed to close Sam Boyd, we expected the events that were at Sam Boyd to move to Allegiant Stadium. That has not happened. It's much more expensive for those events to be at Allegiant Stadium. It's a much bigger location than it was at Sam Boyd. They are looking for a place to go. The baseball stadium would allow many of those to go there. We put NCAA's logo on this page, but there are conference championships in a number of sports, and that's obviously baseball in a baseball stadium, but things like volleyball want to be there, soccer can be there. There are other soccer events that don't necessarily draw 60,000 people to town, but can draw 30,000 people to town. So a number of different opportunities moving forward with the stadium. And I will turn it back over to Mr. Aguero. Thank you.
Madam Chair, for the record, Jeremy Aguero. The final element of our overview today deals with the impacts associated with the stadium. One of the key elements that sort of drives much of what we'll talk about, both from an economic standpoint, and when I'm talking about economics, I'm talking about jobs and wages and salaries. I'm talking about business receipts. When I'm talking about fiscal, I'm talking about tax revenues that get generated. What drives that and what makes Las Vegas and Nevada so much different than almost any other venue is the fact that we draw so many visitors from out of town. And those visitors, they come and they stay in our hotel rooms and they eat in our restaurants and they shop in our stores. And it drives a tremendous amount of value. We're estimating for all of the events that are included about 2.6 million average annual attendees. That's driven by a number of factors, not the least of which is baseball plays 162 games a year, 81 regular season games will be played at the facility. And then you've got some, spring training, potential wonder game, spring training, and hopefully playoff games after that. Those drive that's a lot of people. In addition to that, as Mr. Hill said, there's the expectation of other events that are driving that. We have also, thanks to the LVCVA and many others, a tremendous amount of insight relative to the visitors' utility of these major assets that we have. We know how many visitors are coming and utilizing Allegiant Stadium, for example, which is substantially higher than what we preliminarily estimated. We know generally the number of folks that are using T-Mobile and other facilities that are out there. The estimates here is about a little less than 30% of the total folks will be visitors that are attending events at the stadium. I want to make it clear, these are not just the baseball games. These are other events that would be there. What is also not included are things like private events that have a potential of being at the facility, and we haven't even attempted to count things like tours and things like that. From that 762,000 attendees from out of town being there, we don't count that from a fiscal or an economic benefit standpoint. If someone's going to come to Las Vegas anyway, maybe they're going to go to a show, maybe they're going to go to a baseball game, maybe they're going to go to a couple of restaurants. I suppose we hope they do all of those things. But if they're coming to Las Vegas anyway, and they just decide to go see a baseball game, we're not counting them here. We're only counting what we classify as incremental visitation. And that is the 405,000 that you see there. These are folks that tell us that but for the baseball game or the event that's being driven there, they would not have made the trip and come to Las Vegas. As I mentioned before, when we were sitting before you talking about the Raiders moving to Las Vegas in that facility, we made some estimates relative to that, and now we actually can see some of the data that's taken place. Not only have the Raiders been a tremendous draw in terms of their ability to bring people in from out of town, but many of the concerts have 90% of the people that are in there saying that they would not have come to Las Vegas but for the BTS concert or Taylor Swift being there, which is a tremendous draw. Every one of those visitors that show up mean jobs and wages and salaries, and as you all know, generate a tremendous amount of public revenue at both the state and local level. These estimates are based on any number of data points that we have. I should also mention that they are also based on over 15,000 surveys that were done by the Oakland A's, both of folks that are inside the state of Nevada and their willingness to buy tickets and season tickets or game tickets and suites and things like that. But also surveys of folks outside of the state of Nevada, principally those in the American League West, and their willingness to get in a plane or get in a car and come to Las Vegas. I was light relative to the numbers on Allegiant Stadium. I believe I'm probably light here, but it seems being conservative is probably the best thing to do. In terms of the stadium's economic impacts, there are three of them that we'll talk about here today. The first is the one-time construction impacts, right? We build a stadium, we hire people, we buy a bunch of materials in order to do that. Those materials and that labor are subject to retail sales and use tax and modified business tax in the state of Nevada. I'd love to tell you that I'm capturing all of those, but I'm not. But those are really important to us. They also generate a lot of jobs, right? We need folks that can do all of those type of things, right? Those materials, that labor is critical. For purpose of this analysis, we looked at a $1.5 billion stadium project. Obviously, any cost of land or anything would be above that. Don't have economic impacts associated with the construction, with the acquisition of land. And we also reduced the estimate to $1.2 billion to reflect the fact that some of things will happen outside of the state of Nevada. Obviously, the A's are committed to having as much as possible within the state. The vast majority of the construction has no choice but to follow that trend. But when we look at that, about $898 million, when we include both the direct impacts and the indirect impacts associated with that, are generated as a result of the construction of the project. That's 14,600 direct, indirect, and induced person years of employment. And again, there's a distinction here. We talk about construction related activity. We talk about one person employed for 1 year overall. $2.1 billion of economic activity, a little less than every $1 that they spend. There will be an additional dollar that's spent from suppliers, an additional dollar that's spent in communities. When those construction workers go back to their neighborhoods and spend dollars in grocery stores and doctors' offices and restaurants, that creates other jobs in terms of that ripple effect. Beyond that, we have the annual operations impact associated with the A's. Again, I'm looking at the totals here for purposes of simplicity. Half of that comes from the direct activity of the stadium. The other of that comes from the ripple effect that happens throughout the community overall. We're thinking about operations here. It's not just the day-to-day operations of the stadium. Sometimes folks forget that the Oakland A's is a business in and of itself, and they bring all of their finance folks and marketing folks and, things like scouts and other things that go in to a professional baseball team. In total, the direct and indirect impact of that employment is estimated at about 8,000 jobs overall. Importantly here, this includes both full-time and part-time employment. It's a little different than we were talking about in terms of construction. As Mr. Hill mentioned, right, these jobs and the way our economy has evolved is that one person oftentimes has multiple jobs within our community. They work at the convention center. They work at Allegiant Stadium. Maybe they drive an Uber, and then they work at other facilities, right? That evolves over time, and we've attempted to capture that. When we look at the average annual wage and salaries over the 31 years of the project, it's about $437 million a year, or about $1.3 billion of both indirect, induced, and direct impact overall in terms of output. Finally, the last piece is incremental visitation. Again, this is not total visitation. That would make these numbers substantially larger. But the estimate is that those incremental visitors that come to an event at this facility will spend about $571 million on average each year over the next 30 years. That spending will result in economic activity in our core resort industry. In total, that economic output is about $900 million overall, and about 9,000 jobs. We include the direct, the indirect, and the induced. And obviously, that number's lower. We're only talking about the direct jobs, but our ability to bring in incremental visitation and thereby bring in dollars from outside of the state gives us a bump that, frankly, other communities just can't benefit from in the same way. That, Madam Chair, with your permission, I'd like to turn it over to the treasurer to talk about some of the fiscal impacts associated with the project.
So when we start looking, Treasurer Conine for the record, when we start looking at the bottom line here, in construction, we expect to generate $38.8 million in total tax revenue, vast majority of which is the sales and use tax, but of course, modified business tax paid on the payroll of the individuals who are helping construct the facility. From an annual operations perspective, about $10.9 or $11 million in sales and use tax, modified business tax of 2.8, and $3.3 million in other taxes, and we'll talk about those in just one moment. And then getting back to Mr. Aguero's comment about incremental visitation, we expect that incremental visitation, including gaming tax, room tax, and the rest, will generate about $36.5 million a year, including $14.1 million in sales and use tax, $8.7 in room tax, and $9.1 in gaming tax. We talked a little bit about being conservative when it came to the revenue sources that we looked at. And so the model takes into account sales and use tax, modified business tax, live entertainment tax, and commerce tax generated by the site. But there are other taxes that will be generated by the site that we have not modeled. A, because we're not sure exactly how much a liquor tax is going to happen at A's game, so I expect quite a bit. But also because things like franchise fees, business license fees, and personal property tax can vary based on structures. So what I'm saying here is there are revenues that will be able to go to pay back those bonds that are not currently contemplated within the model. But those four that we have contemplated, we expect will be the lion's share.
Madam Chair, that rounds out the presentation that we've prepared for you today. If it would please the committees, I'd be happy to do as brief as possible of a page turn on the bill itself and highlight the key provisions of the bill, or if you prefer to handle it some other way, we're happy to do whatever's appropriate.
Thank you very much for that offer. Mr. Aguero, I think it's important to do not a long, but at least a short page turn of the bill. Thank you very much.
Madam Chair, for the record, Jeremy Aguero, I'll try to do exactly that. If I'm being too brief or too long-winded, please put me on the right track. SB509 is prepared for you. I'm going to start on page 3 overall with section 1, simply the name of the act, the Southern Nevada Tourism Innovation Act. We've talked a great deal about its importance of this in terms of continuing to advance our communities, our state's tourism industry. In section 2, there's a series of legislative findings. These essentially identify the special need associated with this project and why why legislation like this is so important to bringing something and making something like this possible. Section 3 provides a series of definitions. I'm now on page 5, Madam Chair, for the definitions, including the baseball stadium events company, the board of directors, the county commission, what bonds are to include both the original issuance as well as any necessary refundings. I won't go through all of these definitions. The one that's probably most important is the actual Major League Baseball stadium project that's provided on page 6 that says, hey, look, sorry, that sounds a little silly to say, that essentially says this has to be a world-class baseball stadium and it has to continue to do that going forward. At the bottom of page 6 is section 18. It authorizes the stadium authority to enter in to the agreements and take the powers and authorities that are necessary to develop a stadium project. On the top of page 7 is section 19. It creates a separate account for the MLB stadium project to ensure that the monies that are coming in for the existing Allegiant Stadium project are held separate and apart from any monies that would otherwise be created and utilized for this project. Section 20 is the creation of a homeless prevention and assistance fund, as was talked about a bit earlier. Section 21 establishes the powers and authorities of the stadium authority to take in audits, to require reports, and is probably as important as any to take any other action that may be necessary, convenient, or desirable to carry out the powers necessary with respect to the Major League Baseball project. Section 22 allows the stadium authority to enter into those agreements that Mr. Hill talked about earlier, a development agreement, a lease agreement, a non-relocation agreement, and any other agreements that are necessary for the purposes of getting this project structured in such a way that it can have the appropriate development and then oversight. On page 8 is the elements of the development agreement. It has to be identify a site. It has to be first class in terms of and maintain that standard. It has to have a capacity of 30,000 seats and several other requirements that are included there. The development agreement begins on page 9. Most of that information is included along page 10. The lease agreement requires that the lease be no less than 30 years and allow for renewals at the discretion of the stadium authority. It requires full operational control for the MLB baseball team. That is to say, they can't be interfered with, and they are responsible for all of those operations. Again, if any operations losses, they're responsible for those. The development agreement that I just mentioned, any cost overruns, they are responsible for those. It requires an annual audit. It requires that the team agreement entered into with the stadium agreement also be for 30 years. It mentions the confidentiality requirements and several other provisions, many of which have been discussed here today. On page 11, in section number 5, the non-relocation agreement. Treasurer Conine talked about the fact that that must be for the same length as the term of the bonds, 30 years. That if the A's choose to leave, they have to make the state of Nevada whole relative to that, where the state of Nevada would own that stadium free and clear. Section 23 at the end of page 11 talks about the community development agreement, and it provides that it is designed to create the greatest possible participation by all segments of the community in the economic opportunities available in connection with the design, the construction, and the operation of that facility. It requires to be updated every 5 years, and the creation of a community benefits oversight committee. Section 24 at the end of page 12 provides the confidentiality provisions that were discussed earlier overall. On page 13, section 25 allows the project, provides specific provisions to the project relative to being excluded for some public works requirements, but making sure that it is included in terms of prevailing wage requirements. As I'm sure this committee is aware, many of those agreements having already been entered into overall. On page 15 is section 26, which is the small business requirement. Essentially what it says is that 15% of the Major League Baseball stadium project must be subcontracted to small local businesses. On Allegiant Stadium, that was 168 separate small businesses with almost $300 million in activity meeting this requirement, I would suggest very successfully so. On page 16 at the bottom of section 27, it allows for the use of PSLs. Whether they will be used or not, I don't think anyone is certain. Not very commonly used in the context of baseball stadiums, but it preserves the right for the A's to utilize that if they decide that they would like to do so. On page 18, section 28, this is the requirement that the county create a sports and entertainment district after getting the signal from the Stadium Authority Board that it's time to create it. Obviously, in this particular case, we've got an existing use. So the end of that existing use is necessary for that to happen. In section 28, it also makes it clear that where the sports and entertainment district has to be concluded. I'm now looking at section 28, subsection 1, paragraph B, that it include only the land on which the Major League Stadium project is or will be located and any surrounding or adjacent properties necessary for the operation of Major League Baseball Stadium project. So this is intended to identify things like, parking structures, things like that would be directly associated with the project itself. Section 29 is the waterfall provision. I'm not going to go through this in detail. I think that the treasurer went through that perfectly in what he went over. The provisions that he went over are enumerated one after another on page 19 overall in terms of the waterfall itself. On page 19, at the bottom of that, on the bottom of page 18 going to page 19, we have all of the taxes that are included in the stadium improvement district. And again, these are all the dollars, just to make sure that I was being clear, that go in, that will ultimately come through that waterfall. It includes sales taxes. It includes modified business taxes, commerce taxes, liquor taxes, all of the ones that Treasurer Conine indicated. And it also includes on page 20, if there's any taxes that weren't specifically enumerated, they are there. It requires that the state and local governments create commercially reasonable ways to essentially identify those taxes, and it compels the businesses that are operating within that district to collect and remit those taxes in accordance with the requirements set forth by the county. It requires that the funds be distributed and be deposited into the account for the repayment of all of those bonds. On section 30, beginning on 22, this is the credit enhancement provision. Again, Treasurer Conine did a great job talking about the way the state will set up a line of credit in the event in an amount equal to 0.5 times the revenue that is generated that will go directly to the principal and interest. Again, the additional 0.5 of that, you combine those two, you get 2 times coverage, providing the level of coverage that was a condition precedent for the county in terms of what it was seeking to do. There are many more provisions here, including a provision that allows this credit enhancement to be reduced if revenues come in over expectations and to be reinstated if they go up really high and then come back down along those lines. The idea is to have a structurally and fiscally sound program for the public contribution overall. On page 24 begins section 31. This is the transferable tax credits. Again, these were discussed overall. Transferable tax credits can be taken against the gaming tax, payroll tax, or insurance premium taxes, up to $180 million in total, 90 million of that, which would be subject to repayment through the waterfall, as was discussed previously. The taking of those tax credits is outlined in the section over 5 years. There are a series of milestones, including the issuance of the bonds, the construction of the facility, a certificate of occupancy, and then completing the first year of operations overall. On page 27 is section 32. I talked about the money going in to the waterfall. I'd like to now talk about the money coming out of the waterfall. I will not, again, go through these in any type of specific detail as we go through it. Treasurer Conine did an excellent job of that. The first section talks about what happens before the bonds are issued. The second section about what happens after the bonds are issued. And then after the bonds are paid off, the taxes, 10% of the taxes remain. All the rest of the money goes to the taxing authority that imposed the tax in the first place overall. Skipping to page 31 and section 33 provides this section 33, sort of a catch-all provision, if you will, that outlines considerations, provisions, if you will, that must be included in any document, any agreement that the Stadium Authority Board enters into. And there's a few here that I think are particularly important. On page 32, the total amount of public funding for the construction of the project cannot exceed $380 million. You'll notice on page 32 in sub 2, it also provides that if the amount of taxes that are collected before the bonds are ever issued, inclusive of the $25 million in the development agreement credit that the county is putting in, again, cannot be greater than the $380 million overall. Within this section, it specifically says that the A's must donate the land underlying the project to the Stadium Authority Board that will own the project straight away, as well as what the treasurer talked about in terms of the project being owned by the public and exempt from property taxes overall. First $100 million, I'm now on page 33, paragraph 2, says that the developer must pay the first $100 million. On page 34, the last 50 million is held back until the project is absolutely completed. Other sections in here talk about what is necessary for these dollars to be released by the public, including hiring of an independent accountant to monitor them. On section 34 is the county's issuance of the bonds. It says that the board of directors from the Stadium Authority will make that request, and the county commissioners shall issue those bonds if certain determinations have been made, including that they've entered into a lease agreement and a development agreement and all of those things that we've talked about before. This section provides section 34, subsection A, subparagraph B, the 2 times coverage inclusive of the state backstop that was included. Mr. Hill talked about any number of things that were included relative to the fact that the A's have to provide their funding at the same time the state provides its funding. They have to have enough money to be able to construct their share of the stadium with and including a budget that has already been approved by the Stadium Authority Board, all of which is included on pages 36 and 37. Page 38 includes section 35. This is the power and authority of the Stadium Authority Board. And when that power and authority is exhausted, you'll see 2 dates that are commonly referred to in here. One is 12 months. The other is 18 months. If Major League Baseball fails to provide that the A's can relocate, if the A's fail to elect to relocate, they have 12 months to do that. The Stadium Authority Board can extend that period out to 18 months. Now, that not only includes the provisions that are necessary for the A's to move, again, their election and Major League Baseball, but also the entering in of the development agreement, the lease agreement, and all of the other agreements that are necessary for the project to move forward. On page 39 is section 36. As Mr. Hill indicated, this provision allows for both the treasurer to sit as an ex officio member of the Stadium Authority Board. It also provides for the MLB team to have an advisor to advise the Stadium Authority Board relative to one of the appointees, the ad hoc appointees, after the bonds have been issued. Fast forwarding to page 42, page 42 provides the section 37. Again, this is just continuing with when these members are appointed. That language is on page 43. Section 38 provides the $25 million appropriation to be put into the state infrastructure bank or to be otherwise utilized for the state's backstop for those bonds. Section 39 provides legislative measures necessary for you to be able to consider this bill, as has been explained to me. And Section 40, Madam Chair, rounds out this bill with the effective dates once implemented, saying that it becomes effective upon passage and approval. With that, again, I'd like to just reiterate our thanks for your patience while we went through this, and we stand ready to answer any questions that you or the committee members may have.
Thank you so much, and I appreciate that. And before we go any further, Golden Knights 2-0. Hey, 3. You see what happens? You see what happens?
Nobody's paying attention.
I can't move that fast, you guys. It's all good. We're up. That's the story. All right. But we were listening to you, Mr. Aguero.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Go Knights.
I was listening to you. I missed the last score. All right. Thank you very much. We have quite a few people that have questions, and I believe we'll start with Senator Titus, and then I'll go down the list.
First, thank you very much for the presentation. I let it be known quite early that I'm a big sports fan, and also I've been watching the Knights game. So no offense, but you did choose a time, so 3-0 is great. And I wear a Knights pin proudly. And I also have been to A's games, and I've also watched the movie Moneyball. So I'm familiar with the process. I have a couple questions really related to the bill and specific pages, if I might, Madam Chair. First, the section 20, and the county commissioner shall create a resort corridor for the homeless. It doesn't really go into any mention about how much money is going to go there, how many people are you looking at, what are they intending to do? Are you going to just make sure that the homeless don't stay there, or what's the intent of that? Is there any more information on that piece?
Madam Chair, I'm not sure exactly what the protocol is. Am I okay to just answer directly, or do I need to go through you?
Yes, sir. Mr. Aguero, you may go directly to the senator.
Senator Titus, it's an excellent question. And the easy, not the easy response, but I think the most appropriate response is we're not 100% sure how much money is going to drop into that account. The idea of putting that account into the structure of that was such that if the project actually overperforms, that is going to benefit the county and the community, as opposed to just all those dollars inuring, falling down to the bottom of that waterfall and being reinvested in the project. The project will have to overperform in order for those dollars to actually make it into that account. The second piece that you ask about exactly how it'll be used for, I wish I could tell you exactly. We know that we have a challenge, which is homelessness in our community in Southern Nevada. There's a number of things, and I would imagine the amount of that money and when it's received will probably dictate exactly how those dollars are used. But it's not currently defined relative to a specific program or a specific geographic location, well, other than the resort corridor or any specific set of individuals. What it is designed to do is ask that the county utilize those dollars in cooperation with the resort industry, as well as the Oakland A's, hopefully contributing that to hopefully come up to collectively with an effective program to stem the tide of some of the challenges that are helping some of our most vulnerable citizens.
Thank you for that follow-up, Madam Chair. So then on page 32, it's actually section 33, and you talk about the maximum exposure that the state can have. The amount was $380 million. We know from early testimony, we're going to offer $180 million in transferable tax credits. And then if you look back at your presentation on page 38, our treasurer spoke towards the stadium fiscal impact. And if I added those income from the stadium, it adds up to $92 million. However, we're going to give $180 million in transferable tax credits. And so that to me is a loss, because these can be sold. And so I'm wondering if the A's with that amount of money are going to use that to parlay up their down payment on this, so to speak, or how does that work?
Senator Titus, for the record, Jeremy Aguero, there's a lot there, and so I'll try to answer all of those component parts, right? In terms of what is going into the transferable tax credits, you have it exactly right. It's up to $180 million. The A's have the ability to get the benefit of those transferable tax credits, and then they have to invest those dollars right back in to that investment. In terms of the bonds that are issued, as the treasurer mentioned, we believe that the revenues that we know of today would get us about $95 million. Hopefully with some of the other revenues that have been identified, maybe it's a little higher than that. And with the state's enhancement, we believe it'll be somewhere between, let's call it about $120 million total. And then we've got $25 million that comes from the county in terms of these development credits. That totals about $325 million overall. If we look at what the treasurer mentioned in terms of some of those fiscal impacts, you've got those fiscal impacts for the construction phase of the project. Let's call it about $39 million. You've got the fiscal impacts that are coming from the operations, and that happens every single year as we go forward, right? And then you also have, let's call it another $35 million that is coming from the visitors that are coming in. Just the incremental visitation that we talked about, staying in our hotels, generating room tax, generating gaming tax, all of those type of things. If we look at it in terms of the total amount that the public is putting in versus the total amount that the public is getting out from those revenue streams, the public is getting about $3 back for every $1 that it puts in. This is not a economic ripple effect or anything along those lines. That is simply the taxes that are paid by through the construction, through the operation, people attending events and buying hot dogs and beers and soda pop and popcorn, all merchandise, those type of things. And then those incremental visitors that we think will be there. If we run all those numbers out and look at it in a net present value standpoint, the state of Nevada is about $370 million to the good, which means that after accounting for all of the dollars that have been put in and all the dollars that we get back, and doing that over time, because obviously some of those transferable tax credits that you talked about are going to happen early on, and some of the repayment will happen later on. If we look at that, discounting it for the time value of money, the state of Nevada is ahead $370 million.
Final question, Madam Chair, I promise. I'm a pilot and I worry about the location of where this stadium is going to be located. And I'm wondering about permits that at that particular site on the height of a stadium and how that will work in affecting the airport. Thank you. And then, thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Titus. Steve Hill. The A's have talked with the airport, as have I. And there are a number of issues that can be mitigated and will need to be mitigated, and that will happen. Height is not really one of the concerns there. Obviously, the stadium would be surrounded by buildings that are much taller than the stadium itself. Light, blinding of pilots, as you know, is a concern. The attitude of the stadium, the way it's being facing, will help mitigate that. It will have a scoreboard that will need to be blocked so that that does not provide light pollution onto that northern runway. In addition to that, fireworks will be prohibited to escape the stadium. That just creates problems that cause concern. There's traffic concerns as we look at the stadium being, along the direct route from Las Vegas Boulevard to the airport itself, that it will matter to those who are not attending the stadium. That's a concern for the airport as well. Power supply is an issue. All of those things can be mitigated and will. And I've committed that as we work through this with Stadium Authority, committed to the airport, we'll make sure that that happens.
Thank you very much. And just in respect to all of our members and due to time, if I could ask sort of each one of you to ask one or two questions, and then I'll come back around to you because I have quite a list going. So, and I don't want to limit your questions. Don't get me wrong. I would love to hear everybody's questions, but almost everybody has said, I have a question. So we will go next to Assemblywoman Peters.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you for coming by my office. I know it's been a hectic couple of weeks, so we've had to push off that meeting for a little while, but I'm grateful to have the opportunity to talk a little bit about my concerns and where I'm at. I do, however, have questions related to the accountability for some of the metrics that we're seeing, right? Specifically related to the job creation. And I don't know if one of you may know this, but I'm wondering how many jobs were actually created by the Allegiant Stadium, because we saw some of those same numbers coming up, right? When we were pitched that project. I generally have heartache on the project, and I think that really those job creations are one of the only benefits Northern Nevada may end up seeing out of this project. So just some assurances on those projections and what we can do to make sure that that's like a metric of accountability that we can have moving forward if this project moves forward.
Yeah, Assemblyman Peters, I think Jeremy probably has some numbers, but the projections that we made at Allegiant Stadium have been vastly overperformed. We have ratios of the number of visitors and the number of jobs that they create when they come. So that's a fairly easy calculation to make. We make it at the LVCVA. Mr. Aguero makes it for others as well. We compare notes on that. Allegiant Stadium has brought 180% of the incremental visitors. Is that about right, Jeremy?
Yes, sir.
I hate to interrupt, but I meant to, and I'd like to correct myself, in the construction phase in particular, right? In the construction phase, there's a number that was presented to us, 14,000 new jobs, right? So what is the accountability on that, and what are the metrics we saw in the Allegiant Stadium?
Assemblywoman Peters, Steve Hill. I grew up in the construction industry. When you look at construction projects, it's a 40 to 45% labor. So that $1.5 billion that will be spent 40 or 45% on labor, creating those jobs. The 14,500 and some odd jobs that are projected are based on that number. They're based on the prevailing wage for those jobs in Las Vegas. When that stadium gets built, that labor will be created. The jobs are expressed in person years of construction. So it's really 2,000 hours times the 14,000. That's how many hours of labor will be needed to build the baseball stadium.
Madam Chair, I'm sorry, my question wasn't answered.
Okay, repeat and
I want to
restate.
know if what was proposed on the Allegiant Stadium was actually met in the construction phase.
Yeah, sure. For the record, Jeremy Aguero, Assemblywoman Peters. I'd love to be able to sit here and tell you that we could specifically look at things like indirect and induced employment and count how many folks, when someone took their paycheck back home and went into a restaurant. I can't. I think what Mr. Hill said is the best thing we're going to be able to do is monitor the amount of labor income that goes into the project. That will be the indicator, I think, of what you're looking for. And Allegiant Stadium surpassed, I think, almost all expectations. And part of that was because the project itself became more expensive. So I don't know whether that's a fair or unfair assessment. In the model that we utilized, we used about $66,000 per employee. We convert the total amount of labor and utilize that. As additional information becomes available for union labor, for example, those numbers are going to be higher. We expect those to be about $79,000 per employee, which will reduce the amount of employees potentially. We can monitor it. We can go through it. If you're asking me whether I believe that Allegiant Stadium met that expectation in terms of its labor requirements, I do. If you're asking me whether there's some way that I can do an accounting of that for one person working for so many hours, I can't. I mean, what we have is a lot of information about the project, but again, those indirect and induced impacts are impossible for me to be able to go back and count.
Thank you very much. And Assemblywoman Anderson.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for all the time. And I know that I've had a chance to talk with many of you and many others that are here today about this very issue. I have so many questions, but I think I'll just start with
Two.
Okay, I will go with then page 19, the lengthy list of items that will be of basically listing all of the different revenue structures that are in place to help us pay for different items. And so my first question has actually to do with number 7, in particular with the modified business tax. So let us just assume that there is a satellite store, for lack of a better term, for Ethel M chocolates. And it happens to be at the stadium or within the structure. And I believe with the modified business tax, I want to say it's the first 50,000 that is not counted. Does that mean that the Department of Taxation would have to be the ones to make sure that it is only the employees that are, or is it the employee? Who exactly is going to make sure that that is reported correctly and then is not taking all the other employees from those other areas and not just that one store?
Assemblywoman, it's a great question. For the record, Jeremy Aguero. In conversations with the Department of Taxation, we talked about the fact that if an entity is within the sports and entertainment district, they're going to have to provide an additional form. They don't get to take the exemption twice. They don't get to, move all their employees in or anything along those lines, but they are going to have to provide an addendum relative to that makes it clear which employees are located physically within that property.
So many questions, but I will stick to
one more.
I get one more. Oh, okay. Then I will stick in that same section, but it'll actually be from page 18, in particular, section 28.2, with the language that says that it can be modified or amend of the land, does that land have to be continuous, or it just has to be unincorporated by the city, if I'm understanding that correctly? If you could clarify that, that the land doesn't have to be continuous, and also that it sounds like the Board of County Commissioners can make that decision.
For the record, Jeremy Aguero, thank you, Assemblywoman. The answer to that question is what I mentioned as I was talking about, that it can only be for the land for what the stadium is, right? That in and of itself is likely to be contiguous. I've never even thought about something not be contiguous. With regard to the county commission's ability to make changes, there's going to be some phases in this project, right? One of those early phases is going to be the demolition of the Tropicana Hotel, right? That may be a slightly different polygon than the polygon ultimately where that stadium would be in order to make way for it. Ideally, we'd love to capture whatever taxes, but it can only be at the end of the day the portion for the stadium. So I think the answer to your question is it would have to be contiguous by nature.
Go ahead and clarify. Thank you. So I just want to clarify that the language from time to time, the intent is for only during the construction stage when it says from time to time on line 15, if I'm understanding that correctly.
For the record, Jeremy Aguero, I don't want to suggest to you that it would only be then. I certainly wouldn't be opposed if that's somehow you wanted. I'm just imagining a scenario where, something else is built immediately adjacent in there and it requires, some triangle to be carved out or something along those lines, right? From that standpoint, we're talking about a facility that's going to be there over 30 years and it has to only be the portions of the stadium. I don't know that I can imagine everything that would happen over those 30 years, but I don't know, Mr. Hill, I don't know if there's anything you can imagine from what we've experienced at Allegiant or anything along those lines that would cause something like that to be to change.
Assemblywoman Steve Hill, you could build a parking garage 15 years from now next to the stadium that would cause that to expand. I do want to point out, because it's come up in some conversations, a question. This will not include a hotel. It will not include a casino. This is for the stadium and just what is there to service that stadium.
Thank you very much. Senator Neal.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will stick to my 2. So in section 29, I noticed that you have in sub 2, you're using the Clark County Sales Tax Act and the Clark County Crime Prevention. And the way I treat it is more cops and then more cops, and you're pledging it. So talk to me, because I don't see any fiscal notes about the amount, and why would we pledge those particular sales tax pieces in the revenue?
Senator Neal, for the record, Jeremy Aguero. The intent of the creation of the Sports and Entertainment District is to capture all of the revenues that are generated by the project. In terms of the fiscal impact, I actually believe the fiscal impact is going to be positive, not negative. And that's the result of all the visitor spending that happens outside of the facility, which also includes retail sales and use tax. When a visitor, goes to eat in a restaurant or buy something in a retail store. Those are substantial amount of retail sales and use taxes. And if we take all of the cash flows, positive and negative, again, the net present value of the benefit to the state is $366 million. A portion of that would be the sales taxes that you're talking about here.
Thank you for that. I mean, I asked because I had, and it still is alive, but a homelessness bill where I had some more cop sales tax that was going to expire, and I got a huge fiscal note and an actual refusal actually to want to use that. And so I find it interesting they're willing to pledge the more cops sales tax for a stadium but not for homelessness, but I digress. So let me talk about sub 12 in section 29, which this is on the liquor piece, because I guess I'm confused about how that works, where it says any liquor purchased or otherwise consumed within the sports improvement district, because I thought that number one, liquor tax was imposed on liquor gallons and that it was pre-retail. So how does it work if it's pre-retail to get a consumption?
Senator Neal, for the record, Jeremy Aguero, you'll notice later in the same section that it talks about any revenues that are either paid by or passed through to businesses that are operating within the sports and entertainment district. In order for that tax to be accounted for, the wholesaler will have to specifically detail that that tax is being passed through to the stadium operator within the sports and entertainment district.
Just really quick, Madam Chair. So you want the wholesaler to track how many gallons are sold into the district and then report that to Department of Taxation and then do a remit? Mechanically, I just don't know how that works.
Senator Neal, for the record, Jeremy Aguero, I think that the providers of alcohol, broadly defined, have a pretty good understanding of what they're selling to every consumer that they're selling it to. We can apply the tax rate, which is applied, as you're well aware, on beer and liquor separately based on how many gallons are provided. We ought to be able to do the same thing here. And to the extent that the Department of Taxation cannot find a commercially reasonable way to be able to do that, it will not be able to be included within the district.
Thank you. And Madam Chair, thanks for the questions. And hopefully someone will ask on sub 5, which is the LSST.
Hang on to that. I will be back. But the person next to you, Senator Harris, is also waiting. So go ahead, please, Senator Harris.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So my first question is really more of an ask. And I happen to be one of those lawyers that's not afraid of numbers. So I was hoping maybe you would be able to share with us the underlying work done to come up with some of these numbers and the assumptions that were used to develop the models that produced these numbers. So, for example, the impacts of the Allegiant Stadium, I see you're estimating $14.5 million on the gaming tax, based on 871,000 incremental visitors. And I'm guessing the 871,000 was based on the survey that was conducted, but I'm not sure what assumptions you're using to determine what percentage of those people actually engaged in gaming to get your, let's say, $14.5 million number. And that's just one example. I'd really like to be able to see how you came up with all of these numbers, like literally everything in this presentation. Sure. Because the numbers are here, but I don't see the meat, right? And that's not on you. You can't fit it all in a PowerPoint. I get that. Sure. But I was hoping that maybe you could provide that at least to me and to maybe some of the other committee members that may be interested in seeing those underlying assumptions.
Senator Harris, it'd be my pleasure to walk you through the model. Model's already been provided to your staff a few weeks back, so they've done that. Also be happy to put you in contact with other folks that have reviewed the reasonableness underlying the model and walk through it with them as well. So whatever is helpful to you, you're welcome to look through it on your own, and I'm happy to walk you through it together with others if that's helpful for you and any of your colleagues.
Mr. Aguero, is there a way that we could have that emailed?
Madam Chair, it has been.
Okay. Okay. But does the entire committee have it? I know fiscal staff has it, but okay. Fiscal staff will send it out.
Thank you. And for my second question of sorts, has Clark County committed to the $25 million in infrastructure? And if so, do you know why they feel that this is a worthwhile investment given some of their current fiscal issues?
Senator Harris, I'll try to answer that. Yes, they have committed. It's in the bill. It was part of the conversation, and that has been ongoing. So that is my understanding as I sit here today. I would provide the same answer to you that I've provided to others, and that is Clark County is going to make money on this deal, not lose money on this deal. I realize that there's some local, let me say that differently. I understand that there's always some concern about long-term structural position of all governments, state and local. But if the A's are able to do what they expect to be able to do, the Clark County as well as the state will be in a net positive fiscal position.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll wait for my second bite.
Thank you so much. Sorry about that, but we've got quite the list going here. Assemblywoman Kasama.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you so much for this great overview. A lot of information, detail, and also very high level too, which I think is really, really great. So my question has to do with the credit enhancement again, and I know you've touched on that. And so we are essentially doing a $25 million backstop, and that would be a guarantee for the Clark County bonds, correct?
Treasurer Conine, for the record, yes, but we're just taking $25 million and parking it in the infrastructure bank so that we know we have the security for a number of years going forward. We don't expect that the draw on that mechanically would ever be greater than $7 million a year, but the intention is to park that money to give Clark County a little bit more comfort and also to give ourselves a little bit more comfort.
In a separate account. And along with that thinking, so you'll fund that immediately, the $25 million, once the bonds are issued. Is that correct?
Treasurer Conine, for the record, I believe our intention is to fund that at the beginning of the 2024-2025 fiscal year.
Okay, and along that same line, so that'll be part of the state infrastructure bank. Of course, the interest in that you'll be investing at, that will go towards the state and the general fund.
Treasurer Conine, for the record, interest generated by the infrastructure bank, just like the interest generated by the infrastructure bank now, is actually kept within the infrastructure bank for its purposes. We've actually made money on the bank so far since we originally issued bonds, just given the nature of interest rates and our ability in the investment field.
And then after the 30-year time period for the bonds has expired, what will happen to this $25 million if it's not needed?
Treasurer Conine, for the record, not contemplated by the bill, but my understanding or my hope would be that we could continue using those dollars for the other purposes that the infrastructure bank exists in, like the creation of affordable housing.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Senator Gansard.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You've talked about this project being counter-cyclical. And so my question really is to, if you can expand on that, because we have certain capacity. And so I'm wondering about, because you have numbers here, right? Visitation, hotel rooms, all those types of things. And what our vacancy rates are now and the capacity that we have and how this could bolster basically, the load, steady the load that we have. If you think of it like energy, the load that we have across the year, across the calendar year.
Senator Gansard, Steve Hill. We think of our job at the LVCVA. It's shorthanded as putting heads in beds, but we've put a lot of heads in beds in Las Vegas. We typically run about 88% occupancy, and when you get to about 90%, that's roughly full. We're currently in the 84, 85%, but anticipate getting back to that 88%. Really a part of our job, we feel, is to drive demand to the point that it causes enough demand for Las Vegas to continue to grow. It's what keeps the city vibrant. What helps create more jobs in the future, more tax revenue for services to be provided. And we see this as a real opportunity to do that. In order to make projects pencil that cost over $1 million a room, for example, leveling out that demand across the entire 12 months is important. And baseball being played in the summer, which are, serially our weakest months, is a really important part of what baseball brings to Las Vegas.
Thank you. And for example, like your normal occupancy rates in July, what would those be versus what you would expect? Like, would they get a boost of 10%, or what do you think the incremental, because the marginal cost is not that much, right? You've already got all of these fixed costs. So the margin, that's why I think we can project that it's going to be revenue producing, net revenue producing, because we have this capacity that's unused during the summer months.
Senator Gansert, Steve Hill. It's not only an occupancy thing, it's also a room rate. When there is real demand, and sports really helps with this because the game's going to get played on this Sunday. And so people have to show up on that Sunday. It creates additional demand on that date to bring visitors to the city. That helps drive room rates up. So in the summer, our occupancy will drop several percentage points typically from like 88 to 84, 85, but room rates drop even more significantly than that. So it's a combination of driving just the heads and beds, but also concentrating that in order to help keep room rates at a level that supports the city.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And Assemblywoman Gorlow.
Thank you, Chair. I'll be honest, most of my questions have been asked and answered, but I do kind of want to go back to the stadium and the design and the partial retractable dome. I went to a game in California and thought I was going to die by the 5th inning. So with as hot as Vegas is, can you talk a little bit more about the design, and are you concerned about the airport noise as well?
Assemblywoman Steve Hill. The design is still in progress, and using the correct judgment of when to have that roof open and closed is something that I'm sure will be learned along the way. It's pretty obvious that in July, closed seems like a better alternative than open. But there's some fantastic days and nights in Las Vegas that watching a baseball game or experiencing a concert or other event, really when you're outdoors, matters a lot. The noise from the airport will need to be mitigated in that design, but I don't really think it's a significant concern. We do that with the properties now. That north-south runway is not the primary runway for the airport. The east-west runway is. And the direction the runway runs and the somewhat remote nature of the stadium site will be helpful with that.
And Treasurer Conan, if I could add on to that, Assemblywoman, when we say partially retractable, that means it could go from 100% to 50 or 30%, not that it would go, as I thought when I first read that, from 0% to like 25%. So we can get fully enclosed, which should deal with the weather issues.
To be honest, that's what I thought you meant, like going to that. But my next question, it's kind of the elephant in the room, and it's not with the bill. Many of us have gotten a lot of emails and tagged on social media. So getting a lot of constituents that really don't want us to vote yes on this. So what would you respond to my constituents that are emailing me saying, don't give our money to a ballpark?
Assemblywoman Steve Hill, I think it's a very straightforward answer. Both Treasurer Conine and Mr. Guerrero have spoken about it. This is a good investment. There will be more money available at both a state and local level if this deal is done than if it's not. There will be more money available for services. There will be more money available for all that you do if we invest in the stadium.
Thank you very much, Assemblywoman. I will go next to Assemblywoman Dickman.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair, and thanks for this really informative presentation. And I have two questions that are kind of unrelated. My first question is the demolition of the Tropicana included in your economic impact numbers of project construction?
Assemblywoman Jeremy Aguero, no, it is not.
So that would be additional?
It would.
Okay, great. And then my next question is kind of obvious for me. How will the North and rural Nevada benefit from this project, since kind of the A's are moving further away from us, right?
Assemblywoman Jeremy Aguero, for the record, I'll think about it from a fiscal standpoint, first of all, and that is so many of the taxes that will be generated by the project are ones that inure to the benefit of the state's general fund and then are reallocated throughout the state. There's an obvious redistribution of the money that's generated by the resort corridor. This will be additive to that. beyond that, I don't know that I can offer a whole lot other than, having this be a team in our state. I would hope sort of is something that we can kind of rally behind and be excited about. But from a ones and zeros standpoint, I really think it's the fiscal impact that's going to make the difference.
Well, kind of like I think we picked up a lot of Raiders fans when they became the Las Vegas Raiders. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. And I'll go to Assemblywoman Backus.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My first question pertains to comparing page 15 of your slide, as well as the appropriation at the end. I understand that Section 33, subsection 3 anticipates the Clark County development agreement credit of the 25 million. The one thing I hadn't appreciated or realized was also the state general fund appropriation of 25 million. That's an additional amount in addition to the 180 million tax credits.
Treasurer Conine, for the record, yes, Assemblywoman, the intention is to take that $25 million and park it in the infrastructure bank, separate and apart from the $25 million that Clark County has discussed from a development perspective.
Okay, thank you. And then Mr. Aguero, I understood that you had spoken with the Department of Taxation with respect to the work that they would have to do in those discussions, because this has happened so fast, we haven't been able to see our fiscal notes. And so do you have any understanding what we're looking at that's going to be required in this biennium to be appropriated to cover the cost of the work that may be required by our Department of Tax, our Business of Industry, and other agencies of our state?
Assemblywoman, for the record, Jeremy Aguero, no information has been provided to me in that regard.
Thank you very much. And Senator Wynn.
Thank you, Chair. I have two questions, and kind of going back to Section 29, subsection 5. I was wondering if you could talk a little bit. I know we talked about, diverting some of the more cops tax to the stadium, but can you talk about subsection 5 that talks about how much impact there will be on this local school support tax and how much that will be impacted as well?
Yes, ma'am. For the record, Jeremy Aguero. The answer to your question is the direct impact in terms of the yield that exists today will be zero, right? Because but for the construction of the stadium, no revenue is created, taxes for LSST or more cops or anything else that we're talking about here. With the construction of the stadium, the dollars that will be generated by the stadium will be invested in the project. So they will be diverted. At the same time, the taxes that are generated by visitors that come to the stadium, that stay in our hotels, that eat in our restaurants, that drive in our taxis and our Ubers will continue to be generated. Much of that will generate retail sales and use tax. A component of that retail sales and use tax will be both the more cops tax and the LSST. Exactly what that balance will look like, I can certainly try and create the best estimate that I can. But again, the net fiscal benefit for the state is expected to be in excess of $360 million, which means that the state is actually better off because the project was actually constructed. Again, in absence of the project being constructed, there are no revenues, and there is no diversion of that revenue that exists today.
Chair, may I follow up? I guess my real question is can these impacts be sustained while this project, until the visitors come in and offset it?
For the record, Jeremy Aguero, it's an excellent question, right? There is some front-end investment, right? Because we've got a couple of years in which there's a lot of construction-related activity happening, obviously generating a fair amount of retail sales and use tax and jobs and all of those type of things. Again, that's sort of the short-term element for a longer-term benefit, but I don't know a way in which you'd offset that other than to say, again, those are revenues that would not exist but for the project being created in the first place.
And then just my last question, if that's okay, Chair. It kind of follows up on this. There are a lot of, you had indicated there are a lot of requirements and mandates and directions for the Clark County, Board of Clark County Commissioners. And this might be a question that they can address when they come up and support. You had indicated it's in the bill, they're supportive of this, and I just wanted to confirm that.
For the record, Jeremy Aguero, perhaps a question for them. I can only tell you what's provided in here.
Thank you very much. And with that, we'll go to Assemblyman Miller.
Well, thank you, Chair. I think several of my questions have also been addressed, one of which was definitely the positioning of the stadium being open in the summertime and what that experience was going to be like. But I'm curious to know if the entire site or parcel where the stadium will be built, which is currently the Tropicana site, if it is going to be dedicated to the stadium, meaning there's no other structures, whether another hotel or casino or anything in the consideration of that plan. If there are, would that business or entity be subject to the special improvement business taxes?
Assemblyman Miller, Steve Hill. The current Tropicana site's about 36 acres. The stadium site would be 9 or so of those 36 acres. The REIT, GLPI, that owns that land will continue to own the rest of that land. Bally's will have the right to build on that property, and I think has the intention to do so. Their property, anything having to do with that other acreage, will not be a part of this district. It will be treated separately and as every other property in Las Vegas is treated.
Okay, thank you. And then just one more question, Chair. So in this section 29, I'm kind of curious about how we determine which taxes essentially would go back into the stadium district. Things like, because I noticed there's like transportation to and from, so I'm assuming that incorporates like Uber drop-offs and pickups and taxis and all of that. There's also the business license fee that's incorporated there. So I'm kind of curious how we got to the taxes or the fees that should be included in what goes back to the state.
Assemblyman Miller, for the record, Jeremy Aguero. The answer is the goal is to try and capture as many of the tax revenues as possible. You bring up the fees for transportation. We would have to geofence it in order to be able to do that. We've had some preliminary conversations with some of those folks. We believe it's possible. That's why the provision exists in the document that says it has to be commercially reasonable in order to make it work. The goal is to try and get as many as possible. And in today's world, the way we track information, the way we can account for things, it's just better than it was a decade ago. And so it provides an opportunity. I don't think we could have brought something like this to you 10 years ago. We can today. And that's for exactly that reason. We can do things like geofence where a passenger is dropped off, and we can account for that today. So that's exactly what we're going to try and do.
And business licenses for the businesses?
I'm sorry, Assemblyman Miller. I should have been clear about that. Those are business licenses that the county imposes upon a specific business. So in this case, the stadium's going to have a stadium operator, a master concessionaire. The team itself will probably have a business license that it has to pay. The goal is merely to capture those individual business licenses and include them in the district.
So all of the vendors and businesses that are going into the stadium, their business licenses would also they'd be paying them, but then it'd be getting recaptured into the stadium. Am I correct? It's not like they're not paying their business license. They're still paying them. It's just going back into the stadium.
Assemblyman, for the record, Jeremy Aguero, that is absolutely correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. And we will go to Assemblyman Yeager. Are you down there trying to figure out the score, Assemblyman?
I think it's still 3-0, but the Knights are on a power play. So.
Thank you.
Go Knights, go. Thank you guys for being here. I know it's a lot of questions. I have a lot of questions too, but I think if I could ask a couple of them, if we could go to page 16 of the presentation. And my question is specifically about how the waterfall works. Sorry, I know you have to back up there a bit. So this is obviously if the revenues come in at or over expectations. Some of these items, for instance, number 5 is repayment, number 6 is repayment. Those are things that are only going to come into play if something goes wrong, right? But I wondered if you're able to quantify in any concrete way the numbers that would be associated with, I guess it would be 1 through 4, because we have a number associated with 7. We know that number 8 is 90 million, number 9 is 5 million. But are there numbers or projections that can be associated with 1 through 4? Because that would help me understand what kind of water we're talking about and how likely it is to get down to the lower numbers on the chart.
Speaker Yeager, Steve Hill. The operation of the Stadium Authority in the year that we negotiated the agreement with the Raiders was up over $1 million. This year, this fiscal year, it will be a little over $400,000 in total. Almost all of the expense at the Stadium Authority is done on an hourly basis. So we're paying professionals to do work for us. And so once you get into this kind of steady state operation, it's a very inexpensive organization to operate. And each side would, keep track of their own hours and make their own contribution to that effort. But it is not at all likely to be close to $1 million. The item 3 is just authority for us in the event that the A's fall apart while they are operating the stadium, to pick it up and operate it and use the proceeds in order to do that. So that is highly unlikely to ever need money at all. The allocation to the year 2 reserve is anticipated to be completely funded during the construction cycle. As Treasurer and Mr. Guerrero both said, there's $36 million of sales tax revenue during the construction cycle. That is way more than is needed for the second year debt service reserve. So that will be funded and then not need more money from there. So those will not be large users of funding moving forward.
And Treasurer Conine, for the record, if I could add on to that, your question on the first part, principal and interest on bonds, starts at around $7 million a year, and over the length of the bonds grows to about $14 million a year. And then on number 4, I believe we will have a slight topping off we'll have a slight topping off every year. So as those bonds continue to grow, the year 2 of reserves will grow again slightly, right? So it'll go from $7 million in year 2 of reserves to $7.1 million to 7.2 over the length of the bonds, right? So there'll be a little bit of carve out there. But to Mr. Hill's point, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6 are functionally, if things go wrong, numbers.
Great, thank you. And the score is now 4-0, Knights. And I do have a second question, if I could, Madam Chair.
Certainly, as long as you have the score right.
So, as my colleague mentioned, we're obviously getting a lot of communication about this proposal. And candidly, I think a lot of that communication is coming from the Oakland area. Some of it's coming from Las Vegas as well. But, it's no secret that the team's not very good right now. Right. And as a pretty long suffering Tigers fan, I can appreciate that. But so I guess here's my question. In the projections about visitation, obviously with a site that's anticipated to be on the Las Vegas Strip, you're going to naturally get folks who are in town and just maybe didn't know there was a baseball stadium there. They check the schedule. They see there's a home game. They're going to walk across the street, go to the game. I think you have some pretty hardcore baseball fans who will travel to a series in Las Vegas, although it is a summertime and it's hot, so maybe not the best time to be here, but I think you'll get some of that. But so my question really is, to build up that kind of local fan base that we're talking about, the kind of fan base we have with the Knights, because they've been wildly successful and are on the verge of going back to the Stanley Cup. If they hadn't been that successful, I don't know that we would sell out T-Mobile. I don't know that we would have that kind of a fan base. And I'm not asking you to speak for the team itself, because I think that's a question they have to answer to the satisfaction of committee members. Are they going to invest in putting a winning product on the field? I don't know that that's a question for you. My question for you is, how much of your projections about visitation, about money that's going to be generated, is dependent on Las Vegas locals taking the trip over to the Tropicana site and going to the game there? Because I think, in my mind, those two things are related. There has to be a competitive winning team to draw folks to the Las Vegas Strip who are locals. There's infrastructure needs as well. But I guess if you could kind of talk about that, is that baked into the projections in some way?
Speaker Yeager, for the record, Jeremy Aguero. The answer to your question is yes, right? About 70% of the folks we expect to be in the seats are locals, right? And they're going to have to put an outstanding product. And they can come and talk about their history and their wins and how many times they've made the playoffs in the last few years and all of those type of things. They're probably the ones that are going to need to do that. But Speaker Yeager, from an economic projection standpoint, I think what I said early on in my presentation is probably germane here. And that is, with the level of attendance that we are currently estimating, it will put them at the 50th percentile for baseball teams throughout the United States. I feel pretty comfortable with those estimates, given all of the data that we have, that they can, I would like to believe, be better than average, but at least be average relative to attendance.
Is that my two, Chair? Do I get another one?
Oh, Speaker, you get another one.
Thank you. So here's the other question. I don't know if you have the answer to this, but obviously we're talking about taxes in a certain district where a stadium would be built. But is there an opportunity, or have there been discussions around whether the A's could play in Las Vegas at the Aviator Stadium prior to a stadium being built here? Because that would be tax money we would capture, right? That's not included in the concept. So I guess it's a two-part question. Is that a possibility? And if so, do we get to keep the tax revenue that would come from that in the event it would happen?
Speaker Yeager, for the record, Jeremy Aguero, the answer to the second half of your question is, if that was to happen, you would keep all of those revenues. So the answer to that question would be yes. At least in the conversations I've had with the A's, what they're going to do in the interim is unsettled at this point. So I'm sorry I don't have a better answer for you than that. But if it was to take place here, there's no provision anywhere in SB509 that would recapture revenues outside of the district that would be created.
Thank you very much. And we'll go to Assemblywoman Hadagi.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. All my questions have been answered except for two now, so it works out perfect. I do have some questions regarding the bill itself, and I guess I'll start with, I believe it's section 22 sub 3E. And if you could just give me an example of what that means, an established minimum standard of maintenance and capital reinvestment. Is this a percentage of the profit? We're Las Vegas, right? We're a tourism and hospitality industry, and we've heard it in other hearings before that we need to provide state-of-the-art facilities to the guests who come here so that they continue to want to come here and have an enjoyable experience. So can you give me an example of how that will work? Like, is it a percentage of the profits? How can we guarantee that there is money going back into the maintenance and reinvestment of the stadium?
Assemblywoman Steve Hill. We currently have the same language and the same process with Allegiant Stadium. The stadium itself, the Raiders are responsible for providing a maintenance schedule. We have hired a construction consultant to review that schedule, and that process then produces ultimately some conversation and then approval of what maintenance is required, when it'll be required, and how much funding will be necessary for the Raiders to put into that fund. The same would happen with the A's at the stadium.
And my second question is on section 26. It's the provisions for subcontractors, the provisions that dictate what percentage of awards have to be given to small businesses. So it's 15% in section 26. Can you talk to me about what it was with the Allegiant Stadium? Was it 15%? And then also the qualifications for what a small business is. I'm not sure if this is taken from current statute, but they seem kind of high, right? 20 million, you'd be considered a small business. $20 million, that seems kind of high. That means a lot of businesses might qualify for that. And if we're really trying to target small businesses, it just seems like a really high number. And then also there's a provision in sub 8 of 26 that gives them a waiver, right? That says if you can't find small businesses, then you don't have to adhere to this. So my question is around, what was it like for the Allegiant Stadium contract? Was it 15% or what was that number? And was that waiver ever exercised where they were allowed to not use small businesses to fulfill these contracts?
Assemblywoman, Jeremy, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but this language is the same language from Allegiant Stadium, correct?
That's correct, sir.
And the thresholds are as well. And the waiver was not used. They achieved that 15%.
Thank you very much. And we'll go to Assemblywoman Monroe Moreno.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I too have pages of questions. So I'm just going to put it out there. I'm at a no, almost a hell no. So y'all have to get me to a yes, okay? In some areas of this bill, there's language that was in the Raiders deal that they received. In other areas, vastly different than what the Raiders had. The Raiders came to the state with a huge fan base. We had a lot of people that would make the travel to California to see the Raiders. I don't see that happening for the A's. Their average attendance is below 9,000 per game. So tell me how you got to the number that you're thinking are going to come here. I know people come to Vegas, right? But you want to come to see either your team playing, but if they're playing someone you don't like, you don't make that extra expense. So how did you get to that calculation? Because even in they had the lowest attendance in 2022, they were under 8,000 in 2022. So how did you get to that attendance number? And that's what you're basing the income coming into the state on.
Chairwoman Monroe Moreno, for the record, Jeremy Aguero, their attendance is abysmal now in Oakland. I don't think there's any illusion. I don't think we should sugarcoat that in any way, shape, or form. You're 100% right. So that is exactly why I think the A's are looking to find a new home. They want to bring that their fan base. They want to create new opportunities, create a new venue. We can look around a number of sports. I think about what happened in Cleveland. I think about what happened in Atlanta with what they developed. By building a new ballpark and by bringing a new reason, they stimulated increased activity for those facilities. We think about what we're doing right now for sports that are coming to Las Vegas. You bring your sporting event to Las Vegas, more people are going to attend that sporting event. And you're right. There's no doubt about it that the Las Vegas Raiders are an incredible success story for us in terms of not only creating fandom, but also bringing folks from out of town. But I don't think we want to dismiss what the Golden Knights have been able to do, right? As much as we would like to believe that every person sitting there cheering in that arena are from Las Vegas, many of them are not, right? There's lots of folks that come from out of town. As a matter of fact, when you talk to some of the hotel operators in and around that, there's lots of folks that come into town just because the event took place and may not even go to the event. We've seen it with boxing. We've seen it with UFC. We've seen it in other areas. The hope is that we'll see it here as well. As I mentioned to Speaker Yeager, the expectation here is not that the A's are going to be the highest attended baseball team anywhere in Major League Baseball. The hope here is that they will be, the expectation, I should say here, is that they will be at the 50th percentile relative to that. Now, they are building a facility around that relative size. And I think that is a very reasonable expectation. And the work that's been done by CSL, who's probably the foremost expert in these analysis anywhere in the United States, reviewed by Goldman Sachs, reviewed by Hobbs, Ong and Associates, reviewed by PFM, all of which you went through those exercises, felt like the assumptions that were driving that model were reasonable. I agree. I do think they're reasonable. The second half of your question really asks, can we really expect people to get on a plane or get in a car and come and see their team play? And I don't know whether the A's are going to have the ability. They've got a lot of work to do. But I would also suggest that there is an alignment and interest here, right? They are putting $1.1 billion into this facility and probably going to cost them more than that when you think about the cost of moving a team and all the things that are out there. I mean, they have a pretty strong incentive to make sure that they're putting a quality product on the field. And what I can tell you from the models that I've looked at and the elements that are there, the assumptions that they're making in terms of increasing their investment in the team are substantial. Beyond that, there's also been changes in Major League Baseball that I think are important. And some of those the commissioner has talked about in terms of improving the game and making it more spectator friendly, all those type of things. But I think beyond that, the change to the schedule is what may very well benefit our community more than anything else. The schedule has been changed such that every team plays every other team at home every other year. Instead of everybody playing the folks in their conference, their division multiple times, the A's will play the Yankees, the Dodgers, the Red Sox at home at least every other year. And the draw that comes with those other fans from those other teams, willingness to come in, I think is significant. You combine that with survey data that have said that's exactly what they're saying they're willing to do. You know, it seems reasonable to expect that the A's will be able to hit those numbers, and that if they're even close to what other sports teams have been able to do and other events have been able to do when they come to Las Vegas, I think those incremental visitation numbers are a fair assessment of what we think can actually be achieved.
Chairman Moreno, if I could just add, I think it's an important question. There's kind of two pieces to the answer too, and Jeremy has dealt with both of them, but I want to just kind of point out the separation. One is the revenue that will be generated by attendees at the game that will go to pay off the bonds. And it's why that coverage ratio is 2 times what is necessary in order to pay off those bonds. So in order to pay the bonds off, that has been taken into consideration. That safety has been built into this proposal. On the benefit to both state and local governments that, is $53 million a year, that's solely based on those 405,000 visitors who will come to Vegas because of the events. So if we get 7,500 people a game, we're there. That have come because of the game in the stadium. So that's what that projection is. So it's kind of 2 different answers to that important question.
Thank you, and I appreciate the answer. But when we talk about the Golden Knights, the Raiders, and this stadium, the Golden Knights didn't cost the taxpayers a dime, right? They came here, and they came at a time where we were hurting as a state, and they became Nevada's team, Vegas's team. Didn't cost us a dime. This is different. So I think it's kind of apples and oranges in that comparison. In Section 23 of the bill with the community benefits agreement, what the details of the agreement are not in legislation, which is probably good because we may have to make adjustments along the line. But what teeth does that agreement have? And what did the A's owners do for the community in Oakland? Because I got to tell you, as my colleague said, we're getting emails, but I got family that live in the Oakland area. They hate the A's.
I'll be there.
They do not feel that the A's have done enough for their community. So what investments did they make in Oakland for the community that they'll replicate here or even do much better, that if they come here, Nevadans don't feel the way Californians, Oakland, Vallejo folks feel about the team now? What teeth will this have that we'll be able to hold them to it?
Chairman Moreno, Steve Hill, that will need to be built into that community benefit agreement as we work through that process in a public setting. As I mentioned earlier, that was just not the structure under the Raiders deal. So that will have to be a part of that conversation that we'll have over the next year. I think what the A's are willing to do in the community is really a question that we would need to ask them. I don't feel like can speak for them on that subject right now.
And I get 3 questions since I'm her vice chair. On page 18 of your PowerPoint, when you look at the public dollars that are going in, the size of the stadium, we're asking Nevadans to put in a huge amount for one of the smallest stadiums. Why the huge cost for a much smaller stadium than other states?
Madam Vice Chair, for the record, Jeremy Aguero. I mean, some of it just has to do with time, right? Things are more expensive now than they were before. And so that's some of the costs associated. They're also building what is a phenomenal asset as well. And so we, the state of Nevada, are requiring a very high standard in terms of the facility that's to be constructed. Combination of both that cost and that time is what you're looking at here.
Thank you, and I do get one more. The $1.1 million that the A's are putting up, is that simply for the payment of the land, or are there other infrastructure improvements that will come along with that?
Madam Vice Chair, for the record, Jeremy Aguero, I think you meant $1.1 billion. That is for the cost of the construction of the physical asset. That does not include the cost of land acquisition. That does not include the cost of the relocation of the actual team itself to Las Vegas.
And that relocation fee is?
The relocation fee, the Commissioner of Baseball has at least suggested that if the state of Nevada can get a public-private partnership that is acceptable to Major League Baseball, to everyone, that the relocation fee that would be traditionally provided from a team moving from one location to another would potentially be waived. They have not said that yet. They're talking about meeting next month, and I think that's certainly something that we all should hope for. But that's only the relocation fee that's charged by Major League Baseball, right? They also have to move a business from California to Nevada, and so there will be some cost associated with that, and that's really what I was alluding to.
But you didn't say what that relocation fee is.
I'll tell you, when I get that question from time to time in terms of what the relocation fee would be, the best ballpark numbers that I've received is something on the order of $300 million is the relocation fee. I'm sorry, I wasn't trying to hide the ball with you, Madam Vice Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. And with that, I'll go to Assemblyman O'Neill.
Thank you, Chair. You know, Nevada is truly a gaming state, and we've proven it several times. We gambled on Tesla, won. We gambled on the Oakland Raiders and won. And we gambled on Faraday. It was a push. But we did have some benefits out of it. But I do want to ask you on this gamble, the Brookings Institute, and it may be unfair. I was going to quote to you a statement from the Brookings Institute on county or government involvement in the funding of stadiums. And it's from they put out a book called Sports, Jobs, and Taxes, where they explore the local economic development argument from various angles. And quoting them, they've said in every case, the conclusions are the same. A new sports facility has extremely small, perhaps even negative effect on overall economic activity and employment. No recent facility appears to have earned anything approaching a reasonable return on investments. Can you help? Like I said, it's unfair to just hit you with it, but could you respond to that? Do you have a response?
Senator O'Neill, for the record, Jeremy Aguero.
Assemblyman, please don't do that.
Excuse me. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry, Assemblyman. The brief answer to your question is that we got that exact same statement or some version of it when we talked about Allegiant Stadium. And you know what? It's absolutely right. If you build a stadium in most places around the United States, it is going to have a negative economic impact. When we did the analysis, I actually had an analyst, one of the folks that had written a similar book or article, tell me that there was no stadium that ever produced more than somewhere between 4 and 6% of the total people that had that sat in that stadium that were from outside of that market. And that was the reason why there was just this loss. We made the estimate at Allegiant Stadium that number would be in the 24, 25% range. It's achieving 50% today. While those statements are 100% right for markets that don't have 40 million visitors, they are 100% wrong for ones that do. And I think, to your point, we've proven it over and over and over again. It is the element that we have that other communities do not, that allows us to generate an economic return on investment that other places cannot, right? Most recently, Nashville talked about building a new stadium there for their football team. And they relied heavily on the analysis and the documents that have been created by the Stadium Authority Board, because Nashville has recognized the ability to bring in those visitors and offset that. They will not do what Las Vegas has done, but they're probably one of the closest ones we can identify. So while I am so respectful of the incredible work that's done by the folks at Brookings and the folks at Stanford that have done a lot of work in this regard, I respectfully disagree that when they want to come and compare what Allegiant Stadium has done for the state of Nevada, when they want to come and talk about what the UFC has meant for the state of Nevada, when they want to talk about what the Las Vegas Grand Prix or what the Super Bowl is going to mean for our state and our community, that economic impact that leverages 150,000 hotel rooms. We have more vacant hotel rooms on any given night than most markets in the United States have hotel rooms. 250,000 leisure and hospitality workers that are incredibly dependent on those hotel rooms being full and all of the other ancillary things that happen out there. Our state is 3 times as dependent on the tourism economy as any other state in the United States, and on a location quotient basis. And so from that, we develop this benefit that allows us to do things that other places cannot. And I'm not up here to tell you that I can tell you with 100% assurance that is what is going to happen here. I can't. But what I can tell you is exactly what you started your comment about. We've made bets and we've won a lot relative to that. And I would suggest that element that has made us successful in so many of those others has a very substantial potential to do the same thing here.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. And Assemblywoman Brown-May.
Thank you, Chair. I appreciate the opportunity. One of the things we haven't really talked about are jobs. So on slide 37, with regard to the economic impact, you see one-time construction employment and then annual operations employment and then incremental visitation employment. And so I want to confirm first that the presentation you're sending over that I haven't seen includes the data, the details. You talked about direct, indirect, and induced employment. So you have 3 numbers here. Does the detail show direct employment?
Assemblywoman Brown-May, for the record, Jeremy Aguero, yes, it does. And I've got a single page that sort of breaks out the key assumptions that are in there. And happy to send that to everyone that's here. I know we've had some discussions around that, so I can get that to you. And I think the detail around some of the other estimates that drive that, always happy to walk through that with you. I think it's somewhat exhaustive.
Thank you. I appreciate that. The detail is, I think, most relevant. The constituents who live in Assembly District 42 in particular are a high number of service employees. Relative to this is the type of employment we're talking about. And I have not seen yet, where do we talk about the quality of jobs? Are we going to have living wages and great benefits? Like what are the implications then to ensure that the employees here don't end up on the state's Medicaid rolls, but instead get living wages and great benefits?
Assemblywoman Steve Hill, as you'll hear if you have not already been told, the A's have reached an agreement with the Culinary Union. They've reached agreement with the Building Trades Council. There will be a PLA on this site. These are union jobs. So the jobs that are created at the stadium will be covered employment. The jobs, the indirect and induced jobs in the community reflect the entire cross-section of what happens in the community.
Thank you very much. And we'll go to Assemblyman Watts.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, for the question. Thank you very much for the presentation. I'll keep it to two questions. I'll start with a comment. So in regards to the statute about the community benefits agreement in section 23, just to follow up on some of the comments that were brought up by my chair, I think, and in some of that response, you mentioned moving over some of the language from the statute related to the development of Allegiant Stadium. And I just want to make sure that I put it on the record that I want us to go well above and beyond what we had for Allegiant Stadium. I want us to have the best community benefits plan in the country. So if we're going to have the state-of-the-art stadium, I want to have a state-of-the-art community benefits plan, and want to make sure that, for example, this 5 years review, I think maybe more frequent review would be in order. I see there's a community oversight committee. It's kind of unclear to me exactly really who's on there and what, they have advisory role. I would love to see more direct community empowerment. I think that the Stadium Authority Board is great for what it does in terms of administering these stadiums. When it comes to the community benefits plan and its development, review, and execution, I would like to see a lot more. I think there's a different group of people that need to be at that table and empowered to make sure that we do have the best plan possible. And also think we might need to, as we're looking at adding another stadium under the Stadium Authority Board, maybe look at revising the makeup of that board. The questions, though, that I had are, so one is related to some of the events that were mentioned that are going to be coming in. You displayed some of the other venues that are in the area. Also in that area is the Thomas and Mack arena as well. And so, and it was mentioned that Sam Boyd, which I think is a 40,000 seat venue, there were events and it's pretty far away. And so we're looking for places that they can move. Allegiant, 60,000, maybe too big for some of those, this 30,000. But yeah, we've got Thomas and Mack, which is 20,000. And so I think the first question that I have is, have you done any analysis of not only new events that could be attracted, but is there any analysis on potential relocation or displacement of current events as they move to another space, either because there's additional seating capacity or newer amenities, et cetera?
For the record, Jeremy Aguero, thank you for the question. So the brief answer to your question is that the vast majority of the analysis has been done and all the conversations have centered around what type of new events can take place, right? And it sort of falls into two categories. The first of those categories is, as Mr. Hill said early on, events that the LVCVA has a list of that don't have a home. today. Those are ones that were displaced out of Sam Boyd. Those are ones that are simply, it's too expensive to go to Allegiant Stadium and utilize. Or the other part is that they just may not have the capacity, right? I mean, we get into the fall when a lot of folks want to come and have events, and they just may not have the dates on a weekend to be able to house it. The other part is really that there's some events that cannot take place anywhere else. We're not going to host the baseball all-star game anywhere else but a venue like this, right? We're not going to host the World Baseball Classic anywhere else other than this. The third sort of portion that I think I would mention is that the venue size also matters, right? We're talking about identifying a venue size that is in between what we have today. And the likelihood of having someone come and just build a venue size in between those, what we have at T-Mobile and what we have at Allegiant, is highly unlikely. So when we combined those three things, we believe that the vast majority of it's going to be incremental. Now, you ask, I think, a very important question, and that is, well, could you have one event that was in one location that shifted to another? I think the answer to that question is, of course, that could happen. I don't think we want to ignore that fact, but that would largely be because something outgrew a smaller venue or because something could not fill a bigger one, right? So from that standpoint, you're sort of creating a new set of economic opportunities that we believe grow. But are we modeling anything that is the relocation of any event? No, we are not.
Thank you for that. I appreciate that, and I appreciate that. While that's that you're modeling new events, and of course some of those baseball events, they're going to be located here. Acknowledging that is also a possibility, that there could be some shifting around, and that could have impacts. And again, we've seen that we've continued to become even more of a destination for events, but I just wanted to make sure that that question got asked, and that's a consideration, because for some venues that could be, I'm not really worried as much about T-Mobile Arena. I think if something moves because they need 30,000 seats, T-Mobile Arena is probably going to be fine. There are other venues that I think there could be some impacts to that. So the other question that I had really goes back to the questions about about this district and the revenues collected. And Mr. Aguirre, you mentioned, that there's not really a loss because, but for this, there's nothing else proposed. And I completely understand that the plan is to shut down the Tropicana no matter what. At the same time, we're talking about prime real estate on the Las Vegas Strip on Tropicana Boulevard, where there are, compared with other sites throughout the valley, I think there's a high likelihood that some other development could at some point take place that would bring in revenues. So one, I just wanted to kind of put that out there as I think this site is a little bit unique because it is prime real estate, and there are likely other development opportunities that would potentially exist if this were not on the table, that would help restore some of the revenues that are going to certainly be lost in economic activity. They'll certainly be lost with the shuttering of the Tropicana. So I would just love as a follow-up to understand kind of what is being lost with the Tropicana site, particularly in terms of these different revenue streams, because again, I think it's worthwhile for us to consider that this is certainly one option that comes with its own set of economic development, and there's this proposed public investment, but there could also, I think, be any other development idea for this site, if this were not in play, would likely probably bring in as much or more than the Tropicana does in its current state. It's kind of the A's of the Strip. So I just wanted to
Just
wanted to put
sure
that out there.
we stay respectful in this committee.
Absolutely, Madam Chair. I apologize. But again, I would like to understand what revenues we're losing on the site that we might be able to bring in with an alternative proposal.
Treasurer Conine, for the record, and that was an excellent joke. The Assemblyman, we attempted to get the revenues, gaming revenues and other revenues generated by that site. There is a prohibition against tax releasing information to us or anyone else about specific taxpayers. That is something potentially we could change in law, just a suggestion if you know anybody. But we know that there's going to be some sort of displacement of gaming tax revenue over the time, and room tax revenue, et cetera, over the time between when the Tropicana is demolished and something new gets built. To your point, in the remaining 25, 26 acres on that site, they will absolutely build something that is plenty of room to create a world-class establishment from a gaming resort, an integrated gaming resort perspective. And frankly, I think what we all believe is that the benefit of having a stadium at a property's front door will create enough tax revenue that we're not worried about the 3 years of displacement relative to the overall gaming revenue picture.
Assemblyman Steve Hill, I just add, we have capacity in Las Vegas to compensate for tearing down a property at this point, and we have more capacity coming online. We have the Fontainebleau right next door to the LVCVA with 4,700 rooms that will be coming online at the end of the year. I do not think actually that you'll notice the revenue differential, because I'm not sure that revenue differential will actually exist. The property owner, GLPI, feels like donating this property is a good investment for the other 26 acres. So I think the ballpark will spur that development and spur it at a level that would be higher than what would be possible without the ballpark.
Thank you. I really appreciate that. And again, I just wanted to kind of get that out there for discussion and appreciate your response, which is that it is also there are other ripple effects that will kind of go not only to the general area around where this development will be happening, but also kind of throughout the resort corridor as well. So thank you very much. And thank you for the question.
Thank you very much, Senator Neal.
Oh, yay. Thank you, Madam Chair. So I had a question on Section 28, but I'm going to tie it to 29. So in Section 28, it allows for the county to finance or refinance the stadium project. And so there are implications there when we talk about the pledge revenues. So I wanted to get an understanding, because you have you have the SCCRT in here, which is portion of the C-tax revenue. And it's my understanding that that could have an impact on the non-guaranteed counties. And when we talk about financing and refinancing, can you talk about the fiscal impact there?
Senator Neal, for the record, Jeremy Aguero. The county felt strongly about having the refunding language in, because interest rates could improve and we could borrow at lower costs, which would allow us to pay the bonds off earlier or have more money flow through the waterfall. With regard to the question of the BCCRT and the potential implications on the distributions through the C-tax, again, I'll give you the same answer I think that I offered before, and that is they're also going to benefit from the increase in the sales tax that's going to be associated with the incremental visitor activity. And so, again, but for the construction of the stadium, none of that C-tax would actually be collected anyway. And the benefit associated with the visitors coming, should actually lead to increasing the benefit, at least for those communities that are not guaranteed in terms of the first tier distribution of the consolidated tax.
Thank you for that. And then also, I just found it ironic that the live entertainment tax was being pledged, but yet the sports teams that don't pay the LET. And so it's ironic to me. Can you talk about why the LET would then be placed in as a pledge revenue?
Senator Neal, for the record, Jeremy Aguero, because there'll be other events other than just baseball games that are played there, collecting that tax and having it be reinvested back into the project is consistent with the approach that's being taken here.
Okay. Madam Chair, can I just ask one thing? Okay, so, and I'm going to say this because, you know, I sat on Senate Finance this whole session, and if you knew how many times we heard it's a rainy day in Nevada, and we should fund teacher salaries, you would understand the level of influence or potential pain that experienced in this committee. And I think, you know, regular citizens see us making or having a conversation and a discussion around funding a stadium, but yet we don't have enough revenue to fund and give a 20% increase to teachers in the state of Nevada. And I think that, you know, for regular citizens, they're not looking at economic numbers. They're looking at real life, and they're saying these two things are not congruent, right? That you can't say you're willing to commit time, energy, and pledge, I think almost 17 revenues in order for a stadium, but yet you won't extend yourself to do a 20% raise for teachers. And I think that's a legitimate concern, right? Because even when we went through all of our budgets and there were still some serious asks on the table, and the state is in this bill, right? The state our money is being pledged as a backstop. And then the counties are in here when they just testified about a structural deficit when they can't take care of foster care within the Clark County system. And I think we need to have a real conversation about that, because in regular citizens who are going to work every day, this doesn't make sense to do a second publicly funded stadium. And so help me figure out why this would make sense when we know that those asks are on the table, but we won't give that same effort towards real needs that are on the table this session in 2023.
Senator Neal, I'll try to answer that. When Allegiant Stadium will have a principal and interest payments on its bonds of about $36 million. It will generate over $70 million in tax revenue as a result of all the events that happened there over the past 12 months. In doing that, that means that there is more money that goes to school construction. There is more money that goes to teachers' salaries as a result of that investment. Again, we've talked about it here in terms of it being successful. But for the A's willingness to construct the stadium, no revenues are generated. There is no additional dollars that go to teacher salaries. There is no additional dollars that go to capital programs. There's no additional dollars that go to the county or go to the state for homelessness or any other social services that exist. When we run the numbers out relative to this stadium, the state of Nevada, local governments and state governments combined are over $360 million to the good. Those are dollars that will go to our schools and to our roads and to our parks and to public safety. It's exactly what it will do. And if we can do half as well as we did with Allegiant Stadium, I would hope that the folks that you're talking to benefit from the jobs that are created, from the dollars that are generated for exactly the type of services that you're talking about here today.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Senator Wynn.
I think most of my questions have been answered. I think I might have missed this one last thing. Assemblyman Watson had asked you about the tax loss of the closing of the Tropicana, but what about the job losses? Do we have an understanding of what those job losses would be in that property?
Senator Wynn, Steve Hill. I'm not sure I know the exact number of employees there. It's a couple thousand. And I think you'll hear from the culinary a little bit in testimony later on that subject. It has certainly been a concern and a point of conversation. I know the county has partnered, or we've really partnered with the county, where the county has provided job fairs at the convention center so that we can connect thousands of employees we've done over the past couple of years to jobs. And I'm sure the culinary will help with that effort as well. We're obviously in a good economy right now. We think those jobs are available. There are a lot of companies looking to hire good folks, and we'll do everything we can to help make that happen.
And then do you have actual numbers on that potential tax loss for the state at that property?
Treasurer Conine, for the record, no. Tax isn't able to release information to us, to the speaker, to I think anybody else.
That's right.
On the specific property.
Thank you very much. And I think our last questions come from Senator Harris.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I just have one. If this plan was not approved, is it the A's plan B to stay in Oakland?
Senator Harris, for the record, Jeremy Aguero, they've never indicated as such. They obviously this is the plan that they're looking to be able to accomplish, but it's never been discussed or stated that way.
Yeah. Huh.
Just a quick clarification. So is that you don't know, or you think that their plan is to come to Las Vegas no matter what?
No, I'm sorry, Senator Harris, for the record, Jeremy Aguero. I don't know.
Okay.
Right now, they're working hard with Major League Baseball and all the constituents that have worked with this on a plan. If this plan doesn't work, they've got to start developing a new plan.
Senator Harris, Steve Hill, I may be able to a little more objective answer on this. If this agreement does not go through, they will look for other cities to move to. They will not decide to stay, even though this does not go through.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I have a couple comments or questions, and one of them is to follow up with that. It was my understanding that, first of all, I know just enough to be dangerous about baseball. But it's my understanding you actually have to have permission to move out of a city from the baseball commissioner. Am I correct?
Madam Chair, for the record, Jeremy Aguero, you are correct.
So you can't just decide I'm going to move. You have to have that permission. And then the second thing I would say is I believe that there were several cities that they were looking at in this plan before they settled on Las Vegas or decided to pursue the Las Vegas. Is that correct?
Madam Chair, Steve Hill, I don't believe so. They focused on Las Vegas as an alternative to Oakland, and then a couple of months ago decided to focus solely on Las Vegas. I do know there are a couple other very prominent cities who have approached Major League Baseball and have said that if it does not work out here, they'd be more than happy to have that conversation there.
Okay, thank you. Maybe that's what I was thinking. And then the last thing is that one of the things that I have said is that I think it's as a Las Vegan and as a Nevadan, I think all of us agree on one thing. And as a community, even though we seem very transient, we are very connected. And one of the things we're connected in is if people come to Nevada or Las Vegas, they need to invest in our community somehow. And so I, for one, am actually a little pleased in the bill that it says they will connect, because I know in past ventures that we have done in this state, sometimes that wasn't in the bill. And so it was left up to the company to decide how they wanted to invest. So I would like to see investments in schools, in community projects with kids, and work on homelessness, work on making the infrastructure of our community stronger, because I think that needs to be where we go. And I could come up with all kinds of ideas if I had a pen and paper and just started writing. But I just think I want the A's to understand, and I think Mr. Fisher does, that we need some involvement with what would probably be an A's foundation or something like that, like the Raiders had a foundation and Aviators have a foundation, and to give some feedback or some not feedback, some give back to our community. I think that's really important to people in Nevada. So with that, I appreciate that. And I think the vice chair has one question, and then we'll close this round.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for the second round. My question is this the line in the sand for the A's, or is there room for amendments so that we can get this to where we would feel more comfortable moving forward?
Madam Vice Chair, for the record, Jeremy Aguero, as Steve said, they've been trying to work this structure and bring it forward. Obviously, you come before the legislature, and there can be a lot of good ideas that happen here. If there's a way to make it better, I think there's always room to have a conversation about that. And obviously, we've done a lot of that over the past couple of months. That having been said, I think we're all mindful of the structure of what's trying to be accomplished and the timeline that we're looking at. So appreciate anything that you can provide.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. And with that, we'll close out this part of the hearing, and we will go to those in support of Senate Bill 509. Las Vegas, I know that you are waiting as well. So I think what we're going to do is to start with some here in Las Vegas, but I do know that Chair Gibson, are you still in the room? I don't know if you are or not. But so we'll let you go ahead, and please go ahead when you're ready.
Thank you, Chairwoman Dondero Loop and Chair Danielle Monroe Moreno, and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Susie Martinez, and I am the Executive Secretary Treasurer of the Nevada State AFL-CIO. And on behalf of over 150,000 members and 120 unions, we are in full support of the bill. On behalf, so union laborers has for very long been the backbone of Las Vegas's world-class entertainment and tourism economy. This legislation presents yet another opportunity for the creation of good-paying union jobs in our state. The proposed construction of a baseball stadium in Southern Nevada will not only give our economy the diversification it needs, but also ensure that our brothers and sisters in the building and construction trades are given good contracts and are paid the prevailing wage that they deserve. Additionally, in the long term, our service industry will reap the benefits of this project. As a proposed stadium, we will need service workers to keep it running efficiently. Labor has been here in Las Vegas, continues to grow, and we look forward to being a part of this exciting project. For many of you guys that know, I've always talked about that I was in the service industry for over 30 years. And I can say, that, I never knew who the Sharks were. I'd see the people with their Sharks jerseys. Well, those were people that were coming to see the Knights, to see their team against the Knights, right? Same thing when, I've heard that Al Davis has had an issue because there were more 49ers in our stadium than there were actual Raiders. So if we build the A stadium, hopefully we'll have that same effect as well. We'll have people working in our industries and our economy will be stronger. So with that being said, we support the bill. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your comments. Next there at the table, Mr. Saavedra, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the Joint Committee. For the record, my name is Vince Saavedra, Vince, V-I-N-C-E, Saavedra, S-A-A-V-E-D-R-A, and I am the Executive Secretary Treasurer to the Southern Nevada Building Trades Unions. I'm an iron worker by trade, having to complete the apprenticeship program to become a journeyman and working in the field for many years. Working as a union iron worker has allowed me to put food on my table for my family, buy a home, and raise my children. You've already heard a lot today about the economic and job impacts of this stadium. I'm not going to go into details about that because that's already been covered. I want to focus on how the stadium will affect families and working families like mine. We have an agreement with the baseball club that will require 15% of hours on the construction project to be by apprentices and 5% of those for first-year apprentices. There's talks of a community benefit bill of the stadium. I could tell you that having these numbers of requirement for apprentices on the project will ensure the community benefits from building the stadium. New apprentices will learn the trade and earn great wages, healthcare, and a great pension. With those wages, we'll allow them to put food on the table for their families, buy homes, clothes for their kids, school supplies, and enroll their kids in soccer and other things like music lessons. You'll hear a lot of people in opposition talk about education. Let's be clear. Apprenticeship is real-world education that teaches young people a trade that will allow them to work for decades to produce incredible new buildings and shape our skyline in the state. The skills taught are transferable and can be used anywhere. Furthermore, our apprentices are able to learn and earn credits at College of Southern Nevada while they're in the apprenticeship, thus rounding out the apprentice education and other areas. SB509 will support education and job creation. I urge you to support SB509. I want nothing more than for the stadium to get built for Southern Nevada's working men and women. Down the road, once the stadium's built, there'll be many iron workers, electricians, pipe fitters, and other trade workers who could point at the stadium and tell their sons and daughters they built that. Southern Nevada Building Trades Unions fully supports SB 509. As you heard, they've signed a project labor agreement with us, which ensures the community, this project will be built by the community. People in the community are going to go to work. It's very important for families. And again, it's more than just jobs. The economical impact it's going to have is going to trickle down to all small businesses across. Thank you very much. We appreciate your time, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, sir. Next, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members of the committee, Rob Benner, Executive Secretary Treasurer of the Northern Nevada Building Trades. Just due to the nature of construction on major projects like this, we work very closely north and south just to make sure that we can meet the labor needs. A lot of times, just, nature of construction, sometimes the south can be busy, the north slow, workers can move north and south. So this isn't just something that could benefit just Southern Nevada, but it could also benefit Northern Nevada construction workers too. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Go ahead, please, Mr. Caffa.
Good evening, Madam Chair and members of the committee. My name is Paul Catha, and I represent the Culinary Workers Union Local 226. The Culinary Union supports SB 509 now that the involved parties have come to an agreement that's good for workers in Southern Nevada. While the union avoids picking sides between different unionized employers, the union supports the A's decision to partner with the unionized Tropicana Las Vegas. The Culinary Union will negotiate to ensure that Tropicana workers' rights under the contract are strictly followed so that workers have additional compensation, healthcare coverage, and pension benefits when the property is closed for redevelopment. Culinary Union contracts include strong language on layoff, recall, seniority, training, and placement so that unionized workers will have access to free job training and continued benefits during closure, seniority rights of first access to job openings if the property reopens, and placement into other job opportunities as they're available. The Culinary Union applauds the A's on agreeing to card check neutrality language to allow the workers at the stadium to freely choose whether to unionize, and the union looks forward to the labor management relationship that will come with Major League Baseball's arrival in Las Vegas. The Culinary Union urges the Nevada legislature to support and pass SB 509. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For the record, Danny Thompson, representing the operating engineers, Local 3 and Local 12. I can tell you from experience, we know that this is going to create thousands of construction jobs because we've built the past stadiums. I don't think it can be understated, though, what this means to our apprenticeship programs, because those apprenticeship programs will have to be restaffed, and we'll be training the next generation of construction workers to continue work in Las Vegas and Nevada. So it's very important, not just for job creation, but for training of new workers as well. So we support this bill 100%. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Go ahead, please.
For the record, my name is Mark Ellis. I'm the president of Communication Workers of America. First of all, very important. The Golden Knights are up 5-0. I'm behind. Second of all, as a labor leader, I stand in support and solidarity with my brothers and sisters. But also as a Northern Nevadan, I hold out hope that if the A's can go to Las Vegas, hopefully one day I'll be here testifying in behalf of some sort of professional team coming to Northern Nevada. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Go ahead, please.
Good evening, everyone. Tom Morley for the record, representing Laborers Local 872. This is a jobs bill. We look forward to constructing it. As Mr. Benner said, if we don't have manpower down south, there's a reason why they call us journeymen. We follow the work. But I urge your support, and this is a home run. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Ronnie Young. I represent the IBEW Local 357. I'd like to echo a lot of the sentiments that have been made already, but ultimately I think one of this thing is the big part about this bill is that this will be local people working in the community that they live in, and those jobs are going to be circulated, and that tax revenue will be, again, then spent back in with the community. So I think that this would be beneficial as a whole, and I urge you to support.
Thank you very much. Go ahead, please.
Thank you. Andy Donahue with the Labor Employers Cooperation and Education Trust. Let's build something strong, something that'll last. When I look around, I can see the efforts that governors, lawmakers, and citizens have shared for a common goal to diversify the Nevada economy. Let's look at what we've done. In the recent years, we have all benefited from tremendous market expansion into Silver State, including stadiums that host inspiring sports teams and culturally significant concerts. Bringing the major leagues and a stadium that facilitates events larger than the Fortress and smaller than Raider Stadium will help us continue this economic diversification. Every part of the construction industry is ready to further this task together. In conclusion, home run means Nevada to me.
Thank you. Go ahead, please.
Greg Esposito, representing the Nevada State Pipe Trades. Last year, I was a CASA for a young man who was about to age out of the system, and he was very concerned for his future. I found a program at UNLV that was going to help people about his age move forward in life. And he was reluctant to go until when we got there, there was a Raider. There was a Raider, a player who was part of the program. And it was sort of built around his experiences, developing himself through education and business. And the young man was then eager to go to the rest of the classes, rest of the seminar. I think that's one of the benefits that having sports teams brings to a community. I was scrolling Facebook the other day, and I saw there were some young women getting memorabilia signed by one of the Las Vegas Aces, and they were over the moon. They were just about crying because one of their sports heroes was taking the time to spend time with them. So we've been talking a lot about the economics of it. There's a human element to having a sports team. Baseball is far more connected to the community than football is. I grew up in New York with two teams, and going to the games early to get signatures and speak to the players was a huge thrill. As far as the jobs are concerned, my organization has taken in more apprentices, started more careers since the Allegiant Stadium started getting built than ever before. I've attended more indenture ceremonies than I ever have. And so the language in this bill to include first-year apprentices is going to start a lot of careers, which then lead to long-term jobs and a larger tax base. So we urge your support of this bill. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Go ahead, please.
Chairs Dondero Loop and Monroe Moreno, and members of the Joint Committee, thank you for this opportunity to address you in support of Senate Bill 509. For the record, my name is Tom Burns. I'm the Director of the Governor's Office of Economic Development for the state of Nevada. As the presenters have demonstrated the significant economic impacts to a region as a whole, I wanted to reiterate the importance of these transproportional projects. The increase of induced economic activity, introducing construction jobs, the projections of high out-of-town visitors, and general operations geared towards infusing new dollars directly into our state are significant. The injection of new capital will, as proven through the construction of Allegiant Stadium, will continue to diversify and expand Nevada's growing presence as a major league city, and Las Vegas is a major league state, and Las Vegas is a major league city. Additionally, this project is directly in line with the GO-ED state plan to focus on hospitality, tourism, sports, and creative industries. To directly quote from the plan, the creative economy has a strong presence in Southern Nevada, and the cluster of creative talent and opportunities continues to pull from newcomers to our regions. While the state is a powerhouse in these sections, attention should be given to supporting the workforce through training and compensation packages, diversifying entertainment and leisure activities into sports and other high-value sectors, connecting organizations to existing networks and community resources, and leveraging Southern Nevada's proximity to the Los Angeles area, including the expansion of the expansion of the medical school, the potential for the expansion of medical sports industries and other derivative industries. Based on this, our agency supports this growth and will allow this state to continue its upward trajectory and keying on the workforce in the sector as it further grows, diversifies, and helps build a more resilient Nevada. For these reasons, and among others that have been presented today, please consider passing the legislation to augment the growth of our state in this industry and further our tax base. Thank you.
Thank you much. Go ahead, please.
Good evening, Chairs Dondero Loop and Monroe Moreno and members of the Joint Committee. It's nice to see you tonight. For the record, my name is Mary Beth Seawald. I'm the President and CEO of the Las Vegas Chamber of Commerce. The Vegas Chamber is in support of SB 509. This bill is the next important step in investing in our future and will help solidify our role as a global sports destination and will definitely benefit the entire state. For Las Vegas to maintain its position as the premier global destination for entertainment, we need to continue to invest in world-class infrastructure projects that will ensure we are staying ahead of our competitors. We will be setting new entertainment experiences and standards that will be unmatched anywhere else in the world. This bill will also spur economic development and much-needed diversification. First, by securing a Major League Baseball team with this new stadium, we will open access to a new market of sports fans that we previously had never tapped. Second, this new stadium will also provide new entertainment venue options, attracting new leisure travelers, both domestically and internationally, to Las Vegas. And equally as important, and maybe the most important reason that the Chamber supports the stadium is jobs, 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 and good jobs. At the Vegas Chamber, we represent not only employers, but employees as well. This new stadium and team operations, as we heard before, are projected to create thousands of new jobs, and that will generate nearly $440 million in wages and salaries paid to local workers in our community over the next 30 years. The Chamber also believes that this project will replicate the success that we've seen with Allegiant Stadium, which was also supported by the state legislature as well. Another reason the Chamber supports this legislation is because the accountability measures created with the financing mechanisms and the fact that the Las Vegas Stadium Authority will have oversight of the stadium as it does with Allegiant Stadium. It is also important to note that the public financing structure does not require any new taxes, nor does it increase any existing taxes. It is for these reasons that the Vegas Chamber supports SB 509. Thank you so much for your support.
Thank you so much. Go ahead, please.
Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the committee. For the record, Andrew McCammon, the Executive Director of the Nevada Franchise Auto Dealers Association. Much of what I was going to say has already been covered, but it's important to note that we support this bill because this is a good economic development bill. And it's going to benefit not only Clark County, it's going to benefit the entire state. That's why as a statewide trade organization, we support it. There's a clock out front of this building, and on it, there's some parts of Rotary, and one of them is, will it benefit all involved? And I think unequivocally, this bill meets that prong, and it's yes. And frankly, for those reasons, members of the committee, that is why we support this bill. We are excited to see something as dynamic and as exciting to this on what is arguably the greatest road on planet Earth. Sorry to the Parisians and the Champs-Élysées, sorry for the New Yorkers, and Park Avenue, the Modernos and the Grand Via. Las Vegas Boulevard is this, and this is somehow going to make that iconic road that much better. And we encourage its support. Thank you for your time. Great job running this hearing so far, Madam Chair. So I'm out of here. Appreciate you.
Thank you very much. All right. Thank you very much, Ms. Alvarez. Go ahead, please.
Good evening, Chair, Madam Chair. My name is Fran Alvarez, and I am here today representing the Teamsters. The Teamsters are in construction, so they will help build the stadium. The Teamsters also do valet, so they will have jobs once it is built. the Teamsters also have warehousing, so they will have jobs. This stadium will have jobs for years to come. I urge you to support this bill. On another note, I would like to tell you, my husband is a Cub fan. Anybody who knows me knows my husband plans his day around games. He is not an A's fan, but he is excited for this team to come here so that he can go to games. Even though he doesn't like the A's, he will go because he loves baseball. And frankly, it'll get him out of the house. So thank you very much. I urge your support of 509.
Thank you very much. All right, we are going to jump down to Las Vegas. And Chair Gibson, would you please go first?
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Jim Gibson, Chairman of the Clark County Board of County Commissioners. I want to especially thank all of you, the chairs, Dondero Loop and Monroe Moreno, and all of you for taking the time to take care of this. We've been working on this bill for considerable time. Senate Bill 509 has had input across the board from many, and many of you, in fact, have had conversation with those who have been working on it over the past couple of months. Today, you consider this legislation that reflects an agreement between Clark County, the governor, the treasurer, and the A's organization. It's essential when I finish that at least you understand and are informed about the role that Clark County has played in these discussions. Our sole focus has been to uphold the historical, prudent financial practices of Clark County. This legislation compels the county to issue bonds for the financing of the stadium, and throughout our conversation with the A's, it has been imperative that the terms of a bond issue meet the standards the county would require for any similar county bond issue, specifically to the amount of the bond funding, the revenue to debt service, the debt service coverage requirement, and the amount required to be held in reserves. County Manager Kevin Schiller and Chief Financial Officer Jessica Colvin have spent many hours briefing with our board members, have heard their concerns, and have attempted to reflect those concerns in their work. They have evaluated the county's financial commitment toward the development of the A Stadium and do believe it is fiscally sound. The county's commitment to issue $120 million in general obligation-backed bonds was not agreed to lightly. Clark County's ability to fulfill this request is possible because the terms of the bond require 1, a debt service coverage ratio of 2 times, 2, a debt service reserve equal to 2 years of average annual debt service, and 3, the replenishment of the reserve fund throughout the life of the bonds. These terms are in place to reduce the risk of a default to the investor and, more importantly, to prevent any burden to Clark County residents. They are the very terms we began to talk about the first day we began to have discussions about a Clark County issued general obligation bond. Additionally, the county will provide up to $25 million toward the cost of infrastructure associated with the development of the site. Those are the kinds of things counties are very concerned about. In this community, this is especially important to us. This could include costs associated with utilities, roadway, pedestrian improvements, police, fire, or other requirements to identified in the other development agreement, which we believe is essential, and the paramount agreement for the county that will be negotiated between the A's and Clark County before any development begins. I think it's important to note that the structure of this agreement is for a timeline of 30 years. And while those of us who are here today will no longer be in our positions, elected, appointed, or otherwise, Clark County's financial contributions are intended to withstand a lot of unknowns throughout this time frame. And as it has been the subject of testimony, there are additional dollars we would not otherwise ever see because of the construction and the financing, the way it has been arranged, of the stadium. And while I'm not able to predict with any certainty a positive outcome, I am certain that what you have before you for consideration is the best version of an agreement to bring the A's to Clark County with the protected support of the public financing. Now, I serve as the chairman of the Las Vegas Convention and Visitors Authority Board, as well as the Board of County Commissioners. And I can certify to you that both of these institutions recognize that serving and protecting our residents is the most critical component of our work at Clark County. But we also recognize that a continued investment, smartly done, in the hospitality industry, which is the economic engine of Southern Nevada, will only strengthen the economy we have here in Southern Nevada and ultimately the economy of this great state. I believe the structure of this agreement does protect our constituents, both those who are housed and those who are not. Through this agreement, the financial commitment to help address homelessness is something we should be proud of, and it should serve as a model for public-private partnerships going forward. I think it's important to say right here that there is nothing about the economics that are a part of Clark County and the financial condition it is in to suggest that our county is experiencing any kind of a structural deficit. To the contrary, Clark County is strong as it has always been, probably today stronger than it has ever been. There is, in fact, a child welfare program mismatch that has been commented upon by our representative. But the comment was never intended to suggest that Clark County's government and our finances are in structural deficit. Rather, that program, as we are mandated to do things and we bill the state for the things that we do, has resulted in about a $20 million net difference each reporting period, which builds itself up. We pay to take care of the child welfare issues. We pay to do everything that we can identify that needs to be done, and we pay to do the things that the state mandates that we do, and that needs to be clearly understood. So when you look at where we are today, we have a structure in place now that is being presented to you in Senate Bill 509 that will work, that will result in the kind of additional revenue that we hope for when we do a major project like this, that will accrue to the benefit of both the state, and that means everyone in the state, and to Clark County. Thank you very much for your time today.
Thank you, Chair Gibson, and thank you for waiting through the hearing to make your remarks. All right, is there somebody else at the table, please? Go ahead when you're ready.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Aaron Ibarra with Southern Nevada Building Trades, AARONIBARRA. And while I am with Southern Nevada Building Trades, I want to give kind of some personal testimony and kind of tie it all back. So I graduated from Canyon Springs High School in 2016. And while I did have a lot of my colleagues and friends that went to college, a lot of them didn't go to college for a multitude of reasons. And I always wondered why there weren't more options that were being offered to students once they graduated. Especially during this time, during graduation season, that stays on my mind heavy. When I found out about the building trades, I learned that we have 10 different apprenticeship facilities in the Southern Nevada. These 10 different apprenticeship facilities allow students to join and earn a livable wage to start off and get paid to go to school. When I found that you could get paid $20, get your education paid, I wondered why these opportunities weren't more available. And I found out that a lot of that comes down to having secured projects in order to be able to open these full time. The last thing our apprenticeship facilities want is to have apprentices on the bench, not have work for them, and not being able to get paid and get the education that they need. So funding this bill would allow for not only 15% of apprentices to be on the job, but for 5% of first-year apprentices. Those first-year apprentices are essential, right? You're opening up our apprenticeship facilities for not only CCSD students, but for veterans, but for formerly incarcerated folks who a lot of times the trades are one of the only places where they can go and get a strong livable wage after they have that on their record. But there's so many opportunities that because we have that PLA because we have that apprenticeship language that this bill has an opportunity to create, that I want to make sure that y'all take that into consideration when voting on this bill. But thank you for your time, and I urge this joint committee to support this bill.
Thank you so much, and thank you for your time this evening. Go ahead, please.
Good afternoon, Chair Dondero Loop and esteemed members of the committee. For the record, Ann Barnett, CEO of the Nevada Contractors Association, here to support SB509. Our association is comprised of skilled contractors and subcontractors who have successfully constructed monumental projects in Nevada, such as the Allegiant Stadium and the Las Vegas Convention Center expansion. Passing this legislation will provide substantial support for the creation of thousands of construction employment opportunities on yet another world-class venue, as well as contributing to our economic growth. Taking these substantial benefits into account and with the supporting reasons previously stated, the Nevada Contractors Association supports SB 509. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members of the committee, Amber Stidham with the Las Vegas Global Economic Alliance. I am the Chief Strategy Officer. Thank you for being here this evening and allowing us a chance to provide public feedback. The sports and creative industry has long been a focus for our organization. We are the Regional Economic Development Agency for Southern Nevada. And as mentioned earlier by my colleagues for the state of Nevada, it's been a focus of the state as well. In our region, we've seen firsthand how projects for professional sports stadium projects can transform communities. And these investments have very much a multiplier effect. And I think a lot of that's been reflected in the support comments made previous to me, so I won't belabor the point. For us, we see this as job opportunities. This is an opportunity for us to also attract adjacent and new businesses to our area. And from an economic development standpoint, generating the tax revenues that can be reinvested back into our communities, helping our residents and our families, which is always a focus of our organization. And so for those reasons and everything else mentioned earlier, we urge your support. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Go ahead, please.
For the record, my name is Anna Wood, ANAWOOD. I am Government Affairs Chair and member of the Board of Directors of the Las Vegas Asian Chamber of Commerce. Good evening, Chairwoman Dondero, Vice Chair Canizaro, Chairwoman Monroe Moreno, Vice Chair Backus, and members of the Finance and Assembly Ways and Means Committees, respectively. Since 1986, the mission of the Las Vegas Asian Chamber of Commerce is to serve and represent the professional interests of Nevada's growing AAPI business community. With a population of more than 355,000 Asian Americans, AAPI is the second largest minority in Nevada. The Asian Chamber of Commerce supports the creation of a sports and entertainment improvement district. This addition to our city will not only bring national baseball to Las Vegas, it will strengthen businesses and build community. Currently, there are more than 22,000 Asian-owned businesses in Nevada. SB 509 will enable Asian small businesses and entrepreneurs to grow and succeed through connectivity and opportunity. It will provide employment, growth in leadership, engage community by enhancing mentoring programs and youth development, showcase diversity, bring new talent, and various other ethnic groups to our city, as well as attract additional tourism from Southeast Asia and worldwide, and increase the overall productivity, which will further Nevada's economic growth. Public and private partnership is a win-win for all. I ask for your support of SB 509. The return on your investment will be multifold. On behalf of the Las Vegas Asian Chamber of Commerce Board of Directors and members, I thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you very much. Go ahead, please.
Honorable Chair and members of the committee, my name is Stephen Morgan, and I'm a newer resident of Las Vegas. I am representing myself, and I support SB 509. I look to the far-reaching benefits of this bill far beyond the views of the team in question, the millionaire owner, and the false narrative of giving away tax dollars. This is an investment in our community bringing further revenues in the future, a new source of charitable contributions, and yes, a Major League Baseball team to join the Raiders, Knights, Aviators, Aces, and Vipers. I see the $1.1 million commitment from team ownership, the working with the Culinary Union, which changed the location of this site, of the stadium, and the commitment of the Bally's Corporation as positive steps. I do not know all the time and effort made, nor do I have a list of other businesses or business persons supporting this effort, but you have heard from quite a few of them this evening. The facilities will be more than just for baseball. Another venue to hold events is not a bad thing, but rather an expansion of possibilities. With the future of the bullet train from Southern California and the subterranean slant subway system being put into place to aid in the movement of people, I see Las Vegas being even more of a destination than it is today. I am a fan of baseball. In my younger years, when I could afford to go to A's games, I did. The record didn't matter because I'm not only a fan of the team, but a fan of the game. I shall be a season ticket holder. I understand there may be an opportunity.
Yeah, I wonder what happened there. Let's see here.
To be on a citizens committee of some sort. I'm not quite sure of that. I wholeheartedly volunteer for such a committee to put my time into this.
It's a bit odd there. Let's see what, just wait and let it buffer. Let's see here. Let it buffer.
Metal and aerial transportation workers, and we are here in full support of this bill. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Go ahead, please. Anyone else? Okay, then we will go to the phone lines. BPS, when you're ready.
Thank you, Chair. If you would like to speak in support of SB 509, please press *9 now or raise your hand in the Zoom client to take your place in the queue.
Oh.
BPS.
Caller with the last three digits, 717. Please press *6 to unmute yourself.
Not my fault, folks.
Good evening, Chairwoman Dondero Loop, Chairwoman Monroe Moreno, and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Robert Sumlin, ROBERT SUMLIN, and I'm with the International Association of Machinists and Aerospace Workers here in Las Vegas, Nevada. I'm here in full support of Senate Bill 509 and urge the committee to support it as well. I support this bill because the proposed project will create good paying union jobs for our building and construction trades and service industry workers. Thanks for your time.
Thank you very much. Next caller, please.
Good evening, chairpersons. My name is Beverly Williams. I'm with the Southern Nevada Central Labor Council. I am in full support of SB 509. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Next caller.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Russ James, RUSSJAMES. I'm with the Nevada AFL-CIO and a longtime member of the Painters and Allied Trades. And yes, I'm in full support of Senate Bill 509. Urge the committee to support it as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next caller, please.
Hello, my name is Peter Guzman, President of the Latin Chamber of Commerce, Nevada. Thank you, Chairwoman and members. The LCC is in total support of SB 509. I remember hearing so many of the same pros and cons for the process of Allegiant Stadium. I testified 100% for Allegiant Stadium. I remember testifying that people's personal wealth and how much they were worth was not important to me. Getting deserving men and women working was the most important thing. And the LCC members feel the same way. Getting the laborers, carpenters, iron workers, plumbers, just to name a few, who are all part of the LCC, and more importantly, part of this community, getting them back to work is what matters. So here we are again. But now I can tell you that the reasons I testified were spot on. You see, I am on the Community Benefit Committee, and I helped write it from the inception. And I can tell you without a doubt that this community has benefited tremendously because of the construction of Allegiant Stadium, and many of my members were the beneficiary of that stadium. I will also say, we often talk about diversifying our economy. Well, here is what we have. We are on the verge of being the greatest sports town in the world. I said it then, that if we build it, we would get the Super Bowl. And here we are. Now we're getting the Stanley Cup. It's on its way. We also have Formula One. So now I say it again. Let's get this stadium under construction. Let's get the World Series here. And instead of talking about being the greatest sports town, let's be the greatest sports town in the world and create jobs and benefits in the process. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And at any point, callers, if you want to say me too, you are welcome to do that. Next caller, please.
Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the committee. My name is Jimmy Schwartz, JIMMY, SCHWARZ. I'm with the Ironworkers Local 433. We support this bill. We urge you to do the same. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller.
Good evening, Madam Chair and the committee. My name is Dion Klug, DIONNEKLUG. I'm with the United Food and Commercial Workers Union Local 711 in Las Vegas, and we urge you to support this bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller.
Caller with the last three digits, 433. Please press *6 to unmute yourself.
Aloha, Chair and members. This is Mitchell Beckel on behalf of the 30,000 members of the District Council of Ironworkers. We're in full support. Me too. Thanks.
Thanks. You got an A+. Next caller, please.
Caller with the last three digits, 756. You are unmuted and may begin.
Thank you, Madam President and committee members. For the record, my name is Catherine Francisco, President of Nevada AAPI Chamber of Commerce. The Chamber expresses our enthusiastic support for the move of the A's to the vibrant city of Las Vegas, recognizing the tremendous economic impact it can bring to the region and the AAMHPI community. Las Vegas has long been recognized as a global destination, attracting millions of visitors from around the world. With its unique blend of entertainment, hospitality, and diverse cultural offerings, Las Vegas has become a city of opportunity and economic growth. The addition of professional baseball to the city's repertoire will undoubtedly enhance its appeal and further contribute to its economic prosperity. The Chamber understands the significance of economic opportunities and the positive effects they have on our communities. By bringing professional baseball to Las Vegas, we anticipate a surge in tourism, job creation, and business growth. This will provide numerous benefits, including increased employment opportunities, entrepreneurial endeavors, and the fostering of small businesses. The Chamber appreciated the fact that A's leadership took the time to speak to us a few months ago in reinforcing their commitment to diversity, equity, and inclusivity. Nevada AAPI Chamber lends its support to SB 509. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller.
Caller with the last three digits, 172. You are unmuted and may begin.
Good evening, Madam and Senate Committee, Madam Chair and Senate Committee. My name is Andrea Kelly. I am the president of the Humboldt County Support Staff Organization. I am here this evening in opposition of SB 509. I strongly oppose delivering $380 million in public funds to a California billionaire. Yes.
Are you in opposition?
I am. They told me to speak, so.
Oh, yeah, we are in support.
They muted me. Correct. They unmuted me and told me to speak, so.
All right, go ahead, please.
Thank you. I am here this evening in opposition of SB 509. I strongly oppose delivering $380 million in public funds to a California billionaire to build a stadium for the Oakland A's in Las Vegas. I ask legislatures to instead prioritize funding public education in time for 20. Educators are leaving their profession in search of a living wage. Professionals are being replaced with long and short-term subs, some with little to no educational background. I received a call from a parent last week saying that her 10-year-old daughter had to teach a math lesson to her fourth grade classmates because the sub did not know how to explain the lesson. We demand that you put those funds toward keeping the professional educators in the classrooms. Pay them what they deserve. Make the children of Nevada your priority. I'd also like to add, with those funds in time for 20, we can ensure that we keep the best of the best educators and recruit the best educators for Nevada. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And we are in support. So next caller, please.
Caller with the last three digits, 769. Please press *6 to unmute yourself.
My name is Cesar Andia with Local 1977 Carpenters Union, and we fully support this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next caller.
Huh. Hello.
Caller with the last three digits, 889. You are unmuted and may begin.
Talk.
Good evening, Chairwoman Dondera Loop and Chairwoman Monroe Moreno and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Gabe Christensen. I'm the Assistant State Legislative Director for Nevada State Legislative Director for Smart TD. I'm here in full support of Senate Bill 509. I believe this is a unique opportunity for our state in the form of good union jobs and revenue for Clark County and the state of Nevada, and I urge you to support this as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next caller.
Yeah, this is Brandon Morris, representing Carpenters 1977, local in Las Vegas. We are in support of this. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller.
Talk. Woo, talk. Hello.
Caller with the last three digits, 653. Please press *6 to unmute yourself.
That's a problem all of a sudden.
Good evening, Madam Chair, Co-Chair, and members of the committee. My name is Daniel Lincoln. I'm with the International Union of Painters and Allied Trades. We represent over 1,700 painters, glazers, and floor coverers here in the state. My members are eager to build yet another world-class stadium here in Southern Nevada, and we support any bill that provides good paying jobs to the hardworking residents of the state. I am in full support of SB 509 and urge you all to support this bill as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next caller, please.
She has acted like that, Andrew. She's made some comments about Vegas that I asked her, why are you doing that?
Caller with the last three digits, 175. You are unmuted and may begin.
Oh, poor Libby. Oh, my Lord.
Caller with the last three digits, 175. You are unmuted on our end. Please check to make sure you are unmuted on your end as well.
Libby, you should have put me in charge instead of Molly Mayburn and Betsy Lake. Just saying.
Hello, my name is Eric Gherkin. I'm with American Federation of Government Employees in Reno, Nevada. I'm looking forward to traveling to Vegas to see some A's games, and I encourage the committee to support this bill. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next caller.
Good evening, Chairwoman Dondera Loop, Chairwoman Monroe Moreno, and members of both committees. For the record, my name is Liz Sorensen, and I'm the president of the Nevada State AFL-CIO. I'm really excited that SB 509 is not only going to create jobs, but good union jobs. So I am very much in strong support of SB 509, and I urge this committee to do the same. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you very much. Next caller, please.
Good evening. For the record, my name is Phil James. I am the president of the International Alliance of Theatrical Stage Employees, Las Vegas, or Local 720 in Las Vegas. Local 720 supports SB 509 because the stadium project will provide good-paying union jobs during the construction and for many years thereafter. Because of that, I urge you to, on the committee, everybody on the committee, to support this bill as well. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much. Next caller, please.
Good evening, Madam Chairwoman and all members present. My name is Marvin Philber, last name spelled Philliber. I'm representing myself. I urge you to pass SB 509. I'm not going to get into all the technicalities that a lot of people have. I think you've heard enough of it. I want to address the point that I've heard in this conference call, a few times about your constituents contacting you negatively. You need to make sure they're your true constituents. On social media right now, there's lots of evidence of people that are not Las Vegans, not Nevadans, trying to send you negative information. The website or the web group No Money Nevada is actually created by a web designer from Oakland. There is also a blog poster on Reddit that is getting a lot of people that got a lot of people to dial in tonight, and they may be speaking against this. And a lot of these people are not Nevadans. So please take that into consideration. I am for it. On the funny side, I grew up in Minnesota when they had the North Stars, but I'm still happy that the Stars lost tonight. Go Golden Knights. And thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Next caller, please.
Thank you, Madam Chairs and members of the committees. My name is Emily Osterberg, and I'm calling on behalf of the Henderson Chamber of Commerce and our over 1,800 members, most of which are small businesses, in support of SB 509. While we are excited about the idea of Major League Baseball team moving to Las Vegas, we're supportive of this bill because economic development is a priority of the Chamber, and we recognize this bill will create jobs both in the short term in building the stadium and long term with permanent jobs created once the stadium is open. And for these reasons and those previously mentioned, we are in support of SB 509. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next caller, please.
Caller with the last three digits 455, please press *6 to unmute yourself.
Hello. 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 Hat to the pick up the phone, start talking. Oh man. Anybody home? Hey, wake up over there. Wow. It's like they went dead. Oh, wait a minute. Maybe not.
Hello?
Yes, you're here. Talk.
Yes, we're here.
Yes, hello, my name is Kyle Patterson, and I'm a member of Southwest Mountain States Regional Council of Carpenters, and we are in favor of this 509. We would consider this right here a home run.
There you go.
It does meet the Mendoza standards. Thank you.
Thank you for calling. Next caller, please.
Hi, all board members. Hello?
We're here.
Yes.
Hello. Hi, all board members and all involved. A lot has been said here today. I ask vote yes on this bill. My name is Ricardo Estrada, local union iron worker at 433. With this bill, new doors and new avenues and more will be open. Thank you guys for your hard work.
Thank you very much. Next caller, please.
Talk again.
My name is Anthony Sarabia, SARAB is a Bravo IA. I support this bill. Me too.
Perfect. Thank you. Next caller, please.
Good evening. This is Andrew Gonzalez. I'm actually calling in opposition. Should I speak now or should I wait?
You should wait, sir. We are in support. We will be in opposition shortly.
Okay, I can wait if you want to put me back in queue.
If you have recently joined us and would like to provide support testimony for SB 509, please press *9 now to take your place in the queue.
Good evening, Madam Chairs and Committee. My name is Ashley Dodson. For the record, that is ASHLEY DODSON, calling on behalf of the Urban Chamber of Commerce to show support in this bill. We urge you to support the bill. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next caller, please.
Good evening, members of the board. My name is Lucas Inman. I'm a member of 1977, local with the Carpenters. I'm calling in support of 509 and also as a Clark County School District teacher. I just got done teaching construction, so I want jobs for my graduating seniors and all of my next class graduating seniors to get a job as well. So I am in support of the teacher and as a carpenter. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thank you for being a teacher. Next caller, please.
Good evening, chairs, member of the joint committees. Thank you for the opportunity to provide public testimony. My name is Jesse Cook. I will be testifying independently in support of this bill. Now, I will be providing overall support for this new stadium and the contents of this bill. However, I will be outlining some specific concerns I have. And these concerns are not in opposition to the bill, but rather just an opportunity to, well, take advantage of some ways that Vegas could massively benefit from this situation, from the A's moving to what the potential implications of this new stadium are. Obviously, this committee has already heard the enormous economic benefits thereof, from the creation of new jobs to everything that comes from having fans at the games for, 86 games a season. I mean, that can't be understated. This is going to be an incredible project for the city of Las Vegas. However, I am rather appalled by the lack of transit planning in this proposal. Everything to do with transportation has been entirely auto-centric. The creation of new parking structures adjacent to the stadium, and all that's in its immediate walkshed is hotels, not commercial or residential or mixed-use buildings or affordable housing. I feel that the stadium could massively benefit from being in a properly urban environment and not simulated urbanism like you'd see on the Las Vegas Strip. Stadiums thrive when they're in these urban environments. Just look at some of the newest projects around the country. City Park in St. Louis being the best example I can think of, especially with the new redevelopment project going around Allianz Field in St. Paul, Minnesota. Overall, Las Vegas could benefit from a great deal of rapid transit, and at the present moment, there exists absolutely nothing. There's only one bus line that runs down the strip called the Deuce, and it spends more time sitting in traffic than actually moving. I would be far more in support of this project if it included provisions such as temporary bus-only lanes for game days, because running game day buses like we do for the Golden Knights games for all of our other sports teams, that will never be enough so long as it is always slower and less convenient than driving. But if we prioritize driving to the extent that we have, then our city is just going to continue to fall into disrepair.
Thank
We're going
you,
to continue
sir.
to build
Sir, you've
sprawling and
reached your 2
financially
minutes.
unsustainable auto infrastructure.
Thank you very
Okay.
much.
Thank you very much.
All right, BPS, any additional callers?
That concludes callers in support at this time.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone here in Carson City in opposition? Please come forward. It's your time. Go ahead, please.
Good evening, Chairwoman and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Annette Magnus, and I'm the Executive Director of Battleborn Progress, here today in opposition of SB509. We have been very consistent on this issue over the years, and by the way, I am a born and raised Las Vegan, and both my legislators sit in this committee. I have joked as I come to the end of my time with Battleborn Progress that this has been like the Eras Tour of all of the worst ideas I've seen in this building. But this specific walk down memory lane might just be the worst for me. I was here in 2016 when Allegiant Stadium was rammed through in a very similar fashion during a special session. Somehow, though, reading this bill, we have managed to get an even worse deal than that one. This deal will leave taxpayers on the hook because, as you heard, there is no new revenue to back these bonds. I don't care how anyone tries to spin this. The A's are averaging about 8,000 people each game. That's almost equivalent to what the Aviators are getting per game right now. Not to mention the lack of transportation plan, just as we saw with Allegiant. I also know for a fact that Clark County has not officially approved anything on this project, and the $25 million in infrastructure commitment was not approved by the commission. This plan will take away from other road projects which are desperately needed in Las Vegas right now. We have been here before. I've seen this my entire life in this state. We went through this with the Legion, and I hate to break it to you all, but the Raiders are still a losing team, and so is UNLV. We went through with Faraday Futures, who promised investments and jobs. That was a disaster. Tesla, where we gave away way too much, and we continue to do so. We discussed it last session with innovation zones, and we saw how that scam played out. And now we are here yet again talking about giving the Oakland A's more public tax dollars on yet another stadium. I have to ask, when are we going to learn? This bill is just another example, and let me say, like I did in 2016, if this team wants a stadium, their billionaire owner can build it with his own money and not use our public dollars like he promised to do over and over to the city of Oakland. I also would like to know where the A's management is tonight and why they are not here, since we are discussing Nevadans giving them this handout. I feel like the least they could do is actually show up and answer our questions. I could go on and on about how the studies I've researched since the last stadium passed, that stadiums are bad economics. The conversations I've had with elected officials in Oakland and all of the shady things this team has done leading up to this moment in their community. So much of this bill is troubling, not to mention the books being closed to the public yet again, but we're being told we own it. I know what the Nevada way actually means. It means this legislature rams a bad policy through on a holiday, despite opposition from their constituents and groups like ours. Over my 20 years in this work, the one thing I have learned is that when a deal is baked like this one is, it doesn't matter what we say or how much we beg. You're going to do it anyways. I will continue to ask this body, when will we give the same energy to talking about what Nevadans actually are desperate for, as you do in giving handouts to rich people? My dad always taught me, if something seems too good to be true, it probably is. This bill is like putting lipstick on a pig of bad deals, bad baseball teams, and this owner should not be trusted. I would ask you to oppose this bill, but I see the writing on the wall already, and it's beyond disappointing to me. I will end by saying, go Knights, go. Not only are they an actual winning team, going now to the Stanley Cup again, but they somehow managed to play in a privately funded facility. Imagine that. I urge you to vote no on this scam.
Thank you very much. Next, please.
Hi, Alexander Marks with the Nevada State Education Association opposing Senate Bill 509. This hearing's about the A's, but let's talk about the whys. Why is this a priority? Why can't a billionaire do this on his own if it's so innovative? And as we've heard tonight, why can't we simply fund a 20% raise from the state level for our educators in Nevada? 2 weeks ago, nearly 1,000 educators rallied and supported outside of this legislature to say it's a rainy day in Nevada schools. We rank 48th in education, even behind Mississippi, and everyone knows we have the largest class sizes in the country. The crisis of our vacancies has reached a tipping point. In the last 2 years, Nevada will lose more than 15% of our teaching workforce. We also have serious problems with vacancies in classified positions, meaning we are short people who make our schools run. Nevada's severe educator shortage threatens the basic function of our school system. This bill would give away $380 million in public funds to a billionaire to build a stadium in Las Vegas. Yet Nevada was the only state in the country to receive 3 Fs in education funding in the 2022 Making the Grade report released by the Education Law Center. Throughout session, you've heard from a parade of educators about the hardships of working in education with low pay and increasing stressful work environments. That's why NSC has been saying it's time for 20, meaning a 20% educator raise, $20 minimum wage in our schools, and class sizes of 20 students. Resources are available in Nevada right now, and Nevada has the choice to adequately fund our schools or instead give tax dollars to California billionaires. Decisions reveal priorities. Educators are begging this body and the state to prioritize them. Last week, educators were told that putting $300 million more into the rainy day account was far more important than spending it. Now we're hearing from folks saying, quote, no more than $380 million, like we're getting some sort of deal with not very much investment. Nevada seems to want the A's, but that's why we get all the F's. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next caller, please.
Good evening, Chair and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Cassie Charles. I'm the campaign director with the Progressive Leadership Alliance of Nevada, here in opposition to Senate Bill 509. We have spent the last few months in Carson City discussing an unprecedented state budget and the opportunity to fund education higher than ever before. And yet, once again, we are talking about a risky corporate welfare proposal that will leave Nevada taxpayers on the hook rather than allotting revenue and funding to the programs Nevadans need. The reality is that Nevadans are in crisis. Tenants are in crisis. Teachers are in crisis. Windsor Park residents are in crisis. And there are a number of bills which would mitigate this community harm that are available to be passed this session that both make a lot allocations to fund programs and create ongoing revenue streams. Taking care of Nevadans should not be reliant upon the completion of a baseball stadium and footing the bill for yet another $1 million corporation. We are not opposed to good paying union jobs or diversifying Nevadans' economy, but we shouldn't have to be giving tax incentives and handouts to $1 million corporations to do so. It is irresponsible of the state to prioritize new corporate development in a time of uncertainty when federal social welfare programs are at risk and states may be left to fill the gap and our ARPA funds are used up. If the A's want to come to Nevada, they are more than welcome to on their own dime, but it is time for the state of Nevada to prioritize what Nevadans are asking for. We urge your opposition of this bill. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the committee. My name is Jeremy Koo. I'm here for myself, and I to speak in opposition to the bill. I'm a resident of Sacramento, and before you stop listening to me, I'm also I grew up near the Oakland Coliseum.
You have 2 minutes.
Thank you. I'm 30 years an Oakland A's fan, and I can't come here to convince you not to build an MLB stadium. I mean, I want an MLB stadium in Oakland. But I do come with a warning, and it's to be wary of this ownership group. Dave Cavell was appointed president with a big rooted in Oakland message. He came here with a lot of big dreams and hopes for, and got a lot of people's hopes up. And now this ownership group, John Fisher, who has never given a $100 million contract to anyone, one of 3 or 4 teams in all of baseball to have not done that. This ownership group that continues to run the lowest payroll in the league. You can't trust these people, not this ownership group. I would love to see a Major League Baseball team in Las Vegas. I would love to visit Las Vegas and see the Oakland A's play the Las Vegas, fill in the blank there. But if it's going to be this ownership group, you need to hold them down to everything. Absolutely everything, because you can't trust these people. As long as we're doing sports scores, the A's beat the Braves 7-2 tonight to snap an 11-game losing streak. They are now 11-45. I urge a no vote on this bill. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Chair and members of the committee. My name is Eric Jang, ERICJNG. I'm the Acting Executive Director of 1 API Nevada. Here, originally wanted to be able to testify neutral, but after hearing, I'm just opposing because as grassroots advocates, the current community benefits agreement that promises the greatest possible participation from all segments already not having a great start. Otherwise, we wouldn't be here forcing our citizen legislature having to do this and negotiate in such a short time. For us, the CBA is encouraging its intent. We would like to see greater community involvement with accountability and specificity in statute that supported our most marginalized community in a meaningful way for a community-based return on investment. We're also in opposition because the current language of 5 years of the plan should be shortened to more frequent intervals, like annual or 2 years, that be able to report to this legislature. That'll be more nimble, adaptable, and accountable. Still, this is a hard decision for our state legislature, so thank you so much for your consideration. I urge you to oppose in its current iteration. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And with that, we will go to Las Vegas. Is there anyone there in opposition? Please come forward. Please go ahead when you're ready.
Good evening. My name is Terry Schuman, SHUMAN, and I am here to speak against AB 509. One thing y'all need to understand is that I have followed the Kansas City, now Oakland A's, since the age of 6. On the last day of school, my mom and dad would bring the car to pick us up, and we would be off to go to wherever the A's were playing. Until the age of 18, when I was off to college, we continued to do this. It was one building family time that was so important to me. At the age of 32, I left Miami once again to move to Oakland. I just wanted to see the A's play ball. I ended up with field level first row tickets straight across from third base. I thought I had died and gone to heaven. So why am I here today to speak against this move? I agree with Senator Neal when she said it best. How can we be talking about a stadium when we all have heard it's a rainy day in Nevada? It's time for 20 now. There's only one more week before the session is up, and we need to get this settled. It's only 2 more months before our school starts again, and we are so shorthanded in our educators. We need help now. Please, fund time for 20. As I lay down to sleep tonight, my prayer to God is going to be that until this thing with time for 20 is settled, that y'all toss and turn in your beds long enough to set our priorities straight. Our educators need help, and only help can come from you. It's time for 20. And then we can talk about a stadium. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next
I'll give her a
person,
hand for that
please.
one.
Thank you. Go ahead.
That was nice.
Hi. Good evening, Madam Chairman and committee members. My name is Jeff Wald. That's W-A-L-D. And I have lived here in Southern Nevada for about 5.5 years. Prior to that, I lived in Fremont, California for about a dozen years, one of a number of cities in Alameda County where the A's were looking at moving. I was at a city council meeting at Fremont, California when then owner Lou Wolf and his son presented a stadium plan for a stadium that was to be called Cisco Field. They were actually looking at 2 different sites. So what we've been seeing here over the last couple of months here in Las Vegas is deja vu all over again for me. I've been here, before, and I do have some concerns about the stadium. But having said that, I am, a baseball fan. And I'm actually looking forward to going to Las Vegas Ballpark on Wednesday to watch the Aviators. So I'm not opposed to a baseball stadium. I think that a baseball stadium here in Southern Nevada would be a good thing. I am concerned about the level of public commitment to the stadium. And I do believe, as other people have said, that the current ownership of the A's, as well as other owners in Major League Baseball, should pay for the stadium. It's been done before. Look what happened in San Francisco, for example. That was a privately funded
Not entirely.
stadium. It's a beautiful facility.
Oh.
So once again, like I said, just the other thing that I would also like to say is that, like I said, as I know an awful lot of people in California and in Alameda County who are current and former elected officials, business and community leaders. Have any of you spoken to any of those people to get a little bit of understanding about what we're going through here? I think it would be a wise idea to do so. And if anybody's interested in talking with any of those people, I would be more than happy to help facilitate introductions so they can get a better understanding. I realize that we're running short on time. So with that, I just wanted to say, I would just hope that you reconsider the bill.
Thank you very much. Next person at the table, please.
Hello, for the record, my name is Sean Navarro, and I'm here because I strongly oppose SB509. They say the definition of insanity is trying the same thing over and over again, but expecting different results. This type of scam of having the people front the cost and the billionaires reap all the benefits has been tried again and again, and it is a failed policy. The Oakland A's ownership has a long history of mistreating its fans and the community of Oakland. Seeing how the A's management has repeatedly lied and mistreated the good people of Oakland, why would we suddenly trust them to have the best interest in the Nevadans at heart? Why will we trust this billionaire owner who's eyeing our public funds like a wolf eyes a chicken coop? I keep hearing, well, this is a home run. Well, this is a home run. Great. Why do you need our money then? Why should people pay for a team when they're not going to be able to afford tickets to the game? If this is such a great deal, John Fisher can take some of his $2.1 billion and pay for it himself. When someone in Nevada is short on their rents, they have to take out a high-interest payday loan. Why would billionaires suddenly get all this free money? What frustrates me so much about this bill is think of all the bills that have been killed this session or not received a fair hearing. Bills that dealt with the urgent, real problems that face Nevadans. Things like rising costs of housing, lack of decent health care, protecting our water and our vulnerable workers. We are repeatedly told to wait on these issues, but this stadium scam is giving a quick and timely hearing. And lastly, for every legislator who votes for this bill, I hope you remember this vote every time you see a family that's down the street because they can't afford rent. Every time you drive by a rundown school, every time you read about a Nevadan who dies because they have a lack of health insurance, remember this vote. And you decided it was more important to give an 11-45 baseball team $500 million than to help your constituents who desperately need your help. We, the people of Nevada, are begging our legislators to find the courage and stand for your constituents. And I promise you, we will remember how you voted on this issue. And if you can't do the job and defend your constituents, we will find the people who will do that job.
Thank you very much. Next person, please.
Hi, my name is David Gomez. I'm the president of Nevada Peace Alliance. I'm also a former senator candidate for District 2. You know, looking at some of these things, I live in that area and I understand my area better than anyone else, unless you live there. And when I look at people like Dina Neal, who spoke to truth, I know her father, Joe, would be very proud of her by speaking to these matters. We do need to look at things where we need to take care of ourselves first. And these people are right. They can take care of their own bill and their own stadium or whatever they want to do. There are agreements with Tropicana. But nevertheless, when I'm looking at things in a dilapidated area, when I see councilmen and commissioners and everybody else making excuses why they cannot uplift their area, why they cannot do the things they need to do to protect people. You know, I know some of the senators have worked in consumer protection. And I know that because they're supposed to protect the consumer. But obviously, your constituents, when you're looking at them, they're just another number, another person, and another anything else. Listening to all those people that were in favor, it just sounds like collusion. That to my own belief system. You know, all of them are talking about they represent 30,000, 40,000, 18,000, 15,000. Why haven't your emails been flooded with that many emails? Why haven't you been sent all those emails by those people that know how to reach out to their members and say, hey, we need you to send this in support of? But yet they don't. They just want to come up here and say, I represent, I support, I am in favor of. And that's sad that you cannot prove with facts that they really do support that many people. And those people really are in favor of that measure. I'm tired of paying bonds for the schools district, and I sure in the heck don't want to pay another one. Thank you.
Next person, please.
Yes, my name is Ed Uhling, Uehling. And just as with the Allegiant Stadium, I'm almost totally in favor of this stadium. I'm just against the public paying for it. In this case, I have an additional sentimental thing. I'm sorry to hear that the Tropicana is going to be torn down because I was taken by my family as a teenager on opening night of this Tropicana, where we explored every niche and corner of that hotel, which cost the unbelievable sum at that time of $15 million. We just couldn't believe it. That's like saying today that a hotel could cost $15 billion. Here we go again, just like every day since 2016 in Nevada and Clark County. The people now pay for the toys of the resorts as they and other insiders get all the benefits. This started in 2016 when the hotels formed a cartel and wrangled $750 million in public monies, and that doesn't count the $800 million for the construction of the Tropicana interchange that the public's paying for, in order to build $1.2 billion stadium for $2 billion. Since then, the owner of the Raiders has increased his net worth more than $1 billion, and the resorts, particularly MGM, the primary beneficiary of Allegiant Stadium, have raked off countless hundreds of millions of dollars. And I'm not including here the millions which the resort spent in 2016 influencing the legislature to approve this misuse of public funds. Neither of these two parties, the Raiders owner or the resort cartel, has contributed one dime to reduce the $750 million that they were gifted by the public. But it gets worse. The hotel cartel is using its record profits to eliminate their competition.
And Mr. Euling, could you wrap it up, please? I'd appreciate it. Thank you.
Especially the 10,000 Clark County residents who open their homes to receive tourists. This is caused by manipulation by the cartel of room rates, and they want to eliminate the competition. And that just shouldn't be taking place. We should be helping the public.
Thank you, Mr. Euling.
Hundreds of millions of dollars that flow into the community.
Thank you for being here this evening. Next person, please, at the table. Okay, we're done in Las Vegas. We will go to the phone lines. And please, phone lines, remember that if you want to say me too, you can. Go ahead, BPS, when you're ready.
Thank you, Chair. If you would like to speak in opposition to SB 509, please press *9 now to take your place in the queue. Caller Matt Ortega, you are unmuted and may begin.
Yes, hello. Members of the Assembly and State Senate, thank you for letting me speak. I created the website KnowNevadaMoney.com. I am a Bay Area-based A's fan. My website was raised earlier. I wanted to say that I created the website as a warning to you about this ownership group who has, as other people have said, mistreated A's fans, who deliberately imploded the team, refused to invest in it, and also has given during these stadium negotiations in Oakland.
Sir, would you please speak to the bill, Senate Bill 509? We're not here to judge whether fans are treated well or not. Frankly, we're talking about Senate Bill 509. So if you would stick to that conversation, we would certainly appreciate it.
He doesn't know anything.
Yes, I'm calling and speaking in hopes that you would oppose Bill 509 because of this particular ownership and our relationship with him, and that what I've been trying to do is warn you as Nevadans of how this will play out for you by investing this much money in an ownership that does not invest in the team, that does not invest in winning, that has not cared about winning, despite when they bought the team, was the third most wealthy ownership group in Major League Baseball. They are $100 million below average payroll. They told Oakland during our negotiations all the same things that they're telling you right now, that this will be great economic benefits. They wanted to have a privately financed ballpark, and that's changed. Larger point being, these are not trustworthy people. The things that they're telling you, the projections that they're telling you, are not going to shake out in your best
Thank
interest.
you very much, and we are warned. We will consider ourselves warned. Thank you very much.
Cyrus Hojadi, thank you so much for having me here. First of all, I'd like to echo the previous comments. Excellent work. About the presenters of this bill, many of them push the commerce tax, and many of their
Mr. Sajati, Mr. Sajati, please, please understand, we are talking about Senate Bill 509. We are not talking about previous bills. And so if you want to say me too and agree with the previous person, that's great. We would really appreciate it.
Sure. My apologies, just past predictions. I believe that investing in something like transportation, especially mass transit to the airport, would have a far greater economic output. Because the Tesla tunnels are an upgrade, but they're not enough.
So we are talking about Senate Bill
others
509. Thank you very much, Mr. Sajati. We understand that you are in opposition. So BPS, next caller, please.
Hello, members of me. My name is Pauluna, Paulaluna, and I am a constituent of District Senate District, and I'm calling in opposition mostly due to the tax funds that would be required and the lack of investment from the owner on this team. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Next caller, please.
Good evening, Madam Chair, and both chairs.
Oh boy. Out.
Caller with the last three digits, 847. Please press *6 to unmute yourself.
Good evening. My name is Lisa Lynn Chapman, and I'm here testifying on my own behalf. I'm here in opposition to SB 509 for several reasons. First, I believe the use of public funding for building stadiums is a poor use of taxpayers' funds and rarely benefits the community as a whole. This isn't my own opinion. In fact, in a survey of American Economics Association members found that 85% agreed that state and local governments should eliminate subsidies for professional sports franchises. Also, almost all empirical studies find that there's little to no tangible impact of sport teams and facilities on local economic activity. And the venue subsidies far exceed any economic benefits. While studies show that there are important intangible benefits to hosting sports teams, these benefits don't necessarily spill over to all of the community. The positive intangible benefits do not justify the costs included in the disamenities, including associated crime, congestion, and the level of subsidies. Additionally, stadiums are bad for the environment. Congested roads, delays in traffic, and additional miles translates to over $7 million in social costs. Specifically regarding this deal, John Fisher, the owner, has a history of dealing in poor faith with the city of Oakland. As part of the Waterfront Park District, the A's negotiated a community benefits plan in which the project would deliver over $450 million in affordable housing, environmental remediation, and infrastructure improvements and jobs for locals. Dave Cavall, speaking for Fisher, acknowledged that he never intended to pay for any of those benefits. Additionally, John Fisher refuses to invest in the A's to develop a winning team. And for these and many other reasons, I am opposed to the Nevada legislature investing my money in this project. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Next caller, please. And once again, if you want to say me too, it's very much appreciated.
Caller with the last three digits, 238. Please press *6 to unmute yourself.
afternoon or good evening, members on the floor. My name is Ontario Brown, Antario Brown, calling on behalf of Leo Henderson, Leo Henderson, Leo for Nevada campaign. I'm his communications team. Mr. Henderson's concern is that with this bill, SB 509, being processed through the Senate without proper vetting, we're rushing something in that we should not be participating.
Sir, we have just completed exactly almost 4 hours worth of testimony. So we have vetted this bill. We have asked lots of questions. We've had lots of time with it. So if you're opposed to this bill, please state your name and tell us why you're opposed to the bill, but you have a short amount of time. Thank you.
Yes, Ontario Brown for Leo Henderson. I am saying is that the situation is similar to Wisconsin. Is a situation American Family Field. They built a new stadium for them 21 years ago. Now they asking for the state to fund $400 million for a renovation for a 22-year-old public-owned stadium. We need to make sure we put those tax dollars to education and into the community. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next caller, please.
Good evening, Madam Chair and members of this committee. For the record, my name is Stephen Horner, Horner. I'm a proud resident of Assembly District 8 and Senate District 11. I'm speaking as an individual. I am a huge baseball fan, but believe in the people, students, teachers, and support professionals of Nevada even more. If Mr. Fisher wants to build a stadium, he should do it without public money. No billionaire should use public money to build anything, especially a stadium that will house a team that has, since being purchased by Mr. Fisher, has not shown any desire to win. This is a scam so Mr. Fisher can continue to collect profit sharing from the Major League Baseball. Please vote no on 509 and put Nevada's people and students above Mr. Fisher's profits. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, please.
Madam Chairwoman, my name is Gavin Fisher, and I'd like to speak in opposition to this bill.
Please go ahead.
I had a variety of reasons. Sorry. I had a variety of other reasons, but those were stated by other people. And I'd like to just point out a unique reason. Their numbers to support the so-called $390-ish million windfall to this state/Clark County are just ridiculous. For a 30,000 seat stadium, they expect to have 28,000-ish per game. He said 70% should be local, so he's expecting 19,000 people, Las Vegas residents, to go each game when there are 82 games, so that lowers demand, and it's just ridiculous. I mean, anytime someone tries to sell you something very quickly, very, very fast, it is a scam, okay? Please vote no.
Thank you very much. Next caller, please. And once again, Me Too is very much appreciated.
Hello?
We're here.
Caller 342, you are unmuted.
Great. Hi. My name is Wayne Coy. I'm a resident of Henderson, Nevada, specifically Green Valley North. And I'm here to say that I've been watching this thing since the beginning as someone who moved here from the Bay Area with knowledge of the people that are trying to get this bill passed, that they're carpetbaggers, that this is a billionaire who's only in a hurry because his welfare check from Major League Baseball is in jeopardy. I'm making my point. My point is,
you need to understand we're not calling people names in this classroom. So please talk appropriately. Thank you very much. Next caller, please.
Hello?
Go ahead, please.
Good evening, Chair and members of the committee. My name is Maria Teresa Lieberman Barraga. That's MARIA-TERESA-LIEBERMANN-PARRAGA, representing myself in very strong opposition to SB 509. A couple of discussion items were brought up that need to be highlighted on this bill. One, Allegiant Stadium did generate fewer construction jobs than promised. 18,000 was the promise. 2,719 was the result. You can see this in a public report by the stadium contractor. Two, there was a dismissal of the studies like that of Brookings that show that public financing of stadiums does not provide adequate return on investment. We heard that you can't compare Vegas and its attraction to tourism to these other cities. What are these other cities that were studied? Cities like Chicago, New York, Miami, Orlando, among others. I think those cities are definitely comparable to Las Vegas in tourism. Also, I am a Nevadan, happy to have heard from people in Oakland because they've heard the promises and lies that we are being fed. We should heed their warnings. And finally, I talked to my mom about this. She cleaned rooms on the Strip that everybody loves so much tonight as a housekeeper for 35 years. And she just asked me, how could these legislators and the state that took 6 months to process and pay my unemployment during COVID after 35 years of back-breaking work even consider giving millions in my tax money for a stadium? Opposed SB 509.
Thank you very much. Next caller, please.
They went through this 6 years ago, and the Raiders bonds
Good
passed
evening.
anyway.
My name is Elizabeth Cadigan, and I'm calling in opposition of SB 509. As a lifelong Nevadan, past student, and current educator within Nevada's public school system, I was appalled to learn about SB 509. I've spent numerous hours in session alongside my colleagues explaining why we can no longer ignore the numerous studies and reports that have indicated how badly we need to address Nevada's education crisis. At the beginning of today's meeting, Mr. Keith Keffer indicated that the changes we've seen in the growth of professional sports teams in Nevada was on account of people taking action driven by change. If we expect to see growth and change within our education system, we need to be willing to take action. Imagine what our education system would look like today if we put half the excitement, attention, and effort we've given over the past decade towards wooing all of the sports teams and other large corporations we have seen come to our state. While the allure of bringing yet another professional team to Southern Nevada is enticing, it seems financially irresponsible on account of the condition of our other pillars of our community, particularly our education system. Ultimately, passing this bill would indicate that our priorities are misaligned. When your roof is caving in and you also need a new car, you don't go out and buy a brand new Mustang and then tack a tarp over the roof and call it good. Properly funding our education system will not only create sustainable jobs for our current workforce, it will also be an investment in our future workforce, our students. If you truly want to invest in Nevada's future, investing in our education system is the realistic and most impactful bet through and through. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next caller, please.
Caller with the last 3 digits, 047. Please press *6 to unmute yourself.
Yes, good evening. Thank you for taking my call. Would like to oppose SB 509 for various reasons. I've watched too well over the years taxpayer money go to rich individuals, especially a billionaire in John Fisher, that should be going to different community needs like housing, mental health, police protection, things like that, more transit, and more for the community of people. I've kind of followed the A story over the years, and I've seen all the yes for the stadiums and no for stadiums, and it kind of seems all too familiar with everybody that's for the stadium is union, jobs creation, everything like that. A billionaire should never be given this amount of money, especially in tax subsidies and cuts, without having a plan. And I don't think John Fisher has a plan. He did not have a plan in Oakland, and he left, and he's chosen 2 or 3 different sites in Vegas. So I think that everyone there, including all you in the legislation, should oppose this. 4 hours is not enough time to vet a $500 billion subsidy, 500 million, subsidy for a billionaire. So thank you. I'm in opposition of SB 509.
Thank you very much. Next caller, please. And me too is good.
Hello, my name is Vicki Cardell. I'm a teacher in Clark County. I'm in Senate District 18 and Assembly District 4. I have nothing against sports. I think the Golden Knights have been an amazing addition to Las Vegas, but this team is not the answer. Asking the people of this state to fund a stadium for a billionaire is not the answer. Other major league teams have built stadiums without public funding, so why can't the A's? There are ways to bring a homegrown baseball team to Las Vegas, ways that will not cost the people of Nevada so much, and not allowing the residents of Nevada an opportunity to vote on this is also a problem. After being told last Friday that we need to put money away for public education more than putting money into public education, this hearing is insulting. You need to take a hard look at where you're headed. You're about to fall headfirst into a critical shortage of educators in this state. Actions like this stadium do not help us trust you. Many educators believe you prioritize everything but public education here. Is being a global sports destination your priority, or educating our children? Children are the future of Nevada. If you don't fund our future, what are you even doing? Our Time for 20 campaign gave you a chance to do the right thing, but it sounds like you've already made a decision about this stadium. And if the people of Nevada don't believe you're thinking of your constituents, the next election will have very different outcomes for some of you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next caller, please.
Good evening, chairwomen and members of the committee. My name is Maggie Babb, and I'm a second grade teacher in the Washoe County School District. I am speaking in opposition of SB 509 and the sales pitch that we just heard. All through the session, educators have been telling their stories and painting a picture of the crisis that our education system is facing right now. I know that you've all heard us, and a special shout out to Senator Neal for showing just how deeply you have heard us. Our education system is in crisis now. Let me repeat that. We are in crisis now. And I acknowledge that this session, we have seen more of a push towards funding for public education than years prior. We've also been told that upwards of $2 billion must be kept in a reserve fund. For the legislature to then turn around and negotiate hundreds of millions of dollars to a billionaire for a baseball stadium is irresponsible and detestable. There should be no public money going towards a stadium while our education system is facing the challenges we are and have been from being so deeply underfunded. Simply put, this action would be a betrayal of the public trust. This session, you have an opportunity to show your priorities to the state, and educators of Nevada are watching. Thank you for allowing the time for me to speak with you today.
Thank you very much. Next caller, please.
Am I unmuted? Hello, my name is Christina Quatron. I was born and raised here. I'm listening to all of you talk. You're from here and you know what's going on from the ground up. And you do not, and you never have. We screwed up so bad with unemployment that Dieter is demanding money back from unemployed people. The state is broke, and we want to make money on this to benefit these men who will profit exponentially after exploiting our politics. $5 million to the homeless. I'm sorry, you said the true reason that billionaire welfare seeker John Fisher wants to leave Oakland is because he doesn't want to pay into housing for the homeless. Dina Titus, you are my representative. 89121. That man, Jeremy Aguero, lied to you earlier. He knows the exact number, and it's $0. He just wants it in paradise because it's an unincorporated city. That's all. That's all this is. So you guys can sit here also, and you can say that you tried, but it still went through. You're not of our interest at all. That's why he rejected that $1 offer from Red Rock. That was a joke offer. That was a come and get it. But of course he denied because he wants it on the strip. My pappy moved here from Italy and worked at Tropicana until the day he died. My mom and dad as well. And I know that's a joke to you, right, Assemblyman Howard Watts? Tropicana is the eighth of the strip. You just belittled my family with that comment, every Nevadan. And I resent our county officials if this goes through, and I beg every Nevadan to pay attention to who voted yes and vote against them next. That's the only way we have any voice. I am a student. These teachers were my teachers. You are ruining us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next caller, please.
You are unmuted. Good evening, Madam Chair and the committee. For the record, my name is Bethany Lee, and I'm a teacher, kindergarten teacher in Las Vegas. We're ranked 49th out of the 50 states in education, and Clark County is losing almost 2,000 teachers this summer. All over the state have been protesting for more funding to help overcrowded classrooms and understaffed schools. We're trying to rush this bill to give over $395 million in tax credits to an out-of-state billionaire to build a stadium for a team no one wants. If this bill passed, it shows that we hold no value in our education system. Expert polls, analysts, and reporters all say that this stadium is a bad deal for Nevada, and yet we continue to entertain John Fisher's scheme to get our money. Have any one of you seen an article that contends that this is a good deal for Nevada? No, that's because it isn't a good deal. The owner hasn't been seen or tried to drum up support for this move at all. Why? Because he knows that no one supports it. Did you notice how none of the presenters showed the level of public support for this move? Shouldn't the most important thing be, do Nevadans want this? Polls all show massive opposition, even though its opinions are 79-21 against. If we pass this bill to give him over $395 million in tax credits and continue to deny Nevada education the funding it desperately needs, what sort of message are we sending to our teachers and children? Please vote no on SB 509.
Thank you very much. Next caller, please.
Thank you very much. Next.
Hello.
Hello.
This is William Kramer. Hello, my name is William Kramer, and I'm speaking in opposition of SB 509, primarily because the A's do not have a good history of respecting their agreements with the cities that they've come from, as they've left Kansas City and now they want to leave Oakland. But basically, it's a no. And I do want to say, Madam Chairman, that you do seem to go with you can say Me Too's a lot easier with the opposition than you do for the pros. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Next caller, please.
This is Stacy Wilkie, WILKE, and I am a taxpayer from Carson City for over 40 years. And in light of the time, I would just like to say, please refer to my email and Me Too in opposition.
Thank you very much. Next caller, please.
Good evening, Madam Chair and committee members. My name is Carrie Finn, and I'm president of the Carson Educational Support Association. I'm also the Education Support Professional of the Year for the state of Nevada. I'm calling in today in opposition of Senate Bill 509 and feel that it's fiscally irresponsible of the state to give away $380 million in public funds to build another stadium when you've heard on numerous occasions this legislative session from school district employees statewide about the hardships of working in education with low pay and increasingly stressful working conditions. We'll no doubt be told we can walk and chew gum at the same time, but as a Nevada educator, I'm not convinced. It may not be easy to hear, but where are our priorities? You, as the Nevada legislature, have the choice to adequately fund our public schools properly or give away tax dollars to California billionaires. We have heard how education funding was historic, but with increasing costs and inflation, we won't move the needle enough. We're still thousands below where we need to be per pupil. If Nevada put as much effort into funding public education as they are into funding the stadium, we would be in the top 10 of per pupil funding instead of 48th. In today's hearing, we heard a bit about relocation agreement with the A's that they will sign. Let's talk about relocation. Educators here in Northern Nevada are relocating and leaving to work in California. Educators down in Southern Nevada are relocating and leaving to work in New Mexico. Why? Because they're paying them a livable wage. Nevada needs to step up to be competitive. We've seen a mass exodus already, and this was one of the worst years ever. Our students, our school district employees, and our state will be left to suffer if you prioritize this stadium over public education. You may disagree with that assessment, but that's how we are viewing it. We'd like to see more put into public education, especially to fund Time for 20 at the state level to respect and retain our amazing school district employees. Last week, educators were essentially told that $300 million to fund Time for 20 was not the right thing to do, and that amount was put into rainy day reserves. Do you even understand what kind of message that sends to all of the hardworking, dedicated educators and support staff across the state? In closing, legislators will need to consider the ramifications to education across the state of Nevada if you make building the A's baseball stadium a priority over using the public money to properly fund education and get us as close to optimal as you can. I urge your opposition to this bill. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next caller, please.
Hello, my name is DJ Rachis, R-A-C-I-S, and I've been a resident of Reno, Nevada for the last 11 years. I love Nevada, but I don't like any tax credit. I'll call it taxes being utilized toward a guys just literally, even though it was privately funded, I believe, $150 million to build a baseball stadium already in the whole movie. Why does Las Vegas need a guys can invest this into more schools as what we've just had first school built in over 2 decades in Northern Nevada, and we need classroom sizes are astronomical. Girlfriend's freshman at Reno High School didn't even have a locker to put his kind of infrastructure is that the 49. I came from a school district in the top 12 of high schools, and so public does actually work for Nevada needs to start pay more to our education. What's out there? What if we actually use tax credit, our infrastructure, Stone Bridge in Reno, tumbling, roads, potholes everywhere. Basically, are you guys going to reimburse me for paying for auto repairs? No. Okay. Me giving money.
Thank you very much. Next caller, please.
Hi, my name is Emily Abrego, for the record as a 4th grade student. At CCSD, I do not support this bill. I was in a classroom with 35 plus students, and it was hard for my teacher and myself to have a quality education. Please fund my classroom before you fund this stadium that I probably won't even be able to attend because of ticket prices. I am the future of Nevada. Thank you.
And thank you for staying up and joining us this evening. Next caller, please.
Caller with the last three digits, 115. You are unmuted and may begin.
Oh, sorry. Good evening, Chair Dendera and joint committee members. My name is Brian Harris, and I'm here to testify in opposition to SB509. I personally think that Nevada doesn't need another stadium paid for by the public, and we should really be focused on things that matter to those that live in Nevada. To emphasize how much the A's and their current ownership don't care about Nevadans or their current home of Oakland, I would like to read a quote that was stated by Dave Gavall, president of the Oakland A's. The number one thing that I want to stress to fans is our continued resolve and commitment to building a waterfront ballpark. It's going to be transformative for the A's, for Oakland in a positive way. It's a game changer. It's going to be an incredible design with the Bjork Ingles Group. It will be the kind of place that people come and visit as tourists when people can begin touring again. We are still 100% committed to that. I know that for a lot of people, it takes longer than you think now we have COVID and all these things, but we still remain laser focused on opening a privately financed ballpark in the waterfront here in Oakland. End quote. I just want to state that the A's are no longer the city that they promised they were committed to be, and I don't really believe them at all, and I please hope that you don't believe in them either, because it seems like a scam. So please oppose SB 509. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Next caller, please.
Hi, my name is Emma Abrego. I am 8 years old, and I am a second grader at CCSD. I do not support this bill. You are taking money from my classroom to fund a stadium that will not help me or my teachers. Thank you.
Thank you for joining us. Next caller, please.
Hello, thank you, members of the legislature. My name is Gerard Beroya, resident of Clark County, speaking on behalf of myself. I want to say my opposition for SB 509. As Assemblyman Yeager and Assemblywoman Monroe Moreno alluded to, locals will not want to attend 81 games to watch their home team if it's a terrible product on the field. A venue is not enough, as we've seen in Miami. How can you possibly project attendance to be that high 5 or 10 years from now? Mr. Cavill has stated numerous times in the past that the A's need ancillary development in addition to a stadium, which he would have had before the pivot to the Tropicana. You need money to get and keep good players. Mr. Cavill has yet to address only paying for a stadium without extra revenue streams in order to field a competitive team. He has yet to explain this. Mr. Cavill has reneged on so many statements he's made over the last 5 years, including even just last month about the previous site being the best for traffic, and now he's going into a busier site with traffic issues, with 40 afternoon games, and which is going to be a burden on people who are just commuting, not even going to games. So I don't know why anybody can trust them. It's clear these are not serious sports owners nor serious people, and we should not trust them with our money. They have no plan. They have a January 2024 deadline for a stadium deal, or they will lose revenue sharing from MLB. They're just using us and expect us to roll over to fill their own pockets. We're trusting them for this investment. Why would we bet on that? Please vote no. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next caller, please.
Good evening. My name is Andrew M. Gonzalez. I'm a local business owner in Las Vegas, and I'm calling in opposition of SB 509. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Okay. I just want to start by basically saying that, no deal is better than a bad deal, right? And this is a bad deal for Las Vegas. The Oakland A's are a failing franchise, and we are a successful growing city. So we don't need them. They need us. And any deal that we create should reflect that, right? So why would we loan them money to bring their failing business here? Like, if I asked you guys to buy my failing business, how much would you offer me? I got it $380 million, right? So this guy's worth billions, and we're going to loan him money to bring a failing franchise here? Look, if we don't do this deal, Vegas will be fine. Someone else will buy that property. Some other investor will move in, who we don't have to give money to. We get to call the shots in this town, right? I mean, that's the difference of having Vegas property on the Strip. So I would urge you guys to oppose it, or at least go back and renegotiate it. If anything, they should pay us $380 million to bring the team here, right? We should be like charging them a fee to bring their stuff over to here. And then we could use that money for the teachers, and then all the locals would probably be for this thing. So I appreciate your guys' time. Please reconsider the nature of this deal. Thank you. Goodbye.
Thank you very much. Next caller, please.
Hello?
Yes, we're here.
Okay, I'm sorry. There's a little bit of a delay. I apologize. I am calling in opposition. My name is Sky Nomalies, SKYNOMALIES. And I'm calling in opposition for pretty much all of the same reasons that all of the previous people in opposition have called in for. But additionally, I would also like to remind everyone that we are still in a state of emergency for a water shortage. And I think that it's very interesting that state of emergency was declared, and there's been some caps put on construction, but I'm still seeing a lot of construction around. I don't have a problem with that. That's fine. My problem and my issue is we're pushing these bigger projects like this for these multi-billionaires who are more than capable of funding it all on their own. We don't need to invest in that. We don't. We have the choice. We don't have to invest in that. And from what I'm hearing, the team itself isn't really all that great. And that's another matter of opinion, and I don't want to get into that. But just want to reiterate that we're supposed to be in a state of emergency for a water shortage. And to expect us to invest into something like that when I'm seeing some of the effects of some of the projects that are being invested in the name to combat the climate crisis, we're investing, additional money into other projects and things that are manipulating and modifying our atmosphere, and projects that are ongoing that are being invested in because we're in a state of emergency. If it not were for the state of emergency being declared, we wouldn't have those funds to invest in those projects, which I oppose to those projects too, but that's a whole nother issue. But opposing the stadium as far as tax fund
Hey, Vinny,
money being
your
invested
link
in, I think
isn't working.
it's not good for Clark.
I can hear you.
Believe that,
No
it really
camera?
matters. Honestly,
I can hear you. How you doing?
I can't see you, though.
Too much or
I
what
didn't see you though.
But additionally,
But I can't see you. You didn't turn on your camera?
I wanted to say thank
Yeah,
you.
I turn on my camera.
I did.
Yeah, turn it on.
She was the only one that actually
Can you hear me
gave
now?
a response and a reply
I can, but I can't see
to a
you.
letter that I sent concerning COVID.
Interesting.
And I really appreciate you.
I'll reset it.
That's so thankful that you did. And additionally, I sent you a report on some unidentified anomalous phenomena here in Southern Nevada, and I would appreciate your attention to that too. Thank you so much for your time. I strongly oppose SB509.
Thank you very much. Next caller, please.
Hello, can you hear me?
Because we're
We can.
emergency. If it not
Okay, hello, my name is Yesenia Moya. I am that is YESENIA MOYA. I'm a local community organizer, educator, and artist living here in Las Vegas. I am urging the committee members to really look at and hear all of the previous testimony in opposition, to look at all of the texts, DMs, calls, emails,
Twitter mentions, DMs that you have gotten on Instagram, and all of the constituents that are telling you to please stand up for us. We do not want this. I agree with the previous person that said that they should be paying us for them to come here. Please stop the endless corporate welfare. Our people have been asking for education. They need housing. We need to end food insecurity. We need to stop evictions, which I'm currently going through one. We have other priorities other than a billionaire asking us for money. I please implore you, and remember that every single one of these calls, emails, texts, and DMs turns into a constituent vote in the elections, and not just a vote in the elections, but it's also money. So this is going to cost you a vote and money if you do not defend your constituents in Nevada. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next call.
Caller with the last three digits, 600. Please press *6 to unmute yourself.
Cool, thank you. My name is Brianna Palika. I very similar to the educators that have spoken before. I'm a state employee. I work as an environmental scientist down here in Vegas. I was born and raised in Reno, lived here my whole life. I think it's very unbeneficial to spend $380 million of public money on a stadium when you could fund state workers, education, community outreach, that sort of thing. I think that's more important than a publicly funded stadium, especially when you have the Vegas Knights who were privately funded and are a great team. And the stadium can still come here, the A Stadium, and just pay it privately. Anyways, thank you. Bye.
Thank you, Chair Dondero, members of the Finance and Ways and Means Committee. Erica Nungray for the record, ERICA-NUNGARAY. As a parent to 4 students and a Clark County
please.
School District support professional, I urge you to oppose SB 509. At a time when our school districts cannot fill classrooms with staff, Nevada's leaders' priority is a stadium. Some schools are being left without teachers to start the first day of school if we were to start tomorrow. I'll let you in on a secret. You have schools that, as of today, are left without a special education department from teachers to support staff. And Nevada's leaders' answers to this: if you build the stadium, the educators will come. Many educators work at Allegiant Stadium to supplement their income for contractors without any benefits. Is this your way of providing a solution to pay for educators adequately? Stop the madness. Charity starts at home. Fund education and let the billionaire get a loan from the bank, not Nevada's hardworking educators and taxpayers. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next caller.
Yes, my name is John Johnson. For the record, I'm a North Las Vegas resident. Good afternoon, committee chairwoman, and the rest of the committee members. I wanted to talk in opposition of Senate bill, and kind of like the first presenter had said, I've done this before. I was there in Carson City in opposition of the stadium, and now I'm in opposition of this stadium. And one of the things that I wanted to ask or state is, I've heard a lot of people saying that the stadium was successful. Well, I work in the community. I am an advisor for Councilman Isaac Barone in the city of North Las Vegas, and we deal with nonprofits on a daily basis that don't have the resources to, do some of their missions. We have a nonprofit, that we're trying to raise money for to bring in an air conditioner. There's so many, resources. I know I was listening to a committee hearing where Senator, I was trying to take my time, but I'm sorry. She was asking for money for the snack board. So the snack board, she was the chair years ago. I was out here years ago when she was the chair, and it's supposed to help low income zip codes, but the problem is it's never funded. She came and presented a bill and only asked for, what was it, 500,000, to fund a project that Commissioner McCurdy wanted, because McCurdy sits on a snake board. See, I keep following the bill. It still hasn't came up for a vote in the Finance Committee. But yeah, you guys want to take a vote to fund this millionaire, and like everybody keeps saying, yes, I did oppose the Raiders, but the Raiders and the Oakland A's are two separate organizations. Like the other person said, this is a failing team. He doesn't even invest in his players. At least can y'all go back and renegotiate, and can he commit to spending money on quality players? Just because you have a good stadium don't mean people are going to come watch a bum team.
Thank you very
it's
much.
a benefit for the Raiders.
Thank you very much for your testimony this evening. Next caller, please.
Good evening, Madam Chairs and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Cindy Martinez, CINDYMARTINEZ, a United States Marine Corps veteran and honorably retired Nevada State Peace Officer and resident of AD 30 and SD 13. I am strongly opposed to SB 509. I am opposed to yet another sports stadium funded with taxpayer money. Good paying jobs should be created by private business owners and entrepreneurs with their own money, and not subsidized by taxpayer money. Our concerns for Nevada's future should be focused on improving public safety and supporting our professional law enforcement officers, alleviating the economic conditions contributing to veterans and others' homelessness, treatment for drug addiction and mentally ill, fully funding teacher staffing and improving educational outcomes, expanding school choice, maintaining and improving statewide infrastructure, and more. This legislature's legacy should not be signing a Nevada mortgage in perpetuity for money given away to another out-of-state billionaire. We are still climbing out of the carnage of the 2020 pandemic restrictions and are in the beginning stages of recession, despite the talking heads and funny papers trying to convince us otherwise. We are facing down an impending global systemic financial crash, and now is most assuredly not the time to further financially encumber the beleaguered taxpayers of Nevada. We are tapped out. Please vote no on SB 509. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next caller, please.
Good evening. I hope that my signal is well. I won't ask you to confirm that. This is Anna Binder for the record. I've stayed on hold for almost the whole time you guys have been in session. I think I was a couple minutes late, but I want to speak out in opposition, and I think only one other person has hit on, but no one has hit on the fact that the adults in our community that are affected by the lack of adequate funding to the educational opportunities is a direct result of the life outcomes. And it is by no coincidence that the school to prison percentage in Nevada is equal to the students that do not graduate high school in Clark County School District. This morning, Melanie Scheibel said on Twitter, paraphrasing, that today you're in session in the revered democratic process we were elected to undertake. The constituents are speaking loud and clear. But until I can go a day in this community without walking past a homeless person asleep on the sidewalk, even out here in Henderson, or not have to show up at a school to show friendship and love to a child in need, is a day that I can say, let's fund it with taxpayer money.
Thank you very much. Next caller, please.
Hello, my name is Janet Carter, C-A-R-T-E-R. Thank you to the chair, to the members of the committee, for both committees, for being so patient to listen to all of us for so long. It is appreciated. My reasons for opposing SB 509 have nothing to do with the fact that the A's are a lousy team. I've been a Cubs fan for 35 years. I've been a fan of lousy teams, and I will continue to be. That's not the issue. The issue is all about the money. It's not about baseball. It's about the money. I'd love to see A's come here in my hometown team, but I'm not gonna support the money. I can't support the money. I think if the legislature can find somewhere close to $400 million, that education is certainly a great place to start. And another place to start, which has been mentioned by several people here, is some of the abysmal public transportation that we have in areas of our state, particularly in southern Nevada. A little bit of money could help make that much more livable for folks to have better transportation. As it is, it's going to be even more of a nightmare when this stadium opens. So thank you very much for your time, and basically dittoed everything everybody has said.
Thank you very much. Next caller, please.
Good evening, Chair and members of the committee. My name is Matthew Wilkie, Wilkie, for the record, and I'm calling in opposition of Senate Bill 509. I understand that the arrival of a major league sports team might bring economic benefit to the state, but we need to consider whether it is wise to use our tax dollars for this. There are countless other important issues in our state where our tax dollars could be better utilized. Nevada's public education system is one such issue that could benefit significantly from increased financial support. Even with historical funding this session, which I'm greatly thankful for, we need to focus on improving school infrastructure, hiring more experienced teachers, and investing in educational technology to provide a better learning environment for our children, as we are still grossly behind. Additionally, we have to address the ongoing housing and mental health crises in our state. We need to provide more affordable housing options for low-income families and offer better healthcare services for those struggling with mental health issues. Giving tax credits to this team might give us temporary economic benefits, but it will not tackle these critical issues that require immediate attention and funding. It's crucial to prioritize our spending on pressing matters that will have a long-term impact on the lives of all Nevadans. I strongly urge your opposition and focus on addressing on more important issues facing our state. Thank you so much for your time. Have a great evening.
Thank you so much. Next caller.
Hello?
Go ahead.
Yes, this is Scott. Last name is Lewis, Lewis, and opposing to SB509. Sort of kind of on the same strength that everybody else. Our education system is in a dire straits right now. In '84, nobody ever thought that Las Vegas would ever get a professional team due to the gambling. Now here we are in 2023, and I understand that times have changed and we've grown to what we've grown to. But at the end of the day, been here 16 years, leaving Detroit, and like the one caller said, I've been Tiger fan for forever. So it's not about that, but it's just more or less about understanding that we were number 29 when I moved here. We've always been at the bottom of spending per student, which that hasn't changed. But to see the dropout rate and everything else is actually caught up, and now we're 48, that's just unacceptable. And now we're talking about not only giving a billionaire millions of dollars from us, but when our educational system is just failing year after year, and we've all, like I said, once again, we spend the least money for the third largest district in the nation, and we spend the least money per student. That's not something's not adding up with that. And then we wonder why we have all the issues that we have. It just doesn't make sense. SB 509 at this time right now, to me, just isn't proper. Thank you for listening, and I appreciate it. I've been here 5 hours just like you. Have a good evening. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Next caller.
Hello, my name is Adrian Lowry. I'm a resident of Nevada. I oppose this bill because we're facing several crises in this state that need immediate funding. I believe these need to be that these needs are more pressing and will have a great economic impact on our state. Right now, our education system is on a precarious cliff. As more teachers leave the field, more pressure is placed on the remaining teachers to do more with less. They may seem like superheroes, but there are very real limits to what these people can do and what they can take. Same goes for support staff. We also have a housing affordability crisis that is placing many of our neighbors on the street to suffer from homelessness. Not only is that an abominable thing to do for us to do to our neighbors, it also has many financial implications. When someone experiences homelessness, they are more likely than to experience violence, drug addiction, and mental illness. It costs much more money to address these problems after they affect the person's life than it costs to address the causes of homelessness and prevent homelessness in the first place. We need to get our priorities straight. In discussing this bill, we're only looking at one side of the ledger. We're ignoring the price we will pay if we continue to ignore the many crises facing our state. This is why I oppose the bill. Thank you.
Next caller, please.
Hello, my name is Gabriel Hernandez, and I am calling in opposition of SB509. This is a bad deal for Nevada, and this deal was made within a month, and it's sloppy. This is all smoke and mirrors, and they don't have an actual plan because Oakland called their bluff. Nevada, you guys hold yourself to a high standard, and I appreciate that. Give this money to the future of Nevada. Focus on them. Your schools deserve this more than the stadium scam. Las Vegas deserves to have their own team with an ownership that cares for Nevada, and rather than people who are here because you're their plan B. Wait to be someone's plan A and you'll get it. Trust me. Don't fall for this half-baked deal. You'll be stuck paying in the end. John Fisher walked away from a 90% deal in Oakland. These are not faithful people. They are greedy, and you've been warned, Nevada. Listen to your people. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next caller, please.
Hi, good evening. For the record, my name is Nicholas Marquardt. That's Marquart. I'm a constituent in Senator Harris and Assemblywoman Gorlow's district. I first want to say the fact that it's almost 10 o'clock on a holiday and we're having this conversation just shows where our priorities are. And I know that you've heard everything and you're probably not even listening to this, but I do want to make sure you know I'm in opposition to SB 509. I've not ever been a supporter of moving a problem simply to solve the problem. And the problem that we have here is that the Oakland A's are a terrible team. They have dismal support. And it's all because there's an Oakland A's ownership that's not doing enough to support their team where they're currently at. Now they're not building a winning culture. They're not driving support in Oakland. And they've proven over the years that they won't invest in the team. And rather, they would rather hold cities hostage to get what they want. And that is more money in their pocket, regardless of what the effects are to the cities that their supposed teams are playing in. Moving a team here to Las Vegas has no guarantee of success. The math and economic reports are based on things, and we heard them saying, we hope that this is the case, or wishes. And I just think it's funny. I wish I could run my life and my finances based off of the same. To claim anything otherwise is not realistic. And we've already seen that moving a poor performing team doesn't change anything. And for that, all we have to do is look west across the I-15 over at Allegiant Stadium for evidence of that. The other part of this is what does happen in 20 years when the A's want something new? Are they going to start holding the city hostage at that point to say that we want something new, we want more, until they get those demands? And then we also hear people comparing them to the Golden Knights, and the difference really couldn't be greater, and that is that we didn't pay for T-Mobile. The ownership of the Golden Knights wanted to win. They came to our city in a time that we needed them, and importantly, they were really good. They weren't a bad team. The A's counter each of these points, and for this reason, I ask you to vote no on SB 509.
Thank you very much. Next caller, please.
Hey, good evening. It's Doug Roberts from Las Vegas. I'm calling in strong opposition of this bill. I moved to this state because of the business-friendly environment coupled with the progressive social policies. That's what makes our state unique. Most other states either have one set of policies or the other, but not both. Those of us small businesses that have had to build our businesses ourselves are insulted by the prospect of giving away tax dollars to billionaire business people. If this was an equal, competitive process where all businesses had the option to compete for these funds, that's great. But this bill isn't that. I'm all for building businesses and bringing new businesses to our state as long as those businesses are built without artificial prop-up and anti-competitive funding from the state. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next caller, please.
Hi, I am Cameron Rahim Kong, a 10th grader and a YouTuber under the name Cam Spam. Real quick, congrats to the Vegas Golden Knights, and I oppose Senate Bill 509. The lack of public transportation around the stadium concerns me. It looks to be a car-oriented facility with little to no regard for the public transportation. This money could be used for better opportunities. We could use this money, like many people said, for education, also for public transportation. I cannot stress enough, in Vegas, the public transportation is extremely terrible. I also don't want to let a toxic ownership group into Las Vegas that has done nothing but failed the Oakland community. John Fisher has turned his back on these hardworking people in Oakland. They are one of the worst teams in baseball right now, and they don't know how to run the team. I know that a lot of these Vegas baseball fans should know about the Las Vegas Aviators and Jonah Bride. He's probably going to be gone by the end of the season. I don't know how the A's can improve in Las Vegas, and I don't think they will. They will just bring a toxic environment to Las Vegas, especially while Dave Cavell and John Fisher.
Thank you very much, but we're not going to not going to call out names. Thank you very much. This is about the bill. No.
Okay. Matt Ortega, you're the GOAT. Subscribe to Cam Spam. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much. Next caller, please.
Hello, my name is Zach Barrios. I'm a Las Vegas resident, and I oppose SB 509. It's rushed, short-sighted, and irresponsible. First off, Clark County residents don't even get a say. It's being bundled into a state bill that they're just going to have to eat no matter what. If you talk to those people, they wanted a say. They don't get one. Secondly, I'm a teacher, and I'm appalled that this is something that we're looking at doing right now when teachers and schools and students desperately need funding. Teachers need raises, kids need books, they need computers, they need teachers. Furthermore, this is a team and a group that have shown that they can't get a job done. They don't appear to have any loyalty. They appear to be very dishonest. And I wouldn't want Nevada or Las Vegas to have to deal with the fallout from them not holding their word. And it seems to be something that they're very good at, which is backing out of a deal. I don't want anything to do with them, and I hope you won't either. And I think it sets a bad precedent to rush this bill through this process on a weekday or on a short weekend with on a holiday. It's late. We wanted to spend family time with our family and friends, and
thank you very much.
To do something like this is duplicitous.
Thank you very much. We work 7 days a week if need be. That is our last caller in opposition, and so we will go to neutral here in Carson City. Is there anyone in neutral here in Carson City? Is there anyone in neutral in Las Vegas? Is there anyone in neutral on the phone lines? BPS, when you're ready.
Thank you, Chair. If you would like to offer neutral testimony to SB 509, please press *9 now or raise your hand in the Zoom client to take your place in the queue.
Good evening to the members of the committee and happy Memorial Day. My name is Dustin Kaiser, a resident of Clark County, and I appreciate the opportunity to call in and speak in opposition to this bill. At a time of financial uncertainty,
I'm sorry, this is neutral. This is neutral opposition.
I know, but I was on hold to speak out in opposition. I never got the opportunity to speak.
Okay, go quick. I mean, like really quick.
Thank you. And not only do I think it's absurd, but with all due respect, I don't think that it's responsible for lawmakers to approve giving such a substantial amount of public money, tax credits, or anything for that matter, to an ownership group that has a proven track record of negligence when it comes to dealing in good faith with their current city, county, and fans. Our teachers need help now, and we also need to stay vigilant when it comes to managing our water as well. Just because we have gambled in the past and won never guarantees future success, and that's why it's called gambling. I've done my homework, and John Fisher should not be awarded for intentionally tanking his team, pocketing his profits, and failing to invest into his current product because
please make sure you stick to the bill. Please make sure you stick to the bill, please.
In case you don't already know, the Athletics are on pace to have one of the worst seasons in Major League Baseball, and this is entirely by design. They have traded or failed to re-sign not some, but all of their fan favorites. And imagine if they behaved like that here with our homegrown aviators who eventually made it to the main roster only to be let go. Not only that, they've raised ticket prices in Oakland at a time where they flirted with the possibility of leaving their home market in combination with a blatant disregard to help fix their current facilities, hence the dismal attendance. It's like the movie Major League played out in real life minus Charlie Sheen. Major League Baseball's commissioner, Rob Manfred's unprecedented offer of waiving the Major League Baseball relocation fee is a flat-out ploy to entice A's ownership into moving into the Las Vegas market, where the Major League Baseball does want a presence. However, with the last-minute bill and misleading renderings that are in fact inaccurate, to a complete lack of impact studies in the effort to mislead the public and lawmakers there to rush this bill is extremely irresponsible. These parties saw what the Raiders accomplished here and are salivating for a multi-million-dollar handout. And not only that, but most importantly, the numbers simply don't add up. The economic returns needed to offset costs do not seem to be accurately accounted for. We still have no idea how much this partial dome is going to cost or how it's going to be constructed. Will the A's be able to cover mounting costs of inflation and rising interest rates? I seriously doubt it, with how the A's have treated their diehard fans in the Bay Area, that any significant portion of that fan base will follow them here, leaving them to depend on tourism to fill seats. And this is the opposite of how we approach things as proud Golden Knights fans, right? So I would urge Nevada lawmakers to please be patient and do this the right way organically when the opportunity eventually does arise for Nevada and Las Vegas residents to get our very own expansion team in the near future. And we will be glad that we played our cards right when it does happen. A previous caller was right when he said no deal is better than a bad deal. And the majority of residents here have spoken, and we don't want or need the A's under these conditions.
Thank you very much
for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you very much. Next caller, please.
Bye-bye.
In neutral.
Good evening, members of the committee. Alan Garcia, UNLV class of 2023, however, representing only myself. I simply just want to bring up a few comments regarding SB 509, in which I am neutral. About 20 years ago, the city of Sacramento went through a similar deal with preliminary hearings regarding a potential Oakland A's move. And they were, the city of Sac and Sacramento County were in debt for a few years because of all the money invested in the potential A's move, to which the A's backed out of. And in the East Bay, the cities of Fremont, Dublin, and Oakland are still paying the bills. for hearings, drawings, and everything that goes into a potential Oakland A's move, to which, again, the team had backed out of. And now here we are again, 2023. They're considering a move to Las Vegas. I would consider all you members to consider those cities, consider what happened in those cities at those times, and consider the financial impact of and how much it could possibly hurt Clark County and the state of Nevada. And again, at a time when the funds can be issued to a variety of other concerns, of which, as a Vegas resident, I do have many, I would really consider giving the citizens of Clark County a vote, and at least let them decide if they want the Oakland A's here or not.
Thank you very much. Next caller, please.
I gotta say something. Folks don't know about Dillon's rule. My God. Oh, man. Yeah, he's clearly not from Vegas. Dillon's rule, folks, is where...
Caller with the last 3 digits, 850. Please press *6 to unmute yourself.
Dillon's rule is different from
Hello,
home
Lucas
rule.
and Bowden, INBODEN, North Las Vegas resident, calling with the presentation that was presented. They had union members making in the $60,000 range up to almost $80,000. Pretty good pay, and obviously union members and their representatives wanted to push that. The problem is the middle there. They show the sustained jobs, and that includes their staff. Obviously, they're going to make more than the average, but the average came out to $54,000. Average in Nevada right now, 2020 census, $65,000, and it's gone down since 2007 overall, even adjusted for inflation. This is the problem with Nevada. We keep pushing for things that are bringing income levels down, affecting education, we're 44th in healthcare access. There's other needs for this money. Please reconsider.
Thank you very much. Next caller, please. Neutral.
I have to say
Hello?
something.
Can you hear me?
Oh, a second.
We can. You're neutral.
Oh, thank you. Hi, my name is Matthew McCarthy, and I'm calling as someone who's neutral to SB509, and I just want to thank you all for having this forum tonight. And the only thing I really want to see is just a lot more clarification and transparency on the numbers presented by Jeremy Aguero. And I know you guys were obviously privy to those numbers before, but I really would like to have the opportunity for us to dig down deeper into those. And to meet those projections and not put the general fund at risk, it seems to appear to me that you need to fill that stadium, every game of the year, 82 times a year. And with all due respect, I don't know who's coming from Cincinnati to watch the A's play the Reds on a Tuesday night. And I'm worried that Clark County could be left holding the bag. And I think we need to be a little more realistic on these attendance projections. And I do also somewhat resent the implication that a 4-hour hearing on a holiday with a team paid propagandist is thorough enough to make a decision on this. And I will, reward you with one of your coveted Me Too's here at the end of my call. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you very much. Next caller, please.
Hello, this is Paul Zeppa with a neutral comment.
Please go ahead.
Hello, this is Paul Zeppa in Las Vegas, Nevada, and I'm calling with a neutral comment, like a devil's advocate on the SB 509. Look at the Raiders and the tax revenue that is brought to Las Vegas. The Raiders wasn't the greatest team that on the face of the earth, but when they came and they built them a nice stadium, the Clark County and the state is getting quite a bit of tax revenue out of the Raiders operations. I am actually kind of against the location.
It's a bad location. It's going to create a traffic nightmare on that corner, and there's no proper parking, elevated parking, and multi-stacked garages for the property to handle the amount of people that's going to be going to the stadium. Yes, the 3 casinos on the 3 hard corners are going to see quite a bit of an uptick in residency and bookings for people coming to the game, which that in turn brings tax dollars to the state of Nevada. But the location isn't the greatest location because of the stress on transportation.
I'll be right back, folks.
Also, I think the casino owner and the owner of the A's, which I won't mention his name, needs to flip the bill for this, and not the taxpayers of Nevada. The casino owner, which I won't say, and the owner of the A's needs to flip the bill to come to our city to make profit. Of course, they're going to bring good tax revenue to the state of Nevada, but they need to pick up the tab for that. Another big thing that bothers me is if the residents of Clark County and Nevada are going to help foot the bill for the stadium, have discounted tickets. Look what a Raiders ticket costs for a man and his wife and his children to go to a ball game. I remember when the Raiders were in Oakland, you could go to a game for $60, $70 each. Here, to go to a Raiders game, it's $300. If we allow the A's to come to this property location for 5 years, they should have a system in place allowing discount ticket prices for Clark County residents and for residents of the state of Nevada. They should be giving discount tickets for a period of time.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you
for your comments. Next caller in neutral, please.
Hi, my name is Kalen Evans. I'm the president of the Washoe Education Association. We represent the certified professionals in the Washoe County School District. And I'll make this very quick. I was on hold, been on this hearing for the last 5 hours. Somehow didn't get a chance to speak in opposition, so I'll keep my testimony neutral. I would just say, it's clear that this bill is going to pass, but the Oakland A's need Las Vegas far more than Las Vegas needs the A's. So do whatever you can to leverage that position and make it so that we have additional funding to put towards other areas, in mind thinking education and the crisis that we're in. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Are there any additional neutral callers?
Hello?
Go ahead, please.
Yes, I'm neutral. I just want to say...
State your name for the record, please.
You should let the people... my name is Thomas Wilson, and I'm neutral, and I just feel you should let the people talk instead of cutting them off and just being a real bitch about it.
Sorry, sir. You're done. Thank you very much. Next caller, please.
I want to, I'm basically neutral about the A's stadium because no matter what, it's going to happen anyway. The big problem that we have here in Nevada in managing these type of situations is the people who are managing it. Most of the things people are complaining about right now with transportation don't seem to understand what's going on with transportation. NDOT's underbuilding the Tropicana wreck, that the mess that they have right now. That's not even going to help the capacities that are currently there. RTC, there's a whole bus that's missing in Ireland that they say is at Sunset and Decatur, but it's not. So if we don't have control of the resources that are going to be managing the stadium and its needs with transportation, it's going to be a mess. If we're not owners in the company, and we don't get to say anything about what happens with the A's by having a board seat, then we're not receiving any revenue.
Would you please state your name for the record? Would you please state your name for the record?
I'm sorry, James Johnston.
Thank you.
So if we're not making any money off of it and we're just giving up tax money, then we have no say. If we don't have a board seat with the A's, we have no say. So that's a big problem because they're going to do whatever they want. And the bureaucrats here in town are just going to do whatever they're paid to say anyway, because, you know, that's how Las Vegas works. People get donations through political means in one way or another, and then they vote that way. I mean, Garlo is saying that her constituents are being heard, but I call her, I text her, I email her, and I don't hear anything from her.
Okay, well, thank you very much, sir, but we're not going to have that conversation right now. We're talking about the bill. So I appreciate your comments tonight, and thank you very much.
I'm a constituent.
I understand that, and you may email your senator or your assembly person and have that conversation with them, but that is not what we are discussing tonight. We are discussing Senate Bill 509. So thank you very much for calling in.
That's what I was expressing to Garlo, and she doesn't answer.
Yes, but you may email her privately and tell her that on her assembly email. Thank you very much.
She doesn't answer us.
Thank you very much. So just for the record, just so you know, those of you listening, we did about 45 minutes worth of support testimony in Carson City, in Las Vegas, and on the phone lines. We did about an hour and 20 minutes of opposition, and we are now into about 25 minutes of neutral. So I just want to make it clear that we too have been here since 4 o'clock, and we are willing to listen to you, but it must be respectful. So with that, is there anybody else on the line for neutral?
Yes, Chair, one moment. Never mind, Chair. That concludes all callers in neutral.
Thank you very much. So with that, I'll ask our presenters if you have any closing remarks. And if you don't, thank you for staying here this evening. And with that, I will close the hearing on Senate Bill 509. And we will go to our last agenda item, which is public testimony or public comment. And we have about 20 minutes that we can do that. And then you will be able to submit your public comment in writing. Let's remember that the public comment is only things that we did not discuss tonight. So it is everything but Senate Bill 509. That is what public comment is about. Please go ahead, BP, here in Carson City, in Las Vegas. Is there somebody at the desk in Las Vegas? Go ahead, please, when you're ready.
My name is David Gomez, president of Nevada Peace Alliance. Just going to name some other things. I'm also the Clark County School District inaugurated bridge commissioner. I was the former president of Wake Up Westside Action Alliance Corp with Marzette Lewis, the former Marzette Lewis. I was the former deputy director of education for LULAC when they were here. But nevertheless, I'm a father of 7 and I'm a business owner, several businesses that I own. But nevertheless, on those things, I'm just trying to get through this. I just wanted to say I didn't appreciate the comment the gentleman made, the derogatory statement towards you. Regardless of where we walk, how we walk, and where we are, no one should have to call you out of your name. That was not appreciated on this side. You shouldn't be called something that they wouldn't even call their family members. But I can't teach a turnip to be an orange. But when I look at some of the situations, I just wanted to come up here and tell you that being a LDS member, a high priest in the church, and also a member of many other things, I just wanted to let you know that, you know, Billy Graham had a story once. And Billy Graham said this. He says, you can take a pig and you can take them in the house and clean them up and make them all nice and shiny out from the mud and the rut and everything else. And you can put some Chanel number 5 on them and put a ribbon on them and say, my, is that a good looking pig there? But once you open up the door, the pig does what? Run back to his own nature. So sometimes we have to look at some of these things that spiritual advisors have given us and say, you know, a tree, you would know them by their fruits.
We
and they
really
will bear their own fruits.
we really appreciate you, and thank you very much for joining us this evening. And thank you for your time.
Thank you.
With that, we will go to BPS. Callers, please.
If you would like to speak in public comment, please press *9 now to take your place in the queue.
Good evening, Cyrus Hojati. Sorry to keep you out this late. I just don't feel that this meeting was done the way that it should be. Please, if you are more than welcome to explain why I was dumped in like that. I don't see how my comments were off topic. A lot of people talked about investing in mass transportation. This is very unique because many groups who are on my side normally are on the opposite end. It's a great opportunity for us to unite. And a lot of those groups, even in Twitter, said that I don't think things were done very well. I mean, we waited many hours. My gosh, you don't mind, I want to.
I'm so sorry you're disappointed. Thank you for calling in, and we'll talk to you another day. Thank you so much. Next caller, please.
Caller with the last 3 digits of 937. I can see you're unmuted. Please continue. Caller with the last 3 digits of 937. We can see you're unmuted on our end. Can you see if you are unmuted on your end?
Okay, I'm unmuted here. Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can. Please continue.
Okay, I apologize. Scott Lewis, representing Open Common, Las Vegas, Nevada resident. I was wondering why we couldn't use the state-of-the-art facility that we built.
Can you state your name for the record, please? Can you state your name for the record?
First name Scott, last name Lewis, Lewis. Yeah, my reference was to the A's being the team that they are and the ownership that they have and that they've proven numerous times over the years of not putting money into their team, not even wanting their team to win, why they just can't use the Summerlin Stadium and taxpayers not have to pay anything. But once again, given this is giving a billionaire money to build a stadium for a team that just hasn't proven that they even want to win, that they even want to compete, that they even should be even. I mean, they're going to win 25 games this year in the Major League Baseball, and then we're going to foot the bill for that. I don't think that's quite the way it's supposed to work. And
Thank you very much for your comments this evening. Thank you. Thank you very much. Next caller, please.
Caller with the last 3 digits of 000. Please continue.
Oh, thanks very much for taking my call. My name is John Fields. I'm in Henderson, Nevada. I just wanted to make a couple of real quick comments. I believe that many of your callers are coming in from California. I've been monitoring some discussion on social media, and I think they're participating. And I think in the future, it would be good if the geography were screened, because I don't think out-of-state residents really have a standing to talk to the legislature. Second point, I believe that many of the people, especially the teachers and those who oppose it, are not familiar with the return on investment concept, when they talk about the problems with education. So I really believe that type of information should get put out there in the future. So because it seems like a lot of people, and unfortunately our teachers, are really not too conversant on something that they really should be understanding.
Thank you very much,
Thanks for
sir.
taking my call.
I am a teacher. So thank you so much for your comments tonight.
Hi, this is Andrew Gonzalez again. I just wanted to make a comment that I don't believe most of the callers in tonight were from California. They appear to be Nevada locals. If you speak to locals, the opinion seems to be the same everywhere.
Thank you so much, but we don't check. Yes, thank you. We appreciate that comment. We just don't.
Like you have a problem.
We just don't check area codes. We don't check area codes on phone numbers, sir.
Allowed to say it. Correct, and you don't need to. My point is that he was allowed to make the comment that he thinks most people were from California. So I'm making the comment that I believe most of the callers are not from California. That's all. I'm refuting his comment.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Thank you very much. Next caller, please.
Caller with the last three digits of 346, please press *6 now to unmute yourself.
Yes, this is Julie Crosby. Excuse me, my voice is hoarse. I've been waiting for 6 hours. I know you want us to talk about something else, and I will. Will there be another meeting, an opportunity for people in Las Vegas and Nevada to talk about these topics tonight, especially 509, because it just seems like it was pushed through and there's clearly a lot of people are still waiting and will not get the opportunity to talk. And I know everybody's tired, but will there be another chance for the public to speak on this?
Ma'am, we are done at 11:59 on June 5th. So I do not believe so. We can only hear bills when they come through. And literally, this is the governor's bill and came through last Friday night. So we hear them as quick as we can right now because we only have until June 5th at 11:59.
Excuse me, I understand. Well, then for the record, I do want to say I oppose it based on all the reasons other people did too. And I appreciate all your time waiting too. I'm tired, I've lost my voice. So thank you, all of you.
Thank you so much for calling in. Next caller, please.
You have no.
Said she wasn't feeling well. We gotta take care of herself.
fine. She's probably gonna take a few days off, but she's fine. I assume her application. Oh, yeah, good. It's tough to know in case everyone was on a ridiculous way. We can make up some good story. You don't see anything. Anyway, this nothing else pressing. I will. Did you hear some personal guy? I got to get all over the limit and walking I count on. Yeah, because what about the obstacle course? What about it? You? I'm on one way. Are you prepared to balance the school and middle credit? If I have, I have to do it. Hey, let's work it on Saturdays. We just talking here. I don't want to come to school. Spoke with him downstairs. He wants to negotiate a regular deal with only you. I want you to come down. Get the hell out of here. Yeah. You don't work it out. Looks fun. This is just not acceptable for a restaurant. This kind of wrong anniversary. I never need to see that.
I'm Jillian Deline. I'm the assistant manager. Is there a problem?
Well, this meal's been a disaster. First, the soup was cold. Then, I found a 3-foot hair in my restaurant.
Stop back, Kirsten. Your meal's on the house. And please order anything else you'd like to have. I'm terribly sorry. I figured my company is a meal. You have real problems in your kitchen. Fix your hair? Well, I look at her kitchen set. It's a wall that they wear hairnets. Just go for the oldest contact. I just thought any restaurant in the world would count their meal. Yes, anywhere else in the world. Remember, Las Vegas. Everyone's looking for a scam. Money? No, first. Bring your guys cash. We should have got some more. Sammy doesn't like enough. I'm just letting you walk out this, cash spot out of this, but you want cash right now? Sure. Okay. I'll be right back. Wait right here.
No, just here's what you
You know what? I have to go to the hospital.
if there's anything that you need, please not hesitate to ask. And absolutely.
This is kind of awkward.
Is this some sort of casing?
Yeah. I just want to let you know I should take care of you now. Yeah. Just for attention for me. Is that still okay for us?
No, that's a suggestion.
Oh, you did just want to have it now? You're not on the phone now. You know what?
Wants you to come to his office with me.
Well, he's too magnificent to come down here himself.
So why do you want to go on the meeting?
I ain't going to bid, so he can jump.
Educating my mother on some of the basic scams of Vegas.
Am I stealing silverware?
Here, I wrote it.
Yummy.
How's Mary?
She seems to be doing okay. She went all on the jury deliveries. So,
You don't want anyone to learn how to listen.
no, I think she's doing a lot of her space. Probably do a lot of control. What the hell's going on? They don't mean to say why they get everything to see. That's just what we can pay for. I mean, cash. I mean, this big things. Fine. That is a very nice deal that you had. Well, you get it in your office. Yes, 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 it is. Why are you looking at rank all of them? That's you would be nice results. Instead. My voice in the store security systems that has even always houses. Yes, sir. I see a number of this plan right off the bat. What? Well, for starters, if we lose, it seems that Danny and I are the only ones who bear the brunt of it. Yeah. And she got the lose. Shit. See, I wanted to be very human. Anyway, you guys look really into that. Again, the negotiations are like very cool. It's disgusting.
Humans have evolved to mimic skills, like bugs as a larva. That's why STEM harnesses active ingredients found in plants that target most bugs have. But human family STEM, rooted in nature, optimized by science. Lash sensational sky habits therapy. Your reflects how brush serves lashes root to tip. This late and long arrows viral mascara. Lash sensational sky high. And shine your skylights into vibrant sky high amplified.
Keeps getting better. Look at that on campus.
They got world-class bakers to develop their tastiest bread yet, which truly makes the Subway series a dream team. You know about that town.
Yeah, I'm the president. So try the Subway series and the taste and reverse again. Oh.
Wastage celebrating Jones saved $652. Because of our departure, so you don't pay for what you need. With my mistake, we don't call it the cycle. Perfect. Saving us that way. Okay, show off. Only pay for what you need.
See, she's on Verizon, the network she can count on, and now she's got my plan. The game-changing new plan that lets you pick exactly what she wants and save on your first. City's favorite plan ready for a big trip. Travel pass on. Nice iPhone 14 Pro. She can go home. Trip will last forever. Kind of so low. So, Sadie's moving on. How do you use it? Check. Introducing my plan. The first and only unlimited plan. You do exactly what you want, so you only pick what you need. And get iPhone 14 Pro on us. You switch. It's your Verizon.
Reservations after this evening because you haven't been there. Let's see what we got here for you. We have you confirmed in a non-smoke double room. How do you feel about me trying to upgrade that up to a strip view for you? Oh, is it?
I usually have 6.
We'll be unable to accommodate you at the time.
Give me an idea who I am.
Yeah, sure. It says ready to Mr. Miss Peterson, 496 Park Avenue, New York. Social Security number 540.
Oh, you got my social in your computer.
Just for tax purposes, we're forward to seeing you, Mr. Peterson. Have a safe flight. What?
Hello? I'm going to do my best to stay calm and give you the benefit of the doubt yourself.
Well, as you should. We've been through a lot together.
The $20,000 I owe you for your dead ex-husband's funeral. Okay, give me one good reason why I should show you the last of this letter.
You're only about 40.
Oh, you're doing about 40.
Yeah, do you understand what's happening here? This is Mr. Vince Peterson.
I don't care.
This guy can blow 20 million in one weekend. That's a good time to change for us.
Except you violated my trust.
No, I didn't. I just didn't tell you the truth. Sorry, come and watch it. No, please.
Answering the phone for you.
Please, George, find out the box. Don't try to sound watchful. Just give him a little forget.
Well, you know, may I help you? Yes, that's right. Mr. Peterson, I'm sorry. We were at max capacity this weekend. I do apologize. I'll do everything that I can to contribute to your sleep. Okay? So it doesn't show up.
Yeah, I know you don't know me out the I got it. Hey, listen. I think it's kind of sweet that you care about it.
Don't worry, son. I know what I do.
Good night, folks. Have a nice evening. What happened?
These four are suffering.
It's a lawsuit made happen. Why did you slip up?
I don't know, like something.
And where exactly is this alleged wet spot?
I don't know, somewhere around here.
Okay, mister. Let's go. Shame on you. Always right. You okay? Amazing. Don't fall. Let's not just leave. Don't worry, I'm gonna call 911 right now. Don't worry, Mr. Miss Line? Your services here at the Montecito are no longer in order. Won't be fired. Fine. Good luck in your office.
So I'm operating under the assumption she's unavailable for one picnic. I think you might be taking this conversation a little bit too seriously. This isn't just for Lori. And back and we'll set up security systems in their pad if we lose. What? Yes. And what happens if they lose? I work for a free weekend. Are you kidding me? What made this deal? What do you think? Oh, now I gotta take this. I'll tell you what, I want you to get early tonight. And none of that hanky panky stuff, all right? Yeah. They don't put a bill. I won't. All right.
Miss Peterson.
Yes.
Sapphire has would want to see their privacy.
Where's Blush?
I have no idea. You know, I heard that Bellagio was overbooked. Can I offer you a lesson?
I really only ever played for Blush.
Just offer you a little transportation. Blush hands touched.
Those things attached.
Yes, sir. Everyone likes to hear that, right? I heard your taste keeps toward your
What did you say your name was?
Marquez. Marquez. Plan B one's better. Plan B helps prevent pregnancy before it starts by temporarily delaying ovulation and can resume your regular birth control right away. I've got this.
You don't need to be sick to yourself batteries to help power those races. Until you do. Duracell's proud partner in age racing. This is the Lexus variety of electrification, inspired by Green Floor and powered by you. Smile Direct Club. These are Smile Direct Club aligners. They can turn a smile like this into a smile like this in as little as 46 months for less than $3 a day. Choose Smile. Get started for free at SmileDirectClub.com. Finding a subtly sweet tea is easy. That's right. Purely subtly sweet. But saying no in a subtly sweet way? Press it. Takes practice. But absolutely not. Absolutely not. Purely lower sugar. Just the right amount of sweetness. No, it's not your usual, but cereal is tasty like healthy all. Looks yummy. It's just our economy cereal monster. Go ahead, bad house. Gold monster. Always an apple over good like the nation. No matter if you like impossible or double bacon, we can agree that's a lot for you. To run another way, spoon, there's the problem. Meaningful actions are not always big. But one by one, they can add up to something incredible. Because when you tap or order online with your MasterCard at restaurants and grocery stores, MasterCard will donate 1 more cent up to $5 million to send up to cancer. As individuals, we are powerful. But never as powerful as we are when we come together. The strength of us, priceless. You are just one you. There are many versions of you. There's the one who's inspired by those that never give up. Great, hopefully that will always tear apart. Introducing Max, the one to watch.
We try everything. I was doing chemical peels, bleaching cream. This is melasma. I'm trying to get rid of it. I tried everything. Introducing Muesli Face RX. Prescription skincare delivered straight to your door. The spot cream is 10 times more potent than over-the-counter and prescription alternatives, so you'll finally see a difference. What's amazing is you see it. I'm a loyal customer. See for yourself at muesli.com/TV.
I smell talent. Break the rules, change the game. It's the step of courage. This is the story of the Black American dream. To the annual Oxedo Coffee Picnic. Remember, this is supposed to be about good, clean fun. Okay, I hope no one can find that good, clean autograph. Because, wow, I assure you, back at house, hey, what? So let's do it, coach. What? What are we going for? Glory. Pride. Honor. Yeah, well, maybe you should mention part of the surveillance department and social security system now. What? Yeah. No, question, mention that? Yeah, you had negotiated. Do you have any idea how long it takes? Hey, what are we going to do? Oh, you know, there's so different. Today, back to house has to work 3 weekends. No,
You're worried about Dad's giving up wrestling. I don't care about that. Honey, your dad's about to go see. I'm so sorry. One more minute. She'll be here. Where have you been? I ate breakfast. I feel kind of full. Maybe I should have that leftover pancakes.
I find none of this weird.
Hi. Straight. Want some beans and all beef? Brioche?
Except I'm express keeping you dead. Go.
I never really went to college.
Oh!
Okay. 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 Back. All right, folks. Let's see here. Broadcast is over, and I'd like to know your thoughts. Thank you for stopping by. I will change this to smaller, like that, like so, and get your comments. Let me go back here. So I was just getting your comment. Let's see. Joseph Webster says, "Thank you, Zennie. You're the man. Been listening to before the Knights play. Was running around like a madman listening to both. Vegas should have gotten an expansion team. Then the team is worth coming here. They're going to spend all the money and the team will suck. Expansion teams do better because they draft players." Let's see here. Joseph Webster says, yeah, when they're supposed to vote. I'm a little nervous. I feel like all the facts are sort of distorted. Hey, Joseph, I think you came in late. You missed the period where all the yes people went first, and they were a considerable number. And yeah, the no people were even larger number, just eyeballing it. But this is not home rule state. And I have to emphasize that because in a home rule state like California, you're accustomed to someone, an elected official, trying to force a public vote. That is not possible in a Dillon's rule state. The state, that public vote call, if anything, would have to come from the state. And I think that would not be in line with the Constitution. I have to research to find out if that's ever been done before, but I can tell you it's not going to happen in this case. So anyway, it says that's why the Golden Knights are doing well, because in Vegas, because they were an expansion team. So they drafted players and started from scratch and not a relocation team that was bad. Then Joseph Webster adds, you're talking about an expansion draft. The Texans, Jags, and Panthers still blank, so that's irrelevant. Mep says every expansion team gets an expansion draft. Expansion teams usually do well because of it. Same thing happened to the Diamondbacks and Marlins and Rockies. No, I have to disagree with this. This is cherry picking events to present them as relevant facts. I can pick out the NFL and name me an expansion franchise in the National Football League that started out immediately going gangbusters, along the lines of the Golden Knights in hockey. The answer, none. I've lived through the expansion Tampa Bay Buccaneers. We know that history. The expansion Seahawks. We know that history. All the Seahawks eventually became kind of good, but look, never to the point where they did what the Golden Knights did, which is basically win the Stanley Cup, the hockey equivalent of the Super Bowl, right? That didn't happen. Then we had the expansion Carolina Panthers. For a long time, same deal. Only more recently did the Panthers hit the mark and go to the Super Bowl, only to lose to the Denver Broncos in Super Bowl 50. I was there. And, of course, we've had the Jacksonville Jaguars. And the Jaguars have perennially, did the raw toady, okay? Now it looks like they're finally going to be a good team, but it's taken a long time. So just because an organization is an expansion franchise is zero guarantee that it's going to, perform better than the average team. That doesn't happen. And as I understand it, in the NHL example, expansion teams are given a certain advantage in terms of scheduling, not just players. They sort of push them to try to get them to win. And that was particularly true in Las Vegas for the NHL because the NHL wanted gambling money. And you have to remember all of this. You can really thank the Raiders for this. All this happened because of the Raiders and UNLV and Mark Davis in 2013, 2013, becoming aware of a UNLV professor who wrote a paper that, which I have, by the way, that showed a 114-page document how professional sports, professional gambling can be done in a way that virtually erased irregularities and corrupt behavior. That was what sold Mark Davis on the idea that the NFL could work in Las Vegas. It was that paper. Okay, that's what changed everything. All right, but and led to what happened since then. Nepsa says Golden Knights in Seattle, Kraken were doing well for expansion teams in NHL, but he never mentions the NFL. All right. Walker says I locked it, but they won't blank. They'll still be able to get players. Sometimes the owners are not making good hires. Yeah, I mean there are a lot of examples. I think this is a kind of a crazy argument myself. That's much ado about nothing, but you play it where it lay, and this is what the comments were. Joseph Webster, expansion fee would be at least $500 million. Joseph Webster, and that's the other thing. Just because you have an expansion franchise is no guarantee that Major League Baseball is going to eliminate the franchise fee. Baseball wants to do it for the Athletics because baseball wants the Athletics out of Oakland because Oakland has allowed the Coliseum to deteriorate to historically bad conditions. All right? Let's not mistake that. Okay? Let's not mistake that. Again, let's not mistake that. It showed promise in Coliseum City, and you may not know this, but back in 1994, there was an effort to improve the Coliseum. In fact, let me show you that video because I was there. Not in 94, I'm sorry, 2009. I was there. And let me go back. Let me go to the Nevada legislature here. We know that's over. This is agenda. SB209's public comment, adjournment. All right. And I think we have a question here. There. A's and Rays resolve their ballpark situation before MLB expands, he's saying. All right. Let me go back to where I was. Okay. Coliseum City origins. Zennie62. Right here. There it is. This is the plan.
23 years old. It's a very physically demanding job. I had lower back and upper back injuries. That
Entertainment Task Force. Okay, folks. I want you to see this. This is something that what you're about to read. Let me get the comments first, then I'll show you this, okay? But what is called the Coliseum City Origins video. All right, hold on. It says, where are we? It is right here. A's and Rays resolve their ballpark. Then he says, I noticed many leagues trying to reach the 32 mark. Okay. Let me get rid of this. 1 second. And when will vote? That was committee. So that is a very good question. Let me see what's going on as far as the vote on that bill. Let me get that answer for you right now. And let's see, SB 293, excuse me, Upcoming hearings, Senate. That's the Senate's Finance Committee hearing. All right, this is the first read of the bill. All right, excuse me. The first read of the bill was the 26th rather. 27th. It was from preparatory committee. Exemption effective. Assembly no floor session. Senate not discussed. Public opinions. So this was just to get public opinions. All right. The vote. The vote's not yet set as of this point. And so there's the overview of the text, the amendments, votes. None. There are no votes recorded. No fiscal notes. And there are, this is a joint meeting of the Senate Committee on Finance and Assembly, Committee on Ways and Means, and actions heard, no action. All right. And they have exhibits from letters of opposition by Teresa Bell, Oakland Athletics fans, and letter of opposition, Educate Nevada Now. But no actions. And that's it. There's nothing in terms of a scheduled vote as of this point. Now, I will find out as soon as possible tomorrow morning. Yeah. As soon as possible tomorrow morning, I will find out what the situation is. Okay. There's a 78% opposition, 28% support, a sliver neutral, and that's it. So, and it's one of those easy to game kind of opinions. All right. So anyway, all right. Then we've got. So I hope that answers your question. NFL all expanded to 32 teams. Major League Baseball ready to do. So then the NBA will do it in the future, says Joseph Webster. Joseph says, I think so. I too feel like the NFL could add 4 more at some point, especially overseas. Webster says NFL expansion might be a bit different, but I know that Major League Baseball and NHL will do well with expansion teams. Zennie62 YouTube Live. Okay, thank you. He says NFL draft. Vegas Marlins won the World Series in '97, and that was their 4th year as an expansion team. And Diamondbacks won in 2001 as their 3rd year. Eric Sterling says Zennie62 would Major League Baseball prefer an expansion team instead. Well, look, if Major League Baseball preferred an expansion team, they would lay out the red carpet for them rather than this. So, it's the old saying, you want to understand something or you want to know what a person is, they show you. And Major League Baseball is showing you, and heck, they've said it, they want the A's out of Oakland. And what you all don't understand, and the reason for my behavior, is how awful Oakland has been. And I'm talking about the government. And I don't know if you all are used to this or afraid of government or don't vote or what, but Oakland's government has been just tragically awful here. And again, how bad Oakland is exhibited by the fact that the Joint Powers Authority has ran the facility as if it was a glorified high school gymnasium. Okay? It looks bad in there. You've got old materials. You got refurbishments that needed to have been done 10 to 15 years ago that weren't done. When all of this, and yet Oakland has always operated under the we won't fix it because they're not leaving idea. I'm not kidding you. Okay? Foremost among them who had that opinion was Oakland Councilmember Larry Reed. And I'm sorry to put Larry out there, but it's a fact. We have to have a come to Jesus moment about how bad Oakland has treated the A's. I don't care what anybody else says. I don't care how many people are upset about this. Facts are facts. But Oakland elected officials have largely operated under the idea that, hey, the threat of movement isn't going to happen and we don't have to do anything. Now, when it came time to do something, the officials didn't put a point person in charge. The officials put themselves in charge. And so this is during the strong mayor era, and that's why I kept saying over the past year, the strong mayor has really done damage to us, and we need to junk the system because it's ruined us. Because prior to strong mayor, we got the Raiders back. We were better able to focus on large scale public private developments, most notably developments we needed to do to recover from the earthquake, like refurbish City Hall, okay? Or help people in Rockridge and other areas who are threatening to start a new town called Tuscany. This goes all the way back to 1991, all right? Where they were so upset with the city's initial poor response to their needs that a group led by Bob Klein, who was the founder with his wife Maggie of the great restaurant Oliveto on Market Hall, on College, and Keith over there, they threatened to start this new town within the town called Tuscany. All right. But Elihu, who was the new mayor in 91, altered Oakland, made everything more responsive, and really met their needs. So not 91, I'm sorry, just he did this. He came in at 91, he did that. At the same time, he was doing that and fixing that problem from the 89 earthquake. All right. I'm sorry. He was dealing with the 89 earthquake, but also he had the Oakland Hills fire. And it was after the Oakland Hills fire that the people threatened to create this town called Tuscany. Elihu just became mayor in 91. And he established a more satellite operation of government to meet their needs during these emergencies. And really, really showed government in action. But you can't do that unless you have public officials, not just at the top, but all over, who are sound in their jobs, who are working with the proper job security. They're not working on the idea that someone's going to fire them a moment's notice. We had a council manager form of government. All right. Then Jerry Brown came in. He created what I call the designer form of government for Jerry Brown, a hybrid strong mayor, because he didn't want to go to city council. That was known. So the system we have now was really from one person, Jerry Brown, nobody else. Only Jerry could put his face out there and talk about initiatives and everything, and people wouldn't stick the details to him because of how people responded to him as a celebrity. All right. But it didn't work for every other Oakland mayor since. It didn't work for Ron Dellums. It didn't work for Gene Kwan. It didn't work for Libby Schaaf, and it's not working for Shang Tao. All right. It doesn't work. And so, yet, they like to get their face out there. All right. That's not how you do these projects. They're not supposed to be the specialists. The specialists are supposed to be the specialists. Okay. So, says, one day they said the Athletics had losing history. Athletics tied for third most winners semi-championship. I don't think of knowing sports. So there's a lot of comment here. It says, when do they vote? Again, I talked about that. Mepster's a Yankees fan. Talked about how good they were. Thank you. Got it. Okay. It says, not always a losing team in Oakland. Eric says, Zennie, I agree with you. I'm not from Oakland, but I do care about the A's. And he says, Zennie, you didn't answer my question earlier about progressives being... Actually, I did answer that. And what I said is that there are some people who... I can't agree with you that it's across the board, because I consider myself a progressive at one point, but other people don't think I'm progressive because I back the Oakland bulk and oversized terminal, which they call a coal terminal. It's not a coal terminal. I simply believe that the proper application of technology will reduce emissions. And I think some of the folks on the other side are Luddites who hate tech, and they just want to throw people out of jobs. Well, that's a good way to get people pissed off, especially on the other side of the country, when they feel like you're standing in the middle of minerals that can help them with their livelihood. And that's exactly what's going on. And it doesn't need to be that way. And so, yeah, I highly oppose what's happening. So because of that, singularly, someone says, oh, you're not, progressive or whatever. But I'm also not a progressive because I don't favor, from their point of view, defund the police. Why? Because if you think about defund the police, if you really think about it from a dynamic perspective, in other words, in terms of urban operation, what you get is what we're getting. We're getting more people who can afford to, who are rich and generally white, buying private security, whereas poor folks who are generally poor and mostly black don't get police protection. That's what's happening. All right. So you say defund the police. I say, so you really don't like to have, poor folks get the best in security protection, right? Rather than so why not reform police to make sure they get that, rather than cutting the budget and then saying, well, we'll solve the problem in some other kind of way, when we have rampant use of drugs and people behaving in ways that we've never seen before, and you're asking for an alternative form of dealing with this. I'm not saying it doesn't need to happen. It should in some cases, but defund, no. Reform, yeah. And it's sad that reform police, which was the first call after George Floyd got killed, quickly turned into defund. And I thought, well, what's going on here? What about don't beat up black guys, right? Notice how the racial component was taken out of it? That's what I don't like, because that was really the problem. The fact that dudes who look like me were being beaten up by cops. So okay. So I feel bad for the city of Oakland. So I got all those. Okay, so let me show you this. I want you to see this, because this is the real story of how A's fans came together. And Chris DeBenedetti was on this, who fancies himself a journalist. And I say it like that because he likes to pretend like he doesn't like my mentioning this. Oh, I was never involved in it. He was the chair of this committee. All right, the chair. This was 2009. He was the chair of this committee. All right. So I'm going to give this a bigger view so you can see it right here. All right. And here we go, folks.
Hi, everyone. Yesterday, the Commissioner of Baseball announced the formation of a committee that will look at why a stadium deal was not reached in Oakland, and essentially determine if baseball is viable in the East Bay. Last Thursday, the Mayor's Sports and Entertainment Task Force, of which Chris DeBenedetti is chair, I'm a member, and several others, listened to a presentation by Bob Molesty, who with Steve Lowe and Frank Dobson, actually in 2004, proposed a type of baseball stadium at the current Coliseum location with retail. It's quite an exciting concept. So the purpose of this video is to show you that there not only have been plans out there, the original consulting plan of almost 10 years ago, but there is a current plan that the A's really have never looked at. And I personally contend Major League Baseball simply formed the rationale to either relocate the A's or perhaps contract them. But that's my opinion. That aside, here is the meeting. It's rather long. What you're going to see is approximately 60% of the meeting. And at the near the end is an actual PowerPoint turned move file of the presentation so that you can see the plan for yourself.
My name is Charles Johnson. I'm one of the co-conveners of the Entertainment Sports Task Force here in the mayor's office. We're basically at the midpoint. We have a plan here with the sports side, which they're trying to get a lot of great recommendations for the ballparks and also, for the owner of the A. So, we're actually going to head over to our subcommittee, which is the entertainment side, and we just go from here, I guess. Cool. All right, we'll be over there. Okay, cool. Sounds good.
Ashley's Memorial Day sale is going on now. Get up to 50% off spotlight deals. Plus pay 0% interest for 72 months with no minimum or down payment. And ask how to receive a $100 Visa prepaid card. Only at Ashley.
Hello everyone. Okay, so I wasn't planning to film this vlog, but I was opening up all of my PR packages, right? And I saw this in the mail and it was like express shipped to me by Google.
Hey Bob, welcome. Tell us, our viewers, about the presentation you're about to give us.
Well, Zennie, it's going to be pretty brief.
because it's gathered a lot of dust in the last 3 years.
And it should not have had it. It should have been done.
Right, it should have been done.
Yeah.
But we're gonna go at it and see if it makes some sense. I mean, I know it makes sense. It's just a matter of whether there's a will and a consensus to do it.
And the it is basically rebuilding the Coliseum.
Putting the A stadium there and then creating an entertainment venue, which would be very successful. Because it's one of the few venues today that actually could work because of the draw of that stadium and all the venues that are there. So and because of the unbelievable accessibility of that site, accessibility of the site is unparalleled. Maybe in the whole state of California.
Quite agree.
It's phenomenal. It's phenomenal, and it's already established as a destination. So
but still every minor.
This is almost a no-brainer if you find a way to fund this. And fortunately, we have a president right now who's trying to do this.
And we're also in redevelopment area.
Creating, funds to do that, and we're in a redevelopment area, so we ought to be up and in front in terms of asking for those redevelopment funds to bring this together. Even during the Depression in '29, people went to baseball and they went to football and they went to entertainment venues like this because they served a relief valve for the society, for the culture. So it's more than just a matter of entertaining people or distracting them. It's a matter of providing something that is really going to be an amazingly successful destination for this community.
Let's get to it.
Okay, good.
The task force's core mission, as stated by Kelly Epstein, is how can professional and non-professional sports and entertainment endeavors best meet the needs of Oakland residents. And that might sound kind of broad or obvious, but it's every recommendation you make here, every idea you make, every question you ask, keep that in mind. Because again, we could talk for hours. We want to talk about things that we can recommend to the mayor and things that are attainable, things that are realistic. You definitely want to brainstorm, but keep that in mind. As I said, number 2, the Coliseum site is the best site. That's and then number 3, we decided, and the mayor, we applauded him for that letter to Bud Seeley, and it was a very visible, almost aggressive thing to do. We wanted to be even more visible, more persistent, more aggressive, working with Council President Bruner and the rest of the City Council. Those were the highlights of the report, but you'll see it when I email it to you guys if you haven't seen it already. With no further ado, Bob Lesty is here to give us the presentation. So, Bob, if you could tell us a little bit briefly about yourself and dive right in. And we'll try to run the computer as well because we have some projection problems.
We don't have a projector on the screen, so we'll do it that way. I have a pretty vast background in retail and retail development. That's been my specialty for 35 years. So, and I've done major projects in Boston and Chicago, Washington, and primarily mixed-use projects, and a lot of regional shopping centers. When I was in the Bay Area originally, I worked for a developer by the name of A. Alfred Taubman, who developed Sun Valley, Stone Ridge, East Ridge, Southland. What else?
Must be something north.
It must be, no, in the neighborhood we're in. But, and I was director of leasing for him, so I did primarily East Ridge and some work on Sun Valley and Stone Ridge. But, so that's going back to 1970, so it's over more years than most of you guys are. So, but in any case, the mixed-use projects, which is what we would call the Coliseum as a mixed-use project, are the most interesting because there is a diversity of uses that are blended and pulled together to create a draw and to create a destination, if you will. And mixed-use projects in Boston and Chicago were really large projects. They were in a magnitude of $600 million in the 80s. and Water Tower Place is a vertical shopping center. It's 8 levels inside shopping with a 29-story Ritz-Carlton hotel and a 44-story condominium. So it's one of the tallest concrete buildings in the world. So it has, and then it has a 5-level car park below. So it's a really interesting project. It has all these bells and whistles, and when I got involved, the retail wasn't leasing. It wasn't happening. So what city was that again, please? Chicago, North Michigan Avenue. And then we went on to do Copley Place in Boston, which was even more interesting. It was a air rights project over the Massachusetts Turnpike on a 9.5-acre site that was basically the interchange from Huntington Avenue down to the Mass Pike, and east and west. And in that case, we had 2 hotels, a 800 or 1,100 room Marriott, an 800 room Westin, Neiman Marcus, and originally Bonwood Teller, which fell out at the end, and we ended up with Tiffany on the other end of the project. But the most significant thing that happened in Back Bay, Boston, was that we created a link to Prudential Center, which had been there since the 60s. And Prudential has Saks Fifth Avenue and Lord & Taylor's, so it completed our mix in a way that we couldn't achieve within the project because of Bonwood not being there. And it's a very successful project. It's the retail sales are around $1,000 a square foot annually, so it's a very successful project. And the hotels bring in, obviously a lot of people, and by connecting it to Prudential Center, there's a circulation. The secret of good retailing is that you've got to have great pedestrian circulation, and you need great access to the site from a vehicular perspective, okay? So if you have that, you've got some givens that are pretty encouraging to promote retail traffic. Because the big secret to retail is not really a big secret. It's simply bodies. It's numbers of people. It's foot traffic.
Yeah.
And the more people that you've got on the sidewalk in front of you, the better from a retail perspective. And if the developer does that and brings the people, then it's up to the retailer to make it all work.
Right. Well, just for those who don't understand sales per square foot, here in Oakland, we're doing at the square about $200 a square foot if they're lucky. $300 a square foot is considered pretty good.
That's
1,000 a square foot is way good.
Yeah, is way good. And the projects, the Water Tower and Copley, both were given Urban Land Institute awards for excellence. So they did more than just provide a return for the developer. They created an anchor on North Michigan Avenue, in the case of Chicago, on North Michigan Avenue that it never had before. And it was really the genesis of the reclamation of Michigan and North Michigan Avenue. And the first year that we opened Water Tower, the sales on Michigan Avenue doubled. People who were there were Saks Fifth Avenue, and it was a very Tony, upscale street. And a lot of the merchants felt like if we did this project, it would be the demise of Michigan Avenue, not realizing that in effect what happened was that we became a destination for the suburbs. So people could come in from the suburbs and experience an urban experience in a way that they hadn't before, and they loved it. So it was a really spectacular success.
I'll pick up on that. You also got tourist traffic because it's right next to Hancock Center.
Right.
Yeah.
So we had huge tourist traffic.
I'm from Chicago.
And what happens, what's interesting is when people come in from the suburbs, they're like a tourist. I mean, we do the same thing. If we go to San Francisco, we're like a tourist. We're not just a shopper. We're like a tourist. It's a day or an evening out. So, and that's a different kind of attitude when shoppers are in that mode, because they're a little more relaxed and they're having fun. It's enjoyment. It's entertainment. So the thing that brought us to the Coliseum originally was the realization that the A's would be leaving, and the thing that the Coliseum has in common with some of the points that I just made is the unbelievable mobility of that site. I mean, you have rail, Amtrak, BART, an international airport, an interstate freeway that carries 250,000 cars a day in both directions. You have parking. You have actually you have two different off-ramps where you can get into that complex. So it has enormous appeal from a vehicular circulation perspective in terms of access. It has great pedestrian access via public transportation. And so the original genesis of this idea was based on the fact that the city and the county had always been held hostage by the sports teams. And the idea was to create a venue that was such a strong destination that the sports teams would want to be there. It wouldn't have as much negotiating strength if this thing was functional, if it was really functioning as a destination to the fullest degree. And what good mixed use is about is really pulling together all of the uses so that it maximizes the property and it maximizes the return on investment, but it also maximizes the value of the property. That's the whole secret behind good real estate development. So multiple uses help you do that. The fact is that you've got two established uses here already that have already created this site as a destination. Everybody knows where this is in the Bay Area. I mean, whether you're in San Francisco, whether you're in Walnut Creek or Concord or wherever you are, you know, or San Jose, you know where this complex is and you know how to get there. And it's a matter of whether you choose to go to Fremont and take the BART, or you choose to do, public transportation, or take Amtrak, or come down from Sacramento, or whatever. But that accessibility is absolutely wonderful. It's phenomenal, and it provides a way for the largest number of people living in the Bay Area to get there if they choose to go. So but the mission was originally, what can we do to create and add value so that the county and the city, the Alameda County and the city of Oakland, will not be held hostage by people like Al Davis who have been really tough on the city and on the county. They really extracted a lot of blood. And that has created a political situation where there's a lot of negative feelings about the public getting involved in stadiums. But one of the great experiences of everyone's experience, I think, has been going to a major league sports venue to see a major league team play either football or baseball or basketball. And when you have all three of those venues here, that's a powerful draw. So and given what's going on right now in the United States in terms of retail development, there's almost no demand for retail. I mean, there's already enough retail for everybody. I mean, except in downtown Oakland. But there is a lot of retail that's been developed in the last 15 years, and if we divide the total number of square feet of retail that's available by the number of citizens in the United States, it's something like 30 or 40 square feet per person that are available, versus in Europe something on the order of 10 or 12 square feet per person. So it's here. It's already developed,
How would you address the fact, though, that our suburbs already have everything we need? Walnut Creek or Milpitas, you can go get your cheesecake through $1 million jewelry. They have all and everything in between. Why does Oakland need something that is already? I understand why we want it, but why do we need it?
Well, the difference is in Oakland, we don't really have a retail development. There's a good development in Emeryville that works, and that's basically where Oakland shops, or it goes to San Francisco. But it doesn't. We don't have any retail here. This isn't a shopping place. It used to be many years ago. It was great. In the 70s, it was fantastic, but it's gone. I mean, Broadway is done. So we worked on something in Uptown to try to bring that back, but it didn't materialize. So that's ancient history. But
Mount Davis, it took away that view of the hills that was so prominent. I was watching the Toronto Blue Jays, A's '89 playoff and getting there on ESPN Classic. It was just, you know, it even made Oakland bigger. That vastness. I remember watching that. That's a solid point.
And this could also house a hotel and some office. So you'd have a true mixed use development.
Didn't they used to have a convention center under there at one time?
I think there's one under this exhibit hall underneath here.
It's never really used though.
But this is a very compact space.
Not prominently.
This also proposes that the bridge from Bard would be upgraded significantly so that it's a pleasant experience rather than feeling like you're going through
man flesh.
Well, right now it's just a small bridge. What Frank had proposed, and you'll see on the presentation, is that he widens it maybe 10 times so that it's a concourse. So the minute you get off Bard, you think you're in the Coliseum, whereas when you get off Bard now, you think, gee, I got to cross this bridge.
Yeah. You know, you got to do the labyrinth.
Icky.
It looks, I hate to say it, it looks like you're going into, like you're walking into San Quentin or something, with all the fences going like that.
Yeah.
And there's cops at the front door. Yeah, I mean, do I really want to be here?
Yeah, exactly.
That's the image that we have to start killing.
No, I know.
We have to start stop looking at it that way. The negativity has always kept projects like this from succeeding.
Right. The fact that if you create the added value, okay, and it is a destination,
right,
and it's successful,
right,
you've added thousands of reasons for people to visit here that go beyond just the sports venues, because a lot of the time of the year the sports venues are neutral. There's no one there. They're not playing. I think the A's are only playing 81 games a year, and the same with the Raiders. I mean, they're 8 games, and even the Warriors, because they're on the road part of the time. So the idea of having an entertainment venue here, and why it's such an appeal and why it's a draw, is that you have you can pull the players into being part of it. Okay, so that you can actually walk down the mall and see somebody, LeBron James or something. Okay?
Let me ask you, Mr. Lesky, do you consider supermarkets or what have you, gourmet grocery stores and all that, is that part of retail too? You consider that retail too?
That's retail, but I don't think that's what we would be doing here. We'd be doing more restaurants and those kind of venues. Maybe sporting goods store. Every team would have its own store. They'd have their brand store, which would be great.
Arizona has a good example of that for the Super Bowl. You know, the development right next to
Arizona has.
Right,
that's a great in Glendale.
Yeah, Glendale. Right.
It's called Westgate.
Westgate.
It's Westgate, and it is a very successful project.
Absolutely.
Phenomenal project.
And it sounds like much like Oakland, industrial
but it's actually a half a mile from the stadium where the Super Bowl was played. Okay, 2 years ago, and so we're here. I mean, this is like the epicenter of every kind of activity you can imagine, and everybody would have the ability, including the parking, to come into the project through the project and go into these various venues that way. Sometimes
let's run this show.
Okay. G group. And the background is Oakland Commerce Corporation, Coliseum Commerce Center, advisory. Gives you kind of a context. that's an overview of the existing conditions with the arena and Coliseum. The Coliseum was, I think, originally built in 66. Yeah. And Skid Row was.
This is the plan that was shown to us at the task force on screen. It consists of building a stadium, of course, in Oakland at the existing Coliseum grounds. The presentation emphasizes the transportation hub aspect of the Coliseum, served by Coliseum BART station, the planned BART airport connector, not built, of course, the Amtrak Capital Corridor station, AC Transit, the Interstate 880 freeway. It's in the emerging urban context. We have planned Hope 6 housing, a Coliseum Transit Village, Coliseum Airport commercial development, and a reimagined San Leandro Boulevard. New area developments are on the other side of the freeway. The concept itself calls for a new ballpark at the south end of the stadium and new parking structures at the north end, north parking lot area, a new promenade, and of course the red zone, which is retail. This is what the red zone will look like according to the developers and the artists. And another idea, and that's the ballpark itself. Now, where's the money? I'm not going to try to explain the financing the developers developed. This is 5 years old. It needs to be upgraded. The developers have said that. They're looking at right now $340 million for the stadium. That needs to be $390 million. All the costs need to be increased and adjusted. They agree that this is the case. And they imagine or estimate approximately $5 million to the Joint Powers Authority. But all the costs are here for you to look at. You can slow this down and analyze it at your leisure. The bottom line is that there is a plan here, something that we can work with. And the best part the developers say is we can start tomorrow. All right, what did you guys think of the meeting?
I thought the meeting was very productive. I want to thank Mr. Lesky for coming in and giving us the first real visual look at what the possibilities could be in 4 or 5 years here in Oakland. And I think that it's a very visionary project and one that the citizens of Oakland are going to embrace because it has a lot of what the citizens of Oakland want. And so it was a great meeting.
What did you think of the meeting?
I thought it was a great meeting. I thought it was a really good meeting. There was a lot of enthusiasm, a lot of input. There's still a lot of work to do. To pull it all together and update it and get it in a form that really can get out there.
Thanks for coming.
My pleasure.
All right, so folks, I wanted you to see that to let you know how long the problem has been around, because I'm pretty certain a number of you didn't see that or hadn't seen that before. And remember, this all started at that time because Major League Baseball was threatening to contract the athletics and relocate them. And so this has been an ongoing problem with having a proper stadium home. Now, there was a time not too long ago before that the A's were doing phenomenally well. They're winning championships in the 70s, that we were in the World Series 1989 against the San Francisco Giants in the famous Loma Prieta earthquake game when Al Michaels said, "Folks, I think we're having an earthquake," right? But when the return of the Raiders was done in such a way that it ruined the baseball experience that Ace fans enjoy, particularly being able to sit out in the outfield, picnic, and just enjoy this green, expanse of grass. Now it's taken up by Mount Davis, as we have known for some time now. And the Athletics, as soon as the drawings were revealed for what became known as Mount Davis, A's executives lamented the loss of what they had and felt that they were given the short end of the stick. And that feeling translated into some, at times, acrimonious relationships with the Oakland Raiders after they returned. And so, for some time, the A's had sought a stadium solution, but their losses were so bad, and that baseball was considering actually contracting the athletics. And this is one of the efforts. Now, what happened with the sports committee, I quit shortly after the meeting. And the reason I quit was because, and I'm just being candid, but also in being candid, I'm giving you a picture of how Oakland politics has muddled up what should have been a start on the way to the construction of a refurbished Coliseum for the athletics, right? Remember, this is 2009. We had the Raiders, and there was nothing stopping us from doing this, because the main problem, above as much as important as anything else, is that when you arrived early for a game, you had to wait outside, and unless it was the tailgate atmosphere of the Raiders, you had no place to go to eat. And this was supposed to take care of that. That's what Bob and Steve and Frank, Bob Lesty and Frank Dobson have passed away, by the way. Bob Lesty was like a second dad to me, technically a third, all right? And he passed away 4 years ago. I've been friends with his daughter, Lynn, for a long time. And I really miss Bob, because he's a very kind man. He's very soft-spoken. That Bob is Bob, right? That's Bob Lesty. Very thoughtful, always thinking, always planning, always sensible in his presentation. I never saw him over the top or anything. Not that there's anything wrong with that, because I'm over the top. But my point is, that was Bob Lesty. Frank Dobson actually created the look, the architecture around that. All right, and so the problem basically is that, or the situation was that, when Bob and Frank and Steve presented this, that was 2009. Gene Kwan became mayor in 2010. And I'll just be blunt. Larry Reed took this idea. He was District 7 council member, where the Coliseum is, and created an RFP, request for proposal, to build something called Coliseum City based on their idea. Frank Dobson was so upset that Councilman Reed did this without consulting him, they actually went to the city council the next year and said, "Hey, you stole my project." And so Frank never got the ability to have any say in what happened in Coliseum City, let alone compensated for the idea that he came up with. And he relocated to Palm Springs and died a few years after of prostate cancer. Very sad end to the story of a very creative man. I want you to remember the name Frank Dobson, okay? Steve Lowe is still with us. He moved up to Petaluma, having given up on Oakland. Steve is a landscape architect who had the incredible idea of making the Oakland Farmers Market, and Jack London is a big proponent of that. Just a great guy. I talk to him regularly. I owe him a phone call tomorrow. And then, of course, so we have, of the three, we have Steve Lowe, just remaining of the folks that, the trio that came up with the real Coliseum City. Now, Scott Stebbins says, Zennie, what are some good metrics to use to determine that a publicly financed sports stadium is giving a city a good return on investment? Well, basically, it depends on, well, look, when you say publicly financed stadium is giving a good return on your investment, now, the simple fact that it's operating, it's not just employing people, but also the number of times the sports organizations and organizations it houses are mentioned on television, and the number of times that those teams, all right, are mention in Google Trends, and in terms of Google, there's another Google measurement term, but I'll just say that Google and Google, well, Google News is not the metric, but just Google Trends. The point being that I can show you a lifetime line right now. I'm going to do this to show you why this is important. Because the biggest problem in terms of measurement, Scott, is it's done by economists and it has zero recognition for technological change, specifically the advent of the internet and how the internet has impacted our economy. So right now, if I go to Google here, Google Trends, as I'm doing, all right, and I'll show it up there. And then what I'm going to do is, let's see, I've got Google Trends here. So I was here, all right? So let me go back here. And what I'm trying to do is take Google Trends there and copy that, right? So I will go down here to present, stops that screen, and then I'll introduce the screen that has Google Trends in it. There, okay? So this is Google Trends, okay? And what it's important to note here, you say explore, add a search term, we say Oakland. All right, search term, okay? And then we go over the path, over lifetime. And I want you to see, and I believe you can see it, the result. All right, it should be clear here. This, well, let me move your question out of the way here. You see how this is scaled down? All right, Oakland has decreased in number of mentions because of the loss of its sports teams. Right here, and right here, for example, this is 2019. And the Raiders, this was the last year the Raiders played. And then in 2020, they became the Las Vegas Raiders here, and there was a kick up here for Oakland. But the reason why there was this decline was because the Raiders of Oakland were ceasing to exist and the Las Vegas Raiders were taking their place. And so for Oakland, you still had Oakland A's, which are part of this. And then during this time, you also had the fact that the Golden State Warriors were playing in Oracle Arena. So even though the Warriors are called Golden State, where were the games being held? In Oakland. And 2019 was the last year when the Warriors were in the NBA Finals. So you had 5 years of positive additions to Oakland's interest over time, in part because of the Warriors' success. But look overall at this, a decline that steadied with the success of the Warriors in sports and here. But then this was in other events, all right? But then a dramatic decline right here. And this is what's going to happen when the Athletics leave. It's just going to continue to decline. And what that means is, it simply means that your city, our city, is becoming less visible and therefore less viable as a place for people to move to, or for corporations to want to be in, or even when people are starting their own corporations, because now you can start a corporation from anywhere and you've got the internet as well. But where people choose to live, their lifestyle, they're still going to want to go to a place where there's sports, where there's happenings. This has hurt Oakland's visibility, and Oakland does not have to pay for this. This is free advertisement, okay? So this is where it hurts. This then affects jobs, and it affects income potential as well. So it's right here that you are evaluating how good or bad your public expenditure is, but also not just your public expenditure, what is done with it. Do you have a sports commission to bring in more sports teams and activities? Oakland doesn't have a sports commission. You're looking at the only person in history to start one. Okay. And so it's intensity. And so the number you have to add is search intensity. Okay. My point is, and what I'm really stressing is that you have to be aware of the impact the internet has had on urban America. And when you are aware of that, you start measuring intensity of search. What you will then come to is the new impact that the sports industry has had on urban America and society. Because what do we do when we talk about sports teams? We watch them on what? Television. This reflects that. So these facilities become gigantic studios that are appropriate for the marketing of cities and urban areas in a way that never happened before. You want to talk about people buying and investing in condominiums from a distance? Essentially, this helps because you say driving property taxes. Essentially, this helps. This helps market. So Scott says, so let me get that. So number of visitors paying to go to the venue plus property taxes, journey plus jobs created by patrons are the main factors involved. No, the main factor involved is visibility. Okay, visibility drives everything else. Visibility, number of businesses, population size are the effect. And visibility is measured right here by Google Trends. This is different than what economists tell you. All right, because job location, and this is different from what economists tell you. Job location can be influenced by a number of factors, from rents to land availability to availability in areas outside where the venue is located. So you want to make absolutely certain that you're talking about developing a facility that has the venue in it, but also has places where a number of sports organizations can be at once. Not just one, at once. So that's what I was trying to explain to Mayor Schaff, because I said to Libby, I said, did the A's ask you, this is on camera, I said, did the A's ask you how many events to expect? I knew the number, it's 221. She didn't. Her answer was, well, there's going to be an event center. Wrong answer. All right? Because the facility itself can host multiple sports operations. In fact, when Jeremy Aguero was giving his presentation, he alluded to that when he showed that the A Stadium could house XFL games and other types of sports activities. That further buttresses Las Vegas's expected rise in recognition around the world. It's talking about being the sports capital. And the reason it's doing this is because it understands the dynamic that I presented to you. All right. So, yeah, no, it is. This points directly at the fact that economists have not taken any thought regarding how cities work and how the internet impacts cities. And my major and master's degree is in urban planning, in urban economics at Berkeley. All right. So that's where I live. I went to school to do economic development. My first job out of grad school was with the Oakland Redevelopment Agency. I learned to do tax increment financing from Ezra Rapport and, of course, the law books under California Health and Safety Code, section 33000 through 33999, of which how to do redevelopment was spelled out in, I believe, 33100. Those pages are dormant now. At any rate, that's what I learned. And that was my dream job. I was proud to work for the city of Oakland. I was even prouder to be the head of the Oakland Super Bowl 39 bidding committee, presenting Oakland to the Super Bowl policy committee of the NFL and saying that Oakland was a shining city on the hill, America's best example of diversity. And I did that in 1999. That is a statement that could work today. Okay? Promoting Oakland. This is about promoting your city. This is about promoting your city. It's about engineering. All right. It's about engineering ways where as many different activities can be involved as possible. And that's what sports allows if done right. The problem with Oakland is that the council members and the mayor were only thinking in terms of baseball, and they would only think in terms of sports and sport, period. And that's a mistake. The reality is when you're talking about a facility, any sports facility, you're talking about a multi-business function building. And the Giants do that with Giants Enterprises. Pat Gallagher, who's on my program, hope he's doing well. Got to check in with him. Who's on my program? All right. So Scott says, I remember seeing parts of a presentation by Noah Aga at the BCDC hearing last year. She downplayed many of the benefits the stadiums bring. Are you familiar with her work? Noah Aga, I am familiar with it, but my point is, her argument is basically the same as Roger Noel or anybody else's. And if you want to see, look, if you don't want to see how important sports are, you're going to say things like that. The question, but the fact of the matter is that if you want examples of how important sports are to our society, just listen. What do we spend all of our time doing? Talking about some outcome of sports teams. It's right in our face. So how can you say it's not important when it's all the public talks about? So you want the public talking about your city. I mean, that's just easy to understand. What happens flows from that. And Oakland is so caught up in what it feels its pathologies are that it forgets that functions like this are what a healthy city is supposed to have. Healthy cities are supposed to have sports in them. Sports businesses functioning and thriving and making people happy to be at their events. And driving employment. And driving employment by wanting businesses to be there. That's what happens. If you think sports aren't important, look, just imagine how important it is, to give you another example, of having a popular television program that has a city's name in it, like Dallas. Do you realize that Dallas, when it came on during the 70s with J.R. Ewing and Sue Ellen and all the characters, do you realize that Dallas played as much a role in migration of people from the north to the south, as actually more so than any other type of standard marketing? Because it was in the middle of the oil boom. It was in the middle of a time when people wanted to luxuriate and have watch something that was a life not theirs. And Dallas offered that drama and, sexuality of the day and all that stuff. But it was Dallas, and it was presented as everything was new, with Reunion wasn't built then, but Reunion Tower and the hotel next to it, and what became the Dallas Arts District. All of that. I went to school at UTA for that reason. I became a Dallas Cowboys fan in part before that, but went to Dallas because I was invited by the Cowboys as a guest because I had a question about the flex defense. That was in 1979, and I became hooked on it. I wanted to go to school down there. It was the place to be. But a large part of that was because of the TV show Dallas. So if that's the case for Dallas, doesn't it follow that in today's society, internet-based, that the more times you hear about a city host to a team, that people are going to want to move or be involved in that city? The answer is yes. The only thing that'll change that is what happened with the pandemic and the dramatic shutdown of businesses we faced. But where did people go? They went, well, a lot of tech companies went to Texas because for cost reasons. But what's in Texas? Sports teams. Even with Austin, you may not have pro sports, you will soon, but you have college. But you have also Dallas, Fort Worth, and Houston. And then, of course, around here in the Atlanta area, where most of the movie industry has moved from California, we have sports organizations. We have the Atlanta Sports Council, which is like a sports committee. All right. The Atlanta's had the Super Bowl recently. It will get the NFL draft. All of these cities are vying for sports events and teams, and then Oakland sits on the outside like, oh, I don't need them. And it does. We're literally dying from this attitude. Okay, we're literally dying from this attitude. You can see it in the curve. All right, you can look at this. This is ridiculous. You can see it in the curve. Okay, so he says, yeah, that was a follow-up question to get your take on our arguments. No, I'm not. My point is, I would rather. I don't spend a lot of time looking at other people's arguments or trying to criticize them because they come from a basis, and this is the reason I took my position of what I call it circle jerk thinking. That is, you don't like something, so you would borrow somebody else's argument rather than thinking through the argument. All right, I don't like that. Scott says, I'm from San Jose and a lifelong A's fan. I am slowly coming to terms with the fact that the A's may be gone from Oakland forever. I can accept being a long distance A's fan. See, my point is this, to me, this is the decline of Oakland. All right. And the A's are part of this. And what I don't come to terms with is this is my life. And they quite literally have killed it. I went to school and I got a job with the idea of helping save Oakland. That was what I thought. All right. And Oakland's just gotten worse. Elihu Harris, who was my boss, he told me one day, he said, Zennie, take those brains of yours and use them on yourself because, as you can see, nobody cares. Because a lot of people would complain about me to him, and he would say, you don't understand Zennie. Zennie just cares. That was when I worked for him between 1995 and 1999. All right. The number of people in Oakland who look what happened, how they treated Phil with the whole Oakland Vulcan oversized terminal idea. People who signed off knowing that coal was going to run through turned around and lied about it. And that's why Phil has consistently beat them in court. And they did so because Tom Steyer, who made his money off coal investments, decided to turn around and hedge, do what a hedge fund person does, a hedge against his own coal investments by backing clean energy, but decided he was going to go the step of taking his $1.6 billion and then seeding it around the legislature to literally change policy in his favor. All right? And that's largely what he succeeded in doing. But Oakland lied about what Phil was trying to do. The Oakland Vulcan Oversized Terminal was never designed to be a coal terminal. Coal was one of several commodities, but the only reason it was the main one was because the volume of coal demand allowed it to pencil out. Now, you know how the city of Oakland could have a long time ago said, we can change that? They could, or now, they could say, hey, look, we'll subsidize those losses so that you don't have to have coal and we'll handle all the other minerals. But here's the catch. Iron ore is 7 times dirtier. So this is what over-politicization gets you, as opposed to asking the magic question, how can technology be used to cut emissions to zero and have an effective operating bulk terminal? Because we are stuck as a city not having the bulk terminal. The Bay Seaport plan said we needed as far back as 1986. You hear me? As far back as 1986. All right? So Oakland is afraid to be successful. I said during the Super Bowl, my Super Bowl bid work, is that Oakland's, Oakland's worst enemy is? Oakland's worst enemy is San Francisco. The existence of San Francisco makes Oakland think it can't do. Even Jerry Brown said, he goes, well, that's for Oakland, for San Francisco. When we were working on the Super Bowl, he told people, oh, stay over there. He's the mayor of Oakland at the time. All right? Oakland's worst enemy is the existence of San Francisco. Because Oakland thinks in its head that all these other big events and buildings and everything else are for Oakland. But there was not too long, there was back in the 70s and the 80s, a group of us, myself included, and then Warren Chip Brown, who owned Hill's newspapers and the Montclarian and others, who believed that Oakland should be number one and not San Francisco. And that's the generation I come from. I believe that Oakland should be number one in the Bay Area. I don't believe that San Francisco should be number one. I think San Francisco is going to be a tourist town, but we're the industry town. We're the sports town. But we don't have people who think like that today. We have people who are more interested in keeping a roof over their heads, and I understand that 100% because it's become so expensive. And therein lay the main problem. It's housing cost expense that has driven our changes and the exodus of sports organizations, because it's so expensive to live here that people try to afford tickets. It's hard to pay for a number of things. It's a built-in inflation function here that we've done nothing to reduce. And it's changed our politics in ways that are terrible. It's made elected officials be concerned about just consistently getting donations and money to run their operations, which, what does it mean? It means keeping a roof over their head. That's the big problem, okay? And we've got to get our housing costs down in a dramatic way. And I think the best way to do it is to have grants for those who can't afford homes and give them the grants rather than this long-term idea, although I'm not saying to stop it, of just doing affordable housing, because we haven't done it fast enough. We need to bite the bullet and give people money who can't afford it money. We can do that through redevelopment, okay? So, do I think the vote will pass? Yes, I do. Because look, the Raiders you thought this presentation was compared to what happened with the Raiders back in 6 years ago. This was a cakewalk. All right. This was a complete cakewalk. The only thing that was missing were the casino people. I don't know why they didn't bring them in, but this was a complete cakewalk. What the Raiders went through when NDOT released its transportation report at midnight during the hearing, it came down with the equivalent of a resounding boom. And I thought, that's it, they're dead. Not happening. As it was, they got by I think two votes. That's about it. 2 or 3. So, yeah. Scott says, I got some good night and thanks for answering my questions. Give me you got it. I'm happy to debate anybody on this because people need to see these exchanges. I'm not debating Scott, but answering his questions. But people need to see these exchanges to understand what happened. I am not. Let me make one thing clear. I'm against stopping the A's from leaving. I'm sad that they have to leave. But it's wrong to hold them hostage here. And that's what we've done. We've held the A's hostage here and done nothing to help them. And it's more of the same. Eric Grubman pointed this out to me during the Raiders deal. We were working on trying to build a stadium for the Raiders. He said that everything we did was reactive. We didn't plan for anything. And so if I say, hey, look, let's build Coliseum City and establish the Enhanced Infrastructure Financing District, I get people saying to me, oh, well, we don't have a sport. We don't have any. No. You do it to get them. You do it to build. They've done it to us. Look what Ed Lee did. I have video of my interview with him talking about how aggressive they were. Everybody has been aggressive toward Oakland, but Oakland hasn't been aggressive back. You hear what I'm saying? Oakland hasn't been aggressive back. Okay? Coliseum City, you just got here. Coliseum City is a plan to quite literally develop a multi-sports venue mixed-use development consisting of roughly 4,000 units of housing at land that belongs to the Coliseum Joint Powers Authority, or is controlled by it. That's Coliseum City. Okay. So it is now 3:10 in the morning here. Been on for 8 hours, 19 minutes, and 48 seconds. And which means it's 12:10 at night. And I hope that answers your question, by the way. And I want to thank everybody for joining me in this. And I'll be back with more tomorrow. Now everybody comes in. Does anybody have any other questions before I shut down? Anything? Type it in. I answered this one. I hope I did that right. Does anybody have another question? You have. I'll give you 20 seconds to type a question in. 19, 18, 17, 16. When will Nevada pass the vote? Rough guess. I would say within the next week or two, if not special session. I have a feeling this may wind up being a special session. So I'll say special session. Yeah. Special session. All right. So anybody else? That was pretty good. Don't see anybody going once, going twice. Another 15 seconds. This reminds me of when we were at City Council and Mayor Harris was the mayor of Elihu. I get Elihu on to talk about this. And Ignacio Del Fuente was the District 5 council member, and he was like, call the question, Mr. Mayor. Call the question, Mr. Mayor. I got to get Ignacio on here to talk about this some more. Call the question, Mr. Mayor. I have to say, some of the decisions folks made, like I didn't like how Ignacio and Jerry went behind my back and talked with business people without having me as the designer of the bid to talk about our sponsorship plan. That's what you should have done. That was 2000. But he's still my friend to this day, because the one thing that I learned in politics, and it's a hard lesson, is when you're in the role of advisor, people don't always, the elected officials don't always have to take your view. Now, that doesn't mean I have to like it, but that's what I signed up for. But that doesn't stop me from wishing, hey, that Jerry had given me the proper runway to build my sports commission and grow it, since they were going to be $80,000 for doing something they said that they didn't think I could do. They're taking bets against me, and they lost. I got to Oakland, one of 3 finalist cities. But my point is, so this is my life. You understand why I talk about this. This is my life. My mom says I need to let Oakland go, and maybe she's right. But I love my city. I love the word potential is always going to be in Oakland's lexicon. That's the sad part about it, folks. That's the sad part about it. It need not be that way. It need not be that way. There are things we can do, for example, using AB 464 Mullen to establish a program of making business improvement district into tax increment financing zones to raise money through TIF. And you say, why do I mention them so much? Because we haven't used it to provide grants to help business owners, get the graffiti off their buildings, and building owners, and then also lower the rents to bring in businesses, and then provide more security down there for businesses. Bollards so that people don't drive up their cars up into the stores. Cameras so we can identify with what's going on. Specially designed steel that's hard to break into. And I think more important than anything, surveillance. We don't have it. And I know there are people who don't like the surveillance, but we need it. little bitty cameras. We need that, okay? So we can do that tomorrow. But folks, these are things we don't do. And San Francisco doesn't either. California overall is allergic to using tax increment financing to fix its woes. We don't have to raise taxes. All we have to do is shift the direction where taxes are going. And we have to, in downtowns, we have to encourage and have incentives to convert our offices to live work so that people have the incentive to live downtown where they work and encourage that. We don't do that right now. And that will help get foot traffic back there and encourage people who want to be in a downtown environment to live in that environment. Maybe they come out here, maybe they don't want to be in the suburbs, they want to be downtown. We need to make those incentives so that we can begin to rebuild faster. We're not doing it. But live work is a big deal, and we haven't reacted fast enough to respond to technological change and how technologies have affected where we live. All right. Okay, folks. I'll see you later. Good night. Thank you so much for sticking with me for 8 hours, almost 8 hours and 30 minutes. Woo! Live long and prosper in your world. Thank you. And go ways. It wasn't no night. And Dave Cabo, I gotta get Dave on here. I gotta. All right, see ya. Thank you.